Greetings. Welcome to this. This will be a long play version of the entire first year. We'll call it the first season for our chill episodes in the Valley with Racemir and the Roleplay. I'm thankful for you being a part of this and grateful for you joining in, and I hope this has provided a relaxing place for you to be, a fun storyline just for you to check out too during your busy days and hopefully your time that you have free. I've enjoyed this time and I hope you have as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing what comes with Season 2 and with our second year. I'm looking forward to us progressing our romantic relationship. I'm looking forward to building houses in this area, into the woods and around the lake, and expanding this village and taking on village members who will help us to build more. Take care and enjoy what follows.
Greetings and welcome back. Thank you for everyone who filled out the survey and let me know their thoughts on what I should do with Medieval Dynasty in the playthrough. The hard mode playthrough right now feels like a whole lot of the same thing over and over, and I don't want to keep making something that I feel like I might be boring y'all with, so I thought this would be a good spot for me to reach out and get an idea of what would be something that y'all would like. And what I'm seeing on the survey here is that a valley start is something that people would like to see. I haven't done a playthrough in the valley for quite a long time. And also a chill playthrough. Now, I also read all the comments and I appreciate everybody giving these great ideas. I went through and thinking about like, what could I do with that? I want to do a valley start. I want to do something chill. Let's just do a space where we come together, we unwind. This is just a hanging out place. And it's just going to be a relaxing playthrough. In the rules set, I'm going to set a few things up, and I like a lot of the rules I saw, and I'm looking forward to doing collaborations in the future. For now, I want to get some of these things started going and get this thing rolling. But here's my thoughts. Permadeath, yes, and just for full disclosure, I've already started a game before and recorded it and died. Walking to my destination, walking to my start location. So start location, I'm gonna choose a spot that's not simple, but it has to make sense with our character too. And I'm gonna do, in this case, let's do a heavier roleplay side of things. And we're gonna set some rules as no spamming the market. So there's no just buying a bunch of stone knives and glutting the market with stone knives. There's not gonna be any bonus items here, no fast crafting, no fast building. It's a time saver, but it's not something we're gonna have for this one. And I'm going to focus on Racemir being a farmer. So we're going to focus on farming. It's not going to be I'm going to go in the mines and exploit all of the things I can as fast as possible to get as many weapons as I can and get to the copper stuff. It does mean that I will need villagers to be a huge part of things, because I can't just assume my character does it all. And with that, we'll assume that Racemir is a skilled farmer. We will allow ourselves to pick up loot from POIs along the area because there aren't that many of them, but will not steal. There will be no accessibility for that. We'll gain things by either crafting it, making it, or we'll hope that we find it or we purchase it. We will have to find a way to get things to the market, and that's going to be one of our problems we have to solve. Let's get in there. Alright, and we find ourselves in the valley. After traveling a long while, we're tired, ready to relax, ready to just find a space that is our own, or find some people, some familiar faces, so we can survive the turmoil and the war that has come and taken the things that are most precious to us. I'm going to gather up just a couple things because it never hurts to be supplied and defend ourselves. So we're going to get through into this, and we have to get ourselves a stone axe at the start. That'll be one of the most basic things we need to do. We're not going to gather a ton of stones though and sticks. We're not going to sit here and try to make a bunch of stone knives before we walk into town. And I'm going to try also a thing. We'll see how long it lasts. I'm just kind of curious. But I want to make a rule for myself that over-encumbered means over-encumbered. So if I get to the point where I'm carrying too much, okay, I'm carrying too much. There is no, like, make my character do the slow walk all the way to the destination. Over-encumbrance is over-encumbrance. Also, no magic, which means I can't just pop a potion in the middle of a fight and save myself from dying. I gotta actually, like, go slow, be patient, and be smart about it, because permadeath is on. See how long this lasts. And we'll go through the storyline and enjoy the playthrough on this one. So, I hope y'all are here and ready to relax. It is wintertime near us, or else nearly wintertime by us. It's late fall, almost winter. Got the robe on, ready to just relax. It's robe lifetime. Alright, that's funny. Grandmother used to say that. I thought, but your eyes, you look just like him. Oh, so our character has heterochromia, so 2 different color eyes, and that's why he's saying this. So, Wanda's son, aren't you? Lorden's nephew. Wait, how do you know my mother? Not really. We didn't actually meet. We wanted to keep his family separate. You will. If I did, I know her. Is she well? Nope, she's now. But this world is cruel. It is beautiful. I'm sorry, my boy. Nobody can lose their loved ones at once. Such a young age. Yeah. They died so I could live. We'll go for that one. Very mature of you. I'm sure they'd be proud to hear it. You mentioned Lorden. I came here to get some help. Oh. Bad news indeed. Passed away 3 years ago. And, oh man, dear friend years. So that's it. I'm the only one left. Well, don't say, hey, look at me. This valley's filled with warm-hearted people. Gladly aid you whenever you need. And I'm one of them. So what should I do, man? Start a new life, grant you permission as a Castilian, and build a farm on any unutilized land in the valley. Construct yourself a house and see what comes next year. Just like that. Land free of charge. Pay the taxes as a king. Of course. I'm curious what kind of king we have too. As long as you don't break the laws or all over the course, then we're good. Alright. Valley's as beautiful as I think, and it was beautiful walk in, so that's wonderful. Grab some rocks and sticks, craft an axe, and then get a wooden hammer and start building. Alright, so now come back to my wife, Dobrongiga. Oh my goodness, I screwed that one up. She runs a tavern, I'll have to feed you. We must be famished. Well, we have some things, and then grab some beers. Okay, then you can tell me a story about Lorden. That would be nice. Be nice to know where we came from, what we need to know. All right, well, let's get our first stone axe going. And in the valley, it is a beautiful area, and they've done so much to it, which is really fun to see. All right, y'all. So, we are a farmer, so we're not going to want to build in areas that make no sense. So, like, I can't build too far into the mountains. There's a really neat area here in Hornica to build. I like this little space here. You've got a mine over here, and you've got a nice little area there. But problem with that is that there's bears here, and the whole idea of having permadeath on makes me a little concerned about that. This is the perfect spot to build. It's not far from anything. It's central, which is hard to beat in a really smart way to make a village. This would be the best place to start. I'm going to say we start here, though. This is a little tougher, because I still have to get there. I have to survive the travel there. It's surrounded by a decent amount of hunting. It's got a nice little isolated area with a view, and we're going to see if we can get there. We're going to see if we can survive the trip in. Alright, we should probably take care of some things before we go. Talk to Alwyn. He's one of our first quests, and one of the first people we get to meet. And also a farmer as well. So, good to meet a person from a common thread. Oh, he's working the far fields now. My guy. What's going on, man? What can I do for you? You're Alwyn. I don't recognize you. I came here from the south looking for a place to start a new life. Good luck then. As for me, a farmer, a job cultivate. Yes, well, that's same thing for me. Of course it bores you. Oh, are you kidding me? Alright. Sorry, not trying to offend you. Short-tempered, delicate matter, you want to focus on your work. Okay, what's going on? Tired of your mother's conflict with Traniwa, and her son, Delabor, won't leave my little sister. Oh no. Sibling, well, little kiddo trouble. It's just a game. Used to play pretend at night with a stick instead of a sword, but he managed to protect her honor. Okay, like every night does. How adorable. I think he needs something to keep him busy and away from my sister. Alright, let's figure out something. Let's see if we can find a way to keep the kid busy. In the view here, I mean, yeah, we traveled in from the south. Beautiful view over there. I built a village up in that area, and it was wonderful. It was a really nice little area. Early on, me learning a lot. And, wanted to build in that area, because the mountainous areas, the hilly areas are cool. Won't be okay in this playthrough, because obviously would not exactly be the most fertile of soil. So we're going to avoid those kind of areas. Being by the lake should be helpful. Fishing would be a smart move for us as a farmer, having access to food in different ways. Oh, kid, you're at the bar. Uh-huh, yeah, alright. Pull up a chair, right, son? Alrighty. You look strong for your age. Have you thought about becoming a knight? Your dream? Well, I know quite a lot about them. Do you know how that many of them started fighting with a wooden sword at your age? Where could I get a wooden sword? Not a knight. You know it. I am not a knight. But here, tell you what, maybe inconspicuous, but a practice sword. Here you go. I'll help you be ready. Looks like a regular stick. And to surprise your opponents, do you know what else they do beside fight battles? Most important part, ride horses, sure, but they also protect ladies and children from danger. Chivalry, although chivalry is actually the act of horse mastering, so something about that one. That's entertaining. Alright, thanks for the sword, not a knight. You defend those in need. Good show, friend. Good show. Alright, let's get back to Alwyn and then go from there. I don't know if we're going to be able to afford our first farm equipment, but whoa, I'll try not to get flailed. Hi, friend. I just walked in and I'm trying not to get flailed. That will give me 21 coins. Oof. Ouch. Ouch, indeed. 21 coins is not going to get us very far. 21 coins is not going to get us anything. Alright, we're going to have to find some stuff. We're going to have to get ourselves a little bootstrapped up. Let's roll. Oh, we'll see what we can do. It's not going to be simple, but that's the point. We want to start a little more challenging here. We want to see what we can do. Alright, Alwyn, I talked him into it. Alright, gave him the idea to have a stick and pretend to be a knight. Alright, that's the most refined bread you've eaten. The Castellan's wife makes our local tavern. Oh, what do you happen to know about the man in charge, Unigast? Spends most of the time in the field, patrolling across when we pay taxes. Okay, thanks, man. Trying to get information about people in our area. It's always smart to know people in charge and how they work. Alright, y'all. Well, I hope that you are in a space. I have my cup of warm coffee here. Like I said, robe lifetime. Got the robe on. It's nice and toasty. Cold in the house right now, but keeps me warm. I hope that you're in a nice spot where you're relaxed and you're able to just kind of unwind. And hopefully things that are keeping you busy during the day, distractions from the day, hopefully you can be distracted in this moment. And we can be distracted together in a nice calm place here. I'm going to gather some straw. Now I'm going to gather a lot of straw because we're going to want to get ourselves set up in our village. And I can't remember if there's straw in that lake. And then we're going to head down the road and we're going to see if we are lucky or if we are doomed to get mauled by a wolf. We'll see. 200 straw later. I think we'll be okay at this rate. So we'll take the straw and we'll go. Now, abandoned supplies. I don't know. It's a lost shipment. Oh, no, I don't feel right about taking the coins. We're not going to just pick up some random coins that are sitting on the side of the road. It looks like it says lost shipment, and we're not sure if it's somebody else's or if they are coming back for it or not, so we're making the choice not to take it. Oh, all the roach in there. That's not going to be worth our time. We're going to wander on down. Now, getting to our destination. Oh boy. I'm going to have to be smart about getting there, because unfortunately, I don't really have a way to defend myself in an easy way. I could make a few spears. That's probably a smart move. I mean, we are unfortunately on permadeath, so let's not die early, right? We're going to survive the valley. Or die trying. Sounds kind of silly to say it like that. Anyway. Alright, with a maple tree down, we'll go from here. Alright, now rule set wise too, I'm going to need to get people who can do mining for me and crafting. It's going to be one of the unique challenges. Because, unfortunately, the way that tiers of technology are set up in this game doesn't make a whole lot of sense for getting access to mining, right? Like, I can't get access to copper, bronze, tin, or iron until, like, way late game. And it's all locked behind... It's all unfortunately locked behind our harvesting tech, our extraction tech, and the amount of time it's going to take to get to a point where I can have a miner in the first place is like... It's great for like a leveling perspective in the game. It's good gamifying because it does force you to do one tier at a time. But as far as considering like, well, as a village head, you're telling me, oh, hey, nice, that's a great find. We'll say that finding food is not safe because we can't guarantee its freshness. Ooh, that's big. Alright, we're gonna have to head back to the village or go to another village. How about that? Why don't we head into the local village? That's what we'll do. So we're going to go to Danica. We're going to head to Danica, and then we're going to get some resources there. Wait, oh, I am over encumbered already. There we go. Gotta remember my rule set. Alrighty, so we're gonna head into Danica and get ourselves a start. We'll take a few things and sell them, see what we can do. I'll see you when the going gets a little dicey. Alright, and I can tell you right there is where I died last time, running up through the woods, and I figured, well, usually I don't see the wolves right away, so I'm guessing I could probably run past them. It turns out, no, I couldn't. I took one of them down, and the second one, of course, by that point I was down to, 2 more bites and I was out, and then I was out. So, yeah, that's what happens, right? So, first playthrough down, it was worth it. I'm happy for it, because it did force me to slow down and say, you know what? It's good to have a challenge, and I like it. Because otherwise it is just all about, it's too quick, and, I've done a lot of my best start videos, and I have fun with that stuff. I like trying to push myself to min-max it, and there's a thought in my back of my mind to try a one-day challenge thing, which honestly sounds horrible, because you can barely get anything done in a day, but it would be entertaining. But for this, it's time to just play the game and roleplay it through. I do love the idea of roleplaying it through, and I'm going to do something similar with Sengoku in due time here as well. Okay, look at this. We've made it to our second village. People are busy doing their thing. What's up, man? Oh, peace out, man. Good to meet you, son. They're a youngster. Okay, goats. Alright. Alright, sir. You...
I believe we haven't met before.
Yeah, for sure. Terrible storm destroyed your house. Alright, I'll do my best, man. Oh, here's some of the materials. I didn't really want to just drop that on you. Hi there. Oh, there we are. Yeah, we have not met yet. Hi, I'm Racimir. I've traveled here from far to the south. Oh. That's a big deal. That's going to allow us to start. Okay, well, that is going to let us get a start, unfortunately. That's kind of nice. I can't carry too much here. I got to be a little careful here. I got way too much stuff right now. I don't know if I'm going to be able to carry all of our seeds that we need to get, so we may have to take a couple trips. Fertilizer is going to be the way to go. Now, you don't necessarily, fertilizer-wise, it would be really important to have fertilizer-free fields. We would be able to make do with something else, though, I would imagine. So, let's see what we can get away with for buying for now. Alright, so we're a seasoned farmer. Haha. Pun of seasons. Just throwing it out there. But we'll have to make sure we get some simple bags, too, obviously. That, I would imagine, we could have started with. And wheat grain might be nice. It might not be a bad idea, because we're gonna have to make a lot of our start here through making food. I mean, that's the best option we've got, right? Cabbage, because we're gonna need to manufacture our own. We're gonna have to manufacture our own fertilizer throughout the seasons. Okay, we'll have to come back for more. Oh, but you needed help. What do you need help with? You need berries. Berries. But aren't there no berries right now? Sir, did you send me on a wild goose chase? You're crazy. Unripened berries. Thank goodness. Oh yeah, that's what he said. He said, are you sure they're not ripe yet? Okay. Now we also have to imagine too that we're playing on the challenge, and that means that sleeping is a vital thing. So I will have to actually sleep. So there's no question on that one. And I can use the berries for rot, obviously. That's a thing I can do. We'll have to be careful about the amount of rot, though. We don't want to do any exploits. There we go, man. Good job with that. Alright, let's see what else we had going on. 4 logs and a lot of sticks. I could probably take care of that one real quick before we leave, but it's getting late in the day, and if I don't hurry up, I'm not going to have a house to sleep with. I'm not going to have anywhere to sleep for the night. So, let's get ourselves going. Although, yeah, we have a little bit of time. This will be tricky. Ooh, right. Thinking back to the old days, when you could do anything, anywhere you wanted. Let's come back to that. For now, we got to start thinking about having our own spot to sleep. And if I don't get moving, I'm not going to have a roof over my head for the night, and that's not going to be good. We'll bring ourselves into our new start. It's a beautiful area here. Lots of wonderful trees, a mountain in the background, and some good places to build. A roadway in. I see a roadway coming through here. I see a lot of farmland in this area too. This is a good place, good potential. It's not exactly the swamp, which I appreciated that thought. That's a good idea. And I do like the idea of the spot between Hornica and Jezerica. Problem with those areas, of course, is that getting there in the first place and just surviving to that part is rough, right? Like, there's just, oh my goodness, how am I going to get there? And with no, oops, we're already overloaded, so it's time to drop stuff. How am I going to get? Alrighty. We can drop our spears, that should be a good start. Oh yeah, and I'm also going to need logs. Well, let's see here. We may have to forego that rule even just a slight bit in some areas where it's not like, don't travel across the map, right? A gentleman's rule, or gentle person's rule. Don't abuse the privileges of the game, right? I mean, it's already silly enough that we can walk around with even 1 or 2 logs in our inventory, right? Like, this is absurd. No person is carrying 3 logs. No person is carrying 1 log, let's be real. So, we'll keep that rule as a don't exploit, like, don't go over the top. Alright. There's our wooden spear. It's time to craft our first house. It's also time to find it. I like the idea of being nestled a bit in the forest. There we go. And of course, without a hammer, we're going to have trouble building. And we are, of course, probably stuck with having standard insulation for our house, so it's all good. Without being able to turn on the ability to see things better with the magic of, what is it, the survival sense, it is way harder to find rocks on the ground, I'll tell you what. I'm going to count that as another one of the no magic things, where it's, nope, I don't get to turn on survival sense and instantly see all of the things. And no, I'm not going to allow myself to have hunter's sense to allow me to see all of the animals at great distances. It's going to be all about, nope, I got to use the resources I got. I got to be able to see stuff. So, that's going to be another part of the challenge. It should make things very interesting indeed. We're still building that house. Look at that thing. We're still making progress. It's a slow roll. I definitely do need to get rid of the whole, I'm not going to be able to do the whole if I'm over encumbered. I can't move thing because it's just silly. It's just no exploiting it. No exploiting it. That also means no basket trick, which is a fun trick and it does great for mining, but it's, you know, no, not for this playthrough. Alright, by the end of the day we'll have ourselves a house, but we are going to be way too tired to start farming, so that's just not happening. And that's going to be another part of trying to do like the, let's just play realistically, let's, within reason, right? Because obviously, if we're playing realistically, then I'm certainly not going to build a house this fast, right? And I'm not going to carry that many logs, and I'm already way not capable of all the things that happen because, dude, I mean, a house that's this nice in that short of a time, this is a pretty darn decent house, considering. And he does it in less than a day, or low. It's 3 days in a season, which means in a month, that's actually reasonable, right? I guess we could say that. Alright, here we go. Oh, dear. So, looks like some people were poaching in this area. It's long since gone. So, we will allow ourselves to take these items because it's clear that they've left. Oh, shoot. That's really fortunate. I mean, that's super lucky. I'll take it. We'll thank our lucky stars for that one. Alright, and then some more bandit supplies. The pear wine's going to allow us to start that farm. So, it's our luck that they happened to come here and that things didn't work out for them. It does lead us to wonder, are we safe here in this area? You know, Unigus gave us a nice introduction to the valley and let us know that we're welcome here, but it doesn't look like they had a very welcome start, so we'll keep our eyes on things. And coming from where we were, war is close by, and we'll always have to be on our toes. It's nearing nightfall, so we have to get our house finished here so we can get our rest. And we did it. We finished our house. We're in a good place here. So let's drop our stuff off. It's all about us getting ready to go this next day. We told some people we'd help them out. We need the money. We need to get things started in our village and see what we can do. Alright. Good night for the first day. Customize. What's this? Simple bed, a sturdy. Oh, these are new. Whoa. That looks cool. Someday. Someday. Alright, well. Time to sleep through the day. Night, that is. Alright. Here we are, ready to go. Ready for a new day. Let's make sure we eat, because we obviously aren't going to get too far without that. And let's see here. Apple trees are going to be good to get started somewhere. It'll be nice to make a little passive income on that. Oop, I just dropped things in the wrong spot. Now, let's see here. Don't have enough fertilizer, so we're going to have to cure that issue. I also need to make sure I have enough tools. I think we should probably help people out first. I'm thinking our fields are going to be over here, so let's plan that out. Let's plan that out real quick, because as our planning goes about... Ooh, that's not the one I want to start with. Start with the fields. Now, where we are... And we don't want to be by the tree. Our best land is nearer to the water. So this stuff is decent over here. We'll call this decent. Good amount of sun. We're going to end up expanding this farmland as well in due time. Let's start here. And we'll build ourselves some decent sized fields. We're going to need, I like doing 24s or 36s. 32s. Let's do 32s. Nah, 24s. 24s make it easier, just in case we run out of time. Let's get a couple fields up and running. We don't have to have more than one, but it is important to have it. Now, another portion of the realism that we have to do here is that I can't just have fields that are naked, right? Like, if I had fields with nothing protecting them, then I'm going to have rabbits eating everything I've got, or other animals coming by and eating everything I have. So if I make a field, it has to be protected. It has to have something around it that I can support growth, or that I can keep pests out with. So that means that I am saying that I have to have fencing before I can assume that my crops are okay. And if I don't fence in a field, I have to half the yield and just not have it. I have to leave it out as rot, and it's not rot I can use. I have to go take that rot and I have to go sell it for like little to nothing. Oh yeah, and I'm dirty. I forgot to take my shower before I left. Ugh, dang it. Well, let's see what we can do. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. Well, that's not a good sign. Now these arrows we'll have to sell. We can't use them. We'll consider that those are not fresh. Clay, and a shovel. It is convenient because, you know, for me, we would say that knowing how to craft all these tools, questionable, right? Like, would I just instantly know how to make this? I guess we can assume that most people at the time somehow would have known. Sure, we'll go with that. Alright, let's get some logs to these guys here and finish this quest line up. Okay, let's go find our guy. Now, I meant to go into the lake, of course, and I meant to actually take the bath and drink the water before I left. So unfortunately for us, we're a little behind on that one. Alright, dude. Here you go. That's everything you needed. Nice. Alright, that'll take care of you for a bit. And, whoa, try not to get flailed. Flailing is a very real concern. Okay, we need a lot more cabbage seeds. Oh boy. Let's see here. I think I already bought a bit. Bought 4. Let's do 8 for now. Looks like we're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. I do have to forego that rule about I can't walk with stuff, otherwise I'm never going to get anywhere at any time, period. Because there's just way too much in the way of that. Okay.
See you again.
Yeah, what's up, man? Thanks. Appreciate that. I'm going to need to get myself moving. And the way it looks for me right now is that this is going to be real tricky. Do I get to drink out of this well? No, so we better get going back home. Otherwise we're gonna have a short adventure because I starved my character to death. Here, can you get any water out of unripened berries? No. Alright, so onward we go, and I'll see you back at the lake. I get to thinking I shouldn't just skip over the parts that are just enjoyable walks. So looking over here, that's going to be the future. Beautiful area. And it's a nice space to have. It's not the easiest start location. It's also not a very hard start location because most of the enemies that we're going to face are a little distance away. But it does work well. We're near resources, which is a smart move for starting. And let's see here, having a lake nearby is a big deal. We do need a source of water. We'll need to build a well, of course, at some point in time. But also, it's not the easiest start because there are still a number of enemies in the area. There's wolves around this area. And we'll see what happens for us over time, how we can expand into this one. Oh, the lake looks so different. That's cool. Oh, there is straw here. That's handy. Oh my goodness. And probably shouldn't drink the rancid water up in the shallow area. There we go. Alright, that's unfortunate. I was hoping... Oh no, is that perch? Yes, it is. Let's see here. Gotcha. Okay, cool. A perch is good. That'll feed us for the day. Haha. Teach a man to fish, right? Well, this will be good because this gets us a food source, and I'm gonna also put a rule on the fact that I need to eat every day. Like, it can't just be that I get to kind of just like cheese it and not have to eat here and there. We'll have to say we need to eat daily, we need water daily, we just need to take care of the assumed needs of survival every day. So that means no just like rushing through, right? I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to the valley. I'm looking forward to playing this area again. I'm guessing that the way things are going to go with people is we're not going to try to max their skills out. We're playing on a more like just play it by the realism way. So we're not going to end up with the villagers who are all like uber and the best of skills. We're going to end up with villagers who are pretty normal, and they're going to have kids over time. Oh crap, I can't buy schematics. Shoot. Well, that means I'm going to lose half of my crops this year. Oops, that's a bad start. Alright, we better get moving here. We better get ourselves moving because we need to make sure that we get this thing planted up. And at this rate, it also means that I need to get some money for tech unlocks. And I do want to make myself have permission for some of these things too, for like I need to be able to buy those things. Like the whole like we need to have some room for us to be able to buy the unlocks and things like that. So we have to allow a little bit of room for things like that. So there's going to be a little lack of realism in certain spots for that. Because buying schematics is not real. Like, we would never have to do that. But we'll leave a little grace in there for us for that. We'll get our first apple trees planted. There we are. We'll make a nice little orchard here as an entry point to us coming back in. We'll be able to see them from a distance as we walk in. And then we'll get to our fields. So the next step is the fields, of course. But character's hungry. Can't sit here and not eat. But we better get ourselves in here, eat a bit. Lunchtime, indeed. And after this, we'll go finish up in the fields. Nice view, right? Good to have a pretty view outside of our area. There we go. Bed for the day. Okay, let's get our fields going, y'all. In each bit, we'll break a few hoes, we'll get a few things done. We'll have to find something I can sell, so I can make some more cash off of these goods that we've gotten, and at some point, make money off just what we have. And I'll have to spend the cash we get from the wine and whatnot on schematics, we'll say. A lot of that's going to be just schematics. There are so many schematics we need to buy. Just so we can go by our own rules, right? Alright, we're getting a lot of unlocked buildings, which is good. But, unfortunately, it's a whole lot of time it takes to get into this. We haven't had a chance to go hunting yet, we'll have to do that. We'll assume that Rasamir has some skill with tailoring, just to give us another skill set that we can take on. We'll say that that was a trait that he picked up from one of his parents, and that allows us to kind of take on some of the building of bags and whatnot. And it would be a notable skill that you would have to do. You'd have to make your own resources to survive as a farmer in these harsh medieval times. And here we are, getting rid of our ungrubbed areas. Get our fields all set. We'll only take care of 2 of them for now, just because it doesn't really look like we're ready for that 3rd one. Once this is set, we are going to be able to wrap up our 2nd day. It's going to be a lot of fast days here, I tell you what, because time is going to be flying by on us. Alright, with that, it's time to drop the stinkies. Time to drop the fertilizer. And our fields will be finished. And it'll be a pretty productive day, I'd say. We got in there, we helped some people out. It would be good for us to go and wrap up our talking with Unigast. It'd be good to go back and hear more about our uncle, who was in the area before, and he seemed to have known rather well, but we don't know that well. And he was trying to keep the 2 sides of the family separate. We gotta figure out more about that. I'd be curious to know. But for now, doing this work, finding ourselves in this part of the valley, is a good way to keep our mind off of things that happened, or the tragedies that have happened, and the challenges that we have. It's just take it day at a time. Go one step before the other, and then focus on what we're doing. We have fields to hoe, we have seeds to plant, we have a belly to feed. That should be enough for now. After that, we'll also have to see if we can trap some things. I would assume that as a farmer, he would have had experience trapping animals. Probably would have had pests coming in the area. Might have actually had to deal with wolves, depending upon what area they were in. And sometimes that can be a challenge. I know by us in the States, it's coyotes that you have to worry about here. They're not necessarily deadly to farmers, but they're an absolute nuisance to any farm animals you have. Foxes can be a nuisance as well, but, you know, they can be trapped and moved. There we go. Look at that. Okay, our first field. Now, Racemeer would have some knowledge about how money goes, and as far as money is concerned, flax is a good place to be. We also know that flax makes linen, and we've made things out of linen before, so that's where we're at. We're going to get ourselves in a spot where we can make ourselves, well, money to survive, otherwise we're doomed. This first year we'll not pay the taxes, we'll be in debt, and then we'll spiral into nothing. Who knows, maybe we can start ourselves out here, fresh, new, make a family, expand this area. Maybe it'll be just our farm. Maybe we'll die trying, who knows. But we'll try our best. And from here, we have a lot of the storyline to get through too, and I haven't played through this storyline in a long time. So I'll be curious to read through things again and play alongside y'all. If you're starting New Valley playthrough, that is awesome. I hope that you have a good playthrough on yours, and let's see where we get. And let's enjoy just the RP side of things on this one, just a casual playthrough. Alright, I'm going to work on this next field here. Not much though. Only have 4 fertilizers, so we're not going to get too far. But at least we can get the cabbage in. Some cabbage is good. It's food. It's also something we can use to make our fertilizer as well. And just like that, we've broken our bag, and we're in a tough spot. Because now, we can't do any more of our planting without anything to plant. Oh yeah, those stone arrows are unusable. Since we found those things, we can't use them, right? Like, that's the key. Cabbage seeds, we have 8. We're in a good spot for that. Okay, we should probably start building some more of our structures, but for now, gotta find all my spears. And, oops, I don't want that shovel. Ah, boo. Ooh, spruce bark. That's right, we have actually got to see how the dyes work in this game now. I haven't actually seen that yet. No, I'm kind of being sloppy by dropping this out here, but we don't need to carry it around with us. Alright, let's get ourselves a trap set. And that trap we can put in an area that we think will pay off. The question is where? Ooh, well, there's our rabbit. Now we're not going to run down rabbits. I'm going to say that I don't know. We'll say that we can't just run down rabbits. That doesn't seem right. Just seems too easy. So let's set a trap. Put it right here by that tree, near the mushroom. That's not a bad spot. Now. Nice throw there, champ. Alright. Oh, and it's already broken. Oh boy. I don't know if we're going to be able to take down boars. I mean, one of the things I was thinking of, one of the things I was debating here at the start was, can I take down a boar early on because I need leather? And I just don't know if we're going to be able to successfully do that. It's going to be tough, right? Okay. Looks like with these wooden spears, we're going to have a lot of trouble. We're going to need a bow as soon as possible, but we're certainly not in a position where we're going to be able to do that. I am thinking that one of the ways we can make some money here early is we probably should think about fishing. I mean, I'm just thinking that trying to catch a deer, I mean, man, can you imagine trying to throw a wooden spear at a deer? Like, let's be real. That would be incredibly hard to do. And even if I hit the thing, me trying to chase it down, oh my goodness. But I need the leather for bags. Oh, that was awful. I don't think we're going to be able to do this too well. Suppose. You there. Oh man, that was so bad. Alright, that was barely any hit points of damage. I don't think we're going to be able to take down deer. I think that's pretty clear. Oops, are we going to get that spear? Spear? Deer? In the clear? Don't leer. Or jeer. Oh, that's not gonna work out. Okay, so it looks to me like that's not gonna work out. We just are not gonna be able to spear hunt deer. I mean, one hit, I'm barely doing any damage to it. So now, I've got some experience in spearfishing, let's say then. We'll have to find some way to make some cash, right? Alright, here we are in the water, deep in, and the fish are gone. We'll have to see what we can do here. Be nice if there were pike in the area. That'd be super handy. Alright, here they are. Now we have to be cautious and slow about things. Ooh, bad. Oh, I thought I got one. I thought that sound meant I got one, but no, it's the sound of a breaking spear is what it is. We'll get that. Ah, hard breaks here at the start, y'all. Hard breaks. Gotta see what we can do. We gotta be patient. And we gotta see what we can get away with. Right. You there. Here, fishy fishy. See if there's any other fish in the area. Oh yeah, I do have skills we can take on. Let's see here. Skilled farmer is definitely the one. And as far as extraction, force of nature, I don't know. The treasure would be fun. Like, that would be nice for, like, a luck thing. Like, that can be a way we get it. Oh, why not? Why not? Let's have fun with it. Alright, iron liver, poisoning, not bad. Insensitive will be really helpful. That'll be helpful in time. I don't get to take survival sense. Strong as an oak I'm going to need, because we are going to be in a lot of trouble. Because this is going to be tricky. Now, we won't consider these magic because it's part of the game mechanics, and I can't throw everything under the banner of magic. We have to just assume that there are convenient things that we can do. Food and water loss we don't need. I don't get to take that. I'm going to take strong as an oak because we are on permadeath, which means I do need to be able to survive, and having hit points available to survive, yeah, we need that. Okay, let's see here. Looks like we're not going to have as much luck with the fishing. Well, y'all, it's almost the end of the day. I'm thinking I gotta wrap it up because my day in real life is about to start. So that means I gotta get everything moving here and going. So, let's see what we can do. Let's try to get a couple more fish. And we really do need to get them. Otherwise, we aren't gonna make any money this first day. And I gotta bring some things in to sell. Yes. Right? Good. Got one. Now where'd they go? As I jump out the water trying to find them. Where'd they go? Where'd he go? Let's see, where did that school go? Oh, they were back by the shoreline. Super handy if I would have actually noticed that. Alright. You know, honestly, I really am enjoying this. I really like the fact that I have to go slow here. And I really love that I'm sitting here patiently trying my best to get these fish. And like, it's going slow, right? Like, this is nice and slow. And this is a challenge, right? Like, I know I don't just have the money. And I'm not going to go and just, bam, craft a bunch of stone knives. And suddenly I'm going to have just enough money to get by. And then I'm going to have all these things. I really like this. I think this is a good setup. Saw them. There they go. Okay, now. Ooh, I didn't see where they went after that. They're there. Alright, we gotta be careful with our timing. There we go. Alright. 3 perch. Oh, can I get one more? I mean, ooh, left the spear out here. Not a good move. Let's get that, and then let's wrap this up for the day. And then, there's my cat saying hi in the background. Like, wait, what the heck are you still doing down here? You were still sleeping upstairs, weren't you? Cat usually comes down to join me in the recordings. But I think she was comfy and warm and decided that she was not going anywhere. Uh-oh, I lost track of the fish. There they are. Alright. What can we do here, y'all? What can we do? Get this last one. Oop, there. Oh, that was awful. Bad throw, boss. Bad throw. Okay, let's get that last one. And then that's it. Because it's the end of the day. Looks like they traveled a little further down than I thought. And it's getting dark, so it's harder to see. Oh, there they are. I was about to call it, and I was going to say, well, I just looked around for a bit and I didn't find them. But, oh, shoot. I thought I had them that time. Okay. We tried. I'm tempted to try out a boar. Oh my goodness, but I really don't want to end up getting gored. Let's see here. I don't know. It's not the wisest move, but we're going to give it a shot. Because I need that leather. Let's see what we can do. So it'll be the end of our day. We have 5 of these spears on us. And they have a good amount of speed on them when they want to. Oops, I probably should let my stamina regen. Here we go. Oh, boss. Oh, boss. Oh, dude. That's bad. I'm gonna need to get these spears back real quick. Oh boy. Go. Let's see what we can do. We gotta get between us. There we go. Get the tree in the way. And now. There we get it. Uh-oh. 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 Is there a friend there? Oh, good. He doesn't have a friend. Oh, right. Got it to bleed out a little bit here. Oh, I'm looking for the spear. Oh no, I don't have a stone knife. Oh dear. We did all that hunting, we did a great job here, and then I totally spaced on having a knife. Better get ourselves a knife here. 1 stone. 2 stone. Stick. Wait, what? Oh, shoot. This explains the, this explains that camp nearby. They must have been... They may have been some troublemakers in this area. Holy cow. Well, I love seeing that coin there, but I don't know where those people went. I'm not going to sit here and take that treasure. It looks like something drove them off. And if I'm going to sit here and I'm going to take those coins, they may be looking for something more than coin out of me if I take those coins and I don't have them back. So we better not do anything with that. We'll leave that treasure there. And maybe those people over here, maybe they were looking for this. Maybe they got drawn. Maybe they got surprised by that boar, and then he chased them off. That doesn't mean they won't come back. And if they see me here, I certainly don't want to be on the other end of them saying, "Where's our coin?" So let's leave that there for now. All right, y'all. We'll cook ourselves up some fish. Well, actually, we'll cook ourselves up some meat for the finisher of our day, and that'll be great. We've done pretty well for the start here. Got injured by a boar, so we'll get some sleep and put some broadleaf plantain on it, and then that'll be it. Thanks for joining me, y'all. This will be a wrap of our first episode. I hope you've enjoyed the time here. I hope it's been a nice, relaxing place just to sit, chill, play together. We'll see you next time around. Take care. It is a beautiful morning, and it is nearly the end of our season. Got a few options left for us today, and we're gonna have to finish up some farmland and maybe sell some things so we can get ourselves that fence so we can actually have our fields be protected. But for now, it's just nice to sit in front of the lake and let the morning show up. I hope that you're in a good space. Hope that you are having a good day, and I hope that even if it's been a challenge today, that for now it can be a spot where we can relax, let the troubles of the day fall away, shed them off of you, and just have a little time to unwind. So let's get ourselves started with our day. See if we can catch some fish. And that'll help us out with getting a little more cash. There we go. One perch. Ooh, no more spear. Well, that's too bad. I'll have to see if I have any more spears left here. I got myself a log on the way in, so that I knew at some point we'd be running low on durability of those two logs. So we'll get ourselves some spears going here, and we'll see if we can catch a few more fish. Now, I did notice there's something over there I can see in the distance. Oh, that was rough. A little too fast on that one. Might as well get a drink of water while we're out here. Nice to be by a lake. Good to have fresh water near you. Good to have a place where you can just sit and stare and look at the water. And not only that, but also fish. Let's see here. Let's see if we caught him coming back this way. I don't know. I think they might have taken a turn into a spot that I can't see him too well. Maybe we'll go investigate those. Oh, here we go. Oh. Oh dear. Well, fishing ain't easy. A couple questions for people who are joining here. And by the way, I'm grateful for y'all joining me. I'm glad to have you here in this playthrough. I hope you're enjoying it so far. I'm enjoying the challenge of it, and I'm also enjoying just the relaxed pace of it and the expectation of just, we're taking our time with it. We're going to challenge ourselves, but we're going to enjoy the time too. Oh man. Alright. Well, I'm starting to look like I'm not going to be making those throws so well. Let's go look up some other things. Let's go check out what we got over here. Thank you for joining me in this playthrough, and also a couple questions for you. One, when I look at dialogue options, when I'm going through the quest lines, do you want me to read through them fully? Do you want to see like a very detailed playthrough where we go at our very steady, slow pace? Oh, wheat grains, that's wonderful. So wheat grains will be good for us since we can plant that now, and that can be a part of helping us get our farmland up and running. Now, ducks may not be bad to hunt. Okay, so that first question about pacing wise. Next question is going to be, how about the background music? Right now, the background music is the standard in-game music for Medieval Dynasty. I also have an AI program that is making me some backbeat music, some chill music, which I think could be good. Would that be something that people would prefer? Would you prefer lo-fi backbeats, just like lo-fi beats in the background that are chill and relaxing, or stick to the in-game music? That's my question for y'all. And let me know in the comments, please. Here we go. Well, I tell you what, that didn't exactly go terribly to plan. But, oh well. Had to try. Gotta get used to the distances on things. We can get a duck, we can get some feathers, some meat. We'll just kind of see if they're worth hunting. Oh, I am not ready for duck hunt, that's for sure. Well, let's get ourselves started in the day. Get ourselves back on, and let's get ourselves into the village too. We have a few things we could sell, and that could be a handy thing to do so we can get ourselves that fence, because right now we do not have fencing around our fields. And that's going to lead us to losing half of our crops. So I better gather up some sticks on the way back in. We know we need them. Now, a little wooden stick fence, we're going to have to say, can only have a short-term time it lasts. It doesn't make any sense that a little fence made of sticks is going to last forever. So we're going to have to set a rule on how long these fences can last. In that I'm going to be aiming to get to the point where I have stone fences, because those would actually last around a field. These ones, we'll have to give a duration on them. And if you have suggestions and you want to be a part of making those choices and the rules here, I'm totally good with that. And, ooh, we don't need crows around our field. we also need to work on our throws. That's okay, we'll get there. We're taking our time learning and we can figure it out. Check our trap and let's get going. Now, mushrooms may not be a bad idea, but as I recall, they don't really give you a lot of cash. So until we can cook them into something decent, it's going to be pretty rough to get money out of them. Well, let's get these sticks gathered up and we can leave them out in a nice little pile for us and take care of this later. Let's check what kind of things we can sell that we have. Since right now, buying that schematic for our fields and the fences around our fields is going to be quite expensive, it turns out. Well, let's drop these here. We will be building that later. Right, what do we have that we can use? Don't need to keep all the dried meat, although I better not get too greedy about selling those, just because I might need them in a later season. I think we should plant these hop seeds. These oat rolls might be good. They will feed us pretty well. I think we should have one on reserve. The pear wine can go. Simple bags, I don't want to sell too many of those. We need a lot of work with that. Spruce bark, I don't think people would buy, so I'm not going to permit myself to sell it, so we'll have to let that be. Feathers is not a bad idea, but I also want to be sure that we keep those around for our work. We will need them. Oh, roasted fish meat's definitely the way to go. We haven't eaten breakfast yet. Let's have a little bit of rabbit haunch, and then let's grill up some fish. Only one fish today. Not the best starting catch, but it's what it is. Alright. Onward into town. We have a few things. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. And I don't think we're going to have any luck finding more boars, and I don't know if it's I don't think it'd be a wise idea to start a fight with a boar today, just because I only have 2 spears ready. And only 2 spears is not going to get us through the fight with a boar, as we saw last time. And as we just noticed with my ability or my my learning to get better at throwing the spear, because right now my skills aren't at the highest. Plantain's good. We had to use some of this to nurse our wounds last night, so let's take care of that. And that'll be a part of our time for recovery. If we get really injured as a character, we'll say that we have to change the amount of movement we can do. One of the rules can be if we get significantly injured from a fight with a wolf or a boar, that the next day there's just no running permitted, right? So it's all walking no matter what I do. It's a 0 run policy. That could be fun to do and kind of give a little bit of a challenge to things and kind of make it so I have to really consider what I'm doing, right? You also slow things down and also add a little challenge, right? Okay, it looks like there's somebody in town who's got some help they need. We can talk to them and also get some of these things sold. Try to stand far enough back from this poor guy. I don't need to get flailed. We happen to have traveled with that dried meat. That's good. The hops are, I mean, that's not a lot, but it's not a big, you know, we just, ooh, that's going to be a big deal. Finding that wine was huge. 150 meat, or 152 coins for that is really nice. I think I'll keep the roasted meat for now. Let's see. We still have to get through surviving, so we should probably keep some of these things on hand. Alright, with that, we have 500 coin. First things we got to do, we have to unlock our technology for our fence. So let's do a stick fence. And then let's say I have to have the gate, obviously, right? Rules are rules. I have 247 coins left. That's not bad. Okay. Well, that's not bad. What can we do here? Things that we could probably want to buy. I wouldn't mind one more apple tree. Just because it would round out what we have so far. Cabbage seeds, I know we still have. I think we probably really need to think about making cash, and flax is going to be the way to make cash, so can't ignore that. Do you think we're going to be stuck with having low amount of fertilizer, so we should probably consider that. Well, and we better consider us getting this field done too. Maybe we'll take some oat grain, just so we can get a start on some of these crops that we don't have yet, and we can kind of get through that. Poppy seeds, they don't look like they sell for too much, so we don't have to worry about that too much. Wheat grain's gonna be more than worth it. Okay.
Have a good day.
Perfect. Let's see what we can do to help out another person here. Maybe we can get a little bit done. What do you need help with? Strong man. Well, I hope so. Let's see what we can do. Oh, alright, I will help you out. So, we need to help feed some people. We want to make sure we're helping our neighbors. We need more meat, so that means I'm going to have to get my spears out and get hunting. Might be nice to meet some of our neighbors here. Figure out what they're all about. We can use inspect because otherwise it'll be hard to figure some of these things out. So, let's see here. 30 years old. You could be a good... when we're thinking about min-maxing things, they'd be good to have him around. Let's see. Get to know you a bit. What's your favorite local cuisine? Where are you from? How many brothers do you have? What's your favorite color? Mine's brown. Great to have earth tones. Very chill and peaceful and very nice for blending in, and also just works with everything. What's your biggest dream? Wish for... Oh, dreams, my dream is not to be a queen. You don't have to wish for something that's not bound to happen. Okay. You want to see the kingdom happier than before. That's a great thing. Alright. That guy. Talking about us. Okay, man. You just go ahead and talk about your trouser issue. Alrighty, let's head up out of here. And now we have to get some meat for this person. I could try to get a boar over in the other area. Again, the whole idea, if I can get myself in a good position, I can make it so that I won't get taken down by the boars. Once they start charging, they're quick. I don't want to get gored by the boar. Might not be bad to find. There we go. See if we can sneak up on a hawk. I mean, thinking on a scale of how likely is this to happen. Eagle, sorry. Oh, so unlikely. But we gotta try. I could always try to get rabbits. And every time we throw, we get a little better. Every time we try, we get a little better. So all of this is going to be a journey of, oh yeah, we're not going near that. We don't need bandits to be coming at us this early on. It'll be certainly a short stay in this part of the valley if we end up having the bandits figure out that we are around and that we are taking treasure from where they were hiding it. Oh, darn it. Alright, let's see if we can get ourselves rabbit. And maybe in due time we'll find ourselves a good hunting spot. Pike. That'll get us a lot of meat. Fish meat though. I gotta gauge my distances better. Alright. We have a lot of fields to take care of. We can switch gears here. And we'll do our quest for... We'll find a way to get this meat for this person. Oh! Well, already done the hunting for that. Tell you what, that being the case, let's finish up our gardening here. Let's finish up planting. I want to make sure we get through this day. Oop, can't do that. Alright. We still have a ways to go here. Only 20 fertilizer. I think we better consider coming back for more. So, what we can do, we'll wrap this field up here. We'll bring that meat in. And then perhaps we can come back and finish this field. That would be pretty nice. And then next season, we'll take care of more of the quest lines along the area. We need to focus on our area for now. and just kind of getting ourselves settled in. Oh my, and we're already running low on our fertilizer, only 8 to go. We will need sticks around all of this too, but that's in due time. I figure as well, for this playthrough, we'll do a whole lot of fast forwarding where there's going to be items that are just kind of slow pace. There we go. But I'm curious as well what people would prefer for how the pacing should go. And I can go just kind of recording and talking through. Ideally, just giving like some space where we can just kind of listen, hang out, and even do just kind of be as breathing exercises. I know this time of year is a lot of fun at times. It can also be a lot of stress. So I hope that this can be a good space to unwind for people as well and just relax. And part of that can be just in taking time to take a moment, just take a deep breath, and then breathe out. And just relax where we are. Remember, when you take in that deep breath, try to imagine filling your stomach, not your chest. Those deep breaths that fill in your stomach underneath your diaphragm, those are the deep breaths that really get your body settled and the ones that really get you relaxed. They tell your body everything's okay, and they allow your mind to relax. And so that's deep breath in and out. A helpful thing too can be to breathe in through your nose, and then when you breathe out, be sure to breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth, so you're sending those breaths out. And that tends to help in relaxation as well. And just recentering yourself. Alright, getting through our garden, we'll do a little fast forward so we get ourselves after this part. I'll see you there. Gotcha. Okay, finally. We'll get one of the crows, that is. Okay, perfect. We'll get a little bit of feathers from this and some meat. It's not bad. I'm guessing it's a pretty small amount of meat, though, but it's still something. Feathers will help, though. And we have one more... Oops. Just gonna punch the ground here. We have one more item to put in this area. We gotta get our last apple in here. There we are. Now we do have orchards all set. Oh, I could actually use one more. Okay. Now, the next thing I think we could do, though, we do have those 2 hop seeds. So let's get that in here. Now, hops tend to grow in just about any condition. They'll grow just about anywhere. But we can set them right into here, next to the house. Would look nice, too. Now, let's get our hop seedlings in there. This look good. And it's still getting a good deal of sun. Hops tend to do better in direct sun, but they can handle a bit. They can handle a bit of low light condition. Actually, in my own backyard, I have hops growing, and they grow right over chicken coop, or at least they will in time. For now, the plants are just recovering from a long... There we go. They're recovering from a rather long season between growths, the poor things. I had planted them out in that area and things weren't working out for them, and I thought the plant had died. So I kind of just moved on and expanded the chicken area so they would have more of an area to eat. And I kind of just figured that the darn thing died. Well, I end up looking this year, and sure enough, I see that hop coming right back out of the ground. So, oh yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that. So I ended up getting a small a set of branches that I could dig into the ground. Some old birch branches that look rather pretty, and made it so that hop could grow back up and around. And so, got that hop plant regrowing in that area. So that, oh, you're kidding me. Nice, that, oh dear, well,
That's a tough one. That's a tough bird. Takes a spear and goes on. Hopefully we don't end up having that bird come back for revenge. Imagine that. Revenge of the eagle. Oh dear. Oh dear. Speaking of revenge. Oh, I'm not going to want to throw this. Oh boy. I'm not sure that this is the wisest for us to fight this guy right now. Without any way to defend myself. Other than that really bad spear. Alright, let's fashion up a quick spear here. Oh dear. Oh, there's two of them up on the hill. Is that what's going on? Yeah, sure enough. I did not see them. Oops, and my spear is not a... Alright. We're gonna have to take advantage of the fact that this thing has to run around to get past us. Now you... Oh yeah, that's fitting. Alright, speaking of which, we're in a rough spot for injury-wise. Ooh, that was gonna be close. Oh my goodness. Oofda. Well, that was a tough one right there. Did not expect a boar fight, that's for sure. Well, we are in a rough spot health-wise. We'll have to say that that is going to slow us down a bit, right? I mean, we just got injured. Oh, we'll have to walk the rest of this trip. Alright, we'll set that as a rule. It just makes sense, right? Alright, let's see here. We've already gathered some sticks up here. Now, I think we finally got our meat solution set, though, right? I'd say that that worked out okay for here. Oofda, that was a surprise. I heard the music change and I was like, oh, we're doomed. Oh, we're in trouble. There's got to be a boar here. I was kind of wondering, does the eagle actually come back and attack? Because that would be super hard, right? I mean, a bird in this game would be quite hard to take care of if it's in flight the whole time. Hard to aim at the beast. Well, I'd say that things went pretty well as far as us getting through that little conflict. Chasing a boar with an axe does seem a little berserker, so we'll have to go with that one. We'll have to figure out rule sets for that one. Chasing down a boar just seems kind of like but it seemed to work and get ourselves into town. I would really like to cook up this meat real quick before we get in there. Take a little time to roast some stuff up. This will be one of the few ways we can actually get ourselves some experience. Since we don't have an easy way to make production skill, we can't just flood the market with things, right? So we'll cook up a few of these, and since it's a small campfire, one of the things we could do is decide on limitations for how long it takes for this. Or we can decide there's a fixed amount we can make. Or we can just let it be and just kind of have it be what it is. Oh my, well the boars are definitely a challenge, and I'm not going to be able to use the plantain, so the way the plantain is going to work for me is I'm going to say that I have to have a certain amount of plantain in my inventory to use across our nights where we rest, to say that that's how we're recovering the hit points, just so that I'm not going to run into battle and then down a bunch of plantain and then just move on. We'll say that that's a part of our set too. Well, I hope that you're enjoying your playthrough, and if you've restarted in the valley, it can be a very pretty place to be. I like seeing the changes they had, think all the way back to before they released the game initially, and how far... Uh-oh, just realized something. Important to make sure that we don't kind of space out the fact that we are also needing to bring that meat back to our person here, so I got a little too caught up in the moment. And I kind of just cooked too much more, or I cooked a little much more than I should have. Oh, we'll have to find that last little bit of meat here. Ooh, and not get hit by a tree. Alright, let's get that last little bit of meat. And then we'll go and turn this in. Now we just need to find one last thing for that meat. Let's see if we can get this eagle up here. Well, maybe not. I mean, I do know there's a boar over here, so that's a thing. I certainly don't want to have to deal with that. Oop. I gotta remember my rule about not running. Well, we'll have to make do with what we're at, and, you know, sometimes mistakes get made. That was definitely me not paying full attention, and that does happen from time to time. Now, it'll be alright though. What we'll do is, we'll find a way to get some meat back into the village. And if that means getting a rabbit, we'll have to get a rabbit. And if it means trying to catch one of those smaller birds, we'll try to catch one of those smaller birds. Oh, darn, I got too busy thinking about making all that meat roasted up so that we could think about where we're going with that, but I got distracted and then realized, oh, wait, you have some quest lines to think about. There we go. Now we'll get back into town. We also have to be sure that we get back so we can build our fencing. We are not set there. I think what we'll try to do is we'll see if the cook has any extra meat on hand. We'll have to pay a little bit of cash for it, but you know, that'll be the price we have to pay for getting what we were doing. And we better wrap up this day and get ourselves going onward. Hey, see what you got. Just need 2 pieces of meat. I'll only buy 1, but that's okay. Have a few roasted meats we can sell you. How about that? Let's sell a bunch of these off. We have plenty at home. And here we should have 6 meat. Good there. And I do believe that that'll do for us. Fair amount of coin. Not bad. We're doing alright with that. Alright, here you are. We were a little spacey on how we got this to you. Thanks. We'll take that 25 coin and put it to a good cause. Now, I don't think we have enough time to finish any gardening up other than to build our stick fence. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to head on back. Let's finish up that stick fence so that we can assure that we have our seasonal change working out okay. Would be nice to get some berries and just let these rot. I'm going to say that we can't take advantage of perhaps the cabbage trick, although I don't know, that's a tricky one since admittedly making fertilizer for a field shouldn't be terribly complex, but it is one of the rules in the game and I don't want to ruin that. Alright, we do have a bit of a trek ahead of us. We have to walk back real slow since we are not 100% healthy right now. We got hit by a boar pretty significantly, so we aren't going to rush. And there's a beautiful moonrise. We should be getting pretty late in the day. We gotta definitely get ourselves back and finish up this fence. Otherwise we run the risk of losing half of our crop for next season. See what we can do for gathering sticks on the way. And I know we have a number at home. And we may want to get one more tree before we get back. And that one more tree will get us a couple logs, and I know we're going to go through a hammer. And we have 2 fields that we're going to wrap into this. 2 fields that we can use for our first garden. Our first set of gardens. We won't call them a field yet. They're not big enough to call fields yet. So we'll call them our garden. We already have our small orchards set up. We'll call those gardens too, since clearly they aren't much, but they're still something. They're still our start. And we've done pretty well at getting ourselves in this part of the valley. We've met some people. We've helped a little bit. And we may just make a good start of this. We may just make it here. Still have to get through winter. It is spring. Oh, you know it. Always ready for a beverage at the end of a hard day. Let's get that fence done there, buddy. And then we'll set ourselves up. Here we go. Here's our field. Now, if I don't get myself to bed before too late, we'll have to say we take a point of exhaustion for those who, for fun and for thinking D&D wise. If you played D&D, you know points of exhaustion in the game were a good way to take care of some of the the more silly things you could have done in the game, where you're like, oh, I'll just do this, 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 and this. Like, all right. Well, you have to at least like take a point of exhaustion.
I'm dying of thirst.
Uh-oh, poor guy. We better get him a drink of water. Okay, we may have to just get rid of the field. There we are. And now here we go. We'll wrap up. Oh, I am really not seeing these fence lines, am I?
I'm dying of thirst.
Go in, over, and then let's get ourselves our gate. Let's do 2 gates. And that'll look a little nicer. There we go. Let's do that. That'll look nicer. Alright. We'll get this fence wrapped around here.
I haven't been drinking enough today.
Uh-oh. And then let's get over here. You have to get our character some water. Looks like I definitely did another one of the edges where I didn't go quite far enough. So let's just go way over. Make sure we've got it all set. There we go. Alright. Here, oh, it's dark out. We will need we will need a torch in order to see at night. We'll say that that's a rule as well. Is that if we're going to be out at night, we have to have a torch out. Otherwise, we can't see where we're going, we'll say. Alright, this fence will take us a little while, but this will be it for us. Day will be wrapped up. Oh, I was overloaded. My apologies. People who noticed that I was overloaded, I totally did not, and I apologize for that. Didn't even look. I was noticing because I was too busy just walking. Oh, we'll call that having to walk for a while tomorrow.
I haven't been drinking enough.
There we go. Alright, y'all. We'll fast forward here. It is a beautiful area that we ended up settling in. We'll take a small walk through the forest,
It's time for a beverage.
see the fireflies floating around, and get to the lake. Beautiful beautiful clear night it is. Get ourselves a drink of water. Ooh, stepped in the wrong spot for the water. There we go. Let's get a drink from a spot that's not got the stagnants. There we go. We have a stream over here we'll have to get to at some point. The most bizarre thing in the world just happened. I was hammering the gate here, and a crow flew over the gate, and I knocked it with the hammer, and I took the crow out. It's just the most bizarre thing that's ever happened. Well, good morning. The next day, we're here. We have some of our dried meat that we can eat for food, and these apples will have taken care to survive the seasonal change, so we eat those. But what I will say is that we shouldn't eat any meat that we let out sit out for an entire season, right? That seems kind of silly. So let's craft up some things here, get ourselves ready for the day. Now we do have our fields to check out, and it does say we need to complete quests for our neighbors. That's good, we've gotten a start on that. Might be nice to start talking to some of the neighbors as well, and see if we can get eventually some people to help us out around here. I mean, I'd like to build that barn. Look at that. Beautiful start here. And what a hilarious thing that happened with the crow trying to fly over me. And then it ends up getting clocked out by me and my hammer while I'm hammering. My goodness. So now, since the orchards are not fully grown yet, I am going to need to put fencing around them as well. Otherwise, we could say deer would be coming through to peruse them. Here we are. Let's gather some seeds here. Do we have any skills that we could take up? We'll have to take crafting knowledge, why not? It's the one thing we'll be doing for now, but we'll end up taking cooking knowledge for the most part because that fits our skill set. Those are the fields that will continue on throughout the next... Oh, wait. That's too much to carry. I remember my rule this time. Boom. Now with all this cabbage, we're going to need to figure out something we can do with it, because we certainly can't just have a bunch of cabbage, and we'll have to decide if it's okay to use that trick to use the seasonal divide with our cabbages, or if we have to make a different rule. Or maybe we have to have a compost bin and we can only use the amount that goes in the compost bin. That could be a good way to do it. Now the unripe berries I did forget to put out. So that is something we're going to have to deal with. And I did have to make an extra little torch, running low on light last night. Well, last season I suppose we could say. Wow, with our going here, where's our collection of cabbages that I know I dropped? They must have rolled somewhere. Oh yeah, look at them go. I'm back over here, you buddy. Okay, there we are. The cabbages are decent. We can get some money off of them. I think we do need to build that compost bin. Ooh, you. Can't be having crows wandering around our garden, because that's obviously trouble for us. Ooh, sorry, that was me running. I got a rule about us not running today because we had that injury from last time around. Let's get some more sticks, which I just put back in, and let's check our trap. First day of summer. It's going to be warm. We'll have to see what we can do about that. Also want to see what we can do about our first buildings. We do need a barn. And as any good farmer would know, we need somewhere to thresh. So we're going to need to get a barn up and going. That's probably going to be our entire day today, is just getting that barn going and then getting the fencing up around our orchards. I'm not worried about putting any fences around the hops because there are not a lot of creatures that tend to like to eat hops. They tend to be pests, if anything. So we don't have to deal with that one. It would just make sense not to. Better get those cabbages put away. You can tell I'm so used to hurrying through this game. Every time I get a spare as I'm thinking about moving, I immediately press the shift key to move, and that means run from one place to another. There's no point in making that sickle just yet. We need a barn, which means we have to figure out where we're going to place it, where we need to place it. First barn. Now I might put it here because that's near our fields. We're going to end up expanding this area though. Now I think our farmland can extend back that way and around. So perhaps what we can do is put the barn right up here on the hill, just because we aren't going to be able to do much else with this hill anyway. Can't plant too much on here. It's a decent slope, so wouldn't be the best for farming on. Now we'll gather up our resources and let's go slowly but surely and make this barn throughout the day. I'll gather up the resources, we'll cut things down, we'll go bit by bit. We'll set this thing up and I'll put it on fast forward here, so sit back and enjoy, and let's finish up that barn. wonderful place to have. We are set. We are in a spot where we can actually consider us ready to be a farmer. Alright, the only other thing we need to think about here, we need some compost bins to start up. Now I do know that in this game there is a much more efficient way to take care of your oh boy, look at that, throwing logs across the way. There's a much more efficient way to do the rot and the fertilizer across seasonal divides. Is you just drop them on the ground and they convert directly over. I'm choosing not to use that little ability, and instead what I'm saying is that I have to use compost bins properly. So I have to actually use the workstations to do the actual work, so that I can't just instantly have tons and tons of fertilizer. Because right now, if I just dropped all of my cabbage, which would be the best use of my cabbage, if I was trying to go fast in the game, and if I was trying to just get the quick rush through everything and get to the next level, I would say that I would just drop all my cabbages on the floor now, or ground, sorry, and I would have just gotten a whole bunch of compost across the seasonal divide. It's a huge amount, and it's, you know, it's handy if you are in a playthrough right now where you are able to do that. By all means, it's a great way to get some free compost, at least to get your rod. Now, unfortunately, I have to break my rule because I can't make the workstation without having the logs in my inventory. So, you know, I apologize, but I do have to make sure I have this bin. Maybe we'll turn it to the side. Let's make it this. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's see. And then we can start dropping stuff in here. Some berries in there. We'll end up putting some cabbages in there. Now, I do need to think about that. Oh yeah, oops. Did I not skin this crow yet? Oops, I had thrown a spear at one of the crows trying to get at our garden, and I managed to get the darn thing. Oh, look at that. Got another rabbit, that's good. We'll have to make a new trap. I'm pretty sure this one's at the end of its course. Make a new trap, set it back up, because this is doing well for us right here. We're definitely getting a good amount of rabbits here. Oh, dear. And I can unlock that scheme. Do we have a coin to do that? Would not mind having a bird trap. We have 105 coin. Yeah, it's worth it. Let's do that. There's plenty of birds around here. We need to start catching them. So what we'll do is we'll say that we put our bird trap over here by the fields. We know there's crows flying around here. We know that they're trouble. We don't need to have them getting into our field. So let's make sure we trap them, get rid of them, and get ourselves some free feathers out of the deal. Okay, birdie. You want to keep trying to eat our crops? Well, this will get you. Now, we need to gather up some stones. We need to start gathering up some things to harvest our flax. Then it's going to be time for us to maybe get our plan for the next buildings, and maybe it's time to start thinking about people in our settlement. Maybe it's time to consider bringing some people on. With all these building projects in mind, with all these thoughts about, hey, I'd like to start a village, you know, if I'm going to do this, I should probably have more people working with me if we're going to make a start of it. Why not? I mean, Uncle Lorden was able to recruit people easily, apparently had quite the charm. We'll have to, oh, carrying too much. And, let's see here. We'll make a few stone sickles. These will be necessary for us, and they'll go fast. Their durability is really low. We could just go into the flax and pick it by hand, sure, but that's not a rule set in this game, so we won't allow ourselves to do that. Alrighty, let's get in there. It may not be bad to have an herbalist hut. Of course, then I'm going to need somebody who can actually do that. And this is a good season to think about having that herbalist, since Nightshade is out and about in the summer. It'd be easy for us to make some poison potions out of that. Those poisons would definitely be a thing that we could sell as well. That could be handy too. That'd be a great way for us to make money. Now, I am saying, though, I would need a villager to do that, though. But we would have to take on a villager who would have that skill set, because we'll say we don't have that skill set. We are a farmer and hunter. And, you know, for your playthrough, if you want to try to kind of go with these rule sets that I'm going here, I had an idea where it's basically choose two major categories, two major things that you would think about for your character. Like for example, I chose, oh yeah, skilled farmer, no skill sets yet. There we go, no new skills points. Like I chose farmer hunter because I know that I like hunting in this game, right? Like that's something I'm sure you've seen from my videos. I do rather enjoy the hunting side of things. I prefer to do that job. And I don't prefer to have my villagers do that job just because I have fun with it. And in this playthrough, it's going to be even more interesting since I have permadeath on and also significant issues with injury, right? Where we have to be cautious. We can't just overdo ourselves. We could get hurt and therefore ruin our next day. Like for example today, I don't get to run at all because of that boar fight that we had and the injuries we sustained from the boar fight. So for you, if you want to do this kind of just fun rule set thing, I'm basically saying that you can choose two major skill sets, right? Like I chose farmer hunter. You could choose herbalist and production, because then you could make like blacksmith, right? And then you could make items like say our weaponry, or you could say maybe you're actually a weaponsmith and you focus just on weaponry, and you say that that's a part of your rule set, that it has to be either weaponry or armor or something like that, or maybe you're both weapons and armor. Some very talented smiths could do both. Or maybe you're just toolsmith. Depends how far in you want to get the rules and how, oops, someone's really weigh us down quick. How intense you want your rule set to be. So it could be as simple as saying, well, I can have access to production tech and say farming tech, which would be a great skill set to have. Or you're saying, well, actually, we have to, since we're Racemir in the Valley playthrough, then we have to take farming and then something else. Like potion making. Perhaps you're the alchemist or the herbalist, I should say. Maybe that was a skill set you got from your family, and the way we can think about it is it's like, hey, this was a skill set that you have naturally as who you are, farmer, but, or you could say from your family you got farmer, and the other skill set is one that you picked up over time or learned from family as well. Diplomacy could be one of them, obviously, as well. Whatever makes your playthrough enjoyable, that's the key. Oh my, I think we're gonna be out of this stone sickle in no time. Now, I'm really looking forward to someday having somebody who can do production for us. But I just don't know how we're gonna get access to a mine anytime soon. Mines are far away from this particular village. There's one up in the hills that way, which is pretty decent, but to get there, there are going to be bear, and it's quite a walk. And that'll be something we'll have to explore in our rule set, right? We have to decide, well, if it's going to be that far to travel, how does that work with our village? Like, do we contract out through them, so we therefore have to pay money, which is like a certain set of money per season? We have to, oh, dang it, not again. I keep getting overloaded and not noticing. I gotta pay attention to that. We are carrying way too much stuff. Oh, I have all that flax weighing me down. That's part of the problem. Alrighty, well, let's get rid of some of this stuff. We'll come back for that spear later. We'll have to figure out some more of our rule set plans. We'll have to decide, what do we want to set up for ourselves? Well, what a calm and peaceful, relaxing day after our fairly intense spring of various hunting escapades and fights with boars. This is a much more relaxed start to our season here, that's for sure. Maybe I'll drop some straw in here. Man, I'll wait on that. We will have to give ourselves a little bit of the tailoring skill, just because otherwise there may be absolutely no way for us to get through this first season. Or perhaps that idea is that we have to get a skilled person to help us out, right? There we are. There we are. And that's it. Okay, we finally got all of our items set. Flax is done. Left a couple logs on the ground here we'll have to take care of. And now we can finally thresh. As long as I don't overload myself. We'll drop some sticks here and come back for that in a bit. Alright, let's take care of refreshing and see what we can do. This will be nice because this could be a good part for us. This could be what we need for making a little bit of cash. You know, thinking about some of the interesting things that you could craft in this game. Here's our character using a flail, which has been used as a, as a conscription weapon. We could have a flail as a great thing to use for reasons like that. It's got distance on it, it's got bludgeoning damage. I'd love it if we had a flail that we could use. Let's not get into too much detail about the fact that we would definitely have needed some metal working skills in order to make that chain that's on the end of that thing, but we don't have to have every single detail work perfectly. Alright, that is very satisfying. So now we have all the flax we could need. We can sell a large collection of these seeds. And I think tomorrow that'll be a great thing for us to do. We'll take a walk into town and we'll sell that stuff off. It's getting late already. And for now, I think we do need to get a drink, right? I think we've definitely worked hard today. Have my tools out. We better make a little spot for our sticks and things like that. Oh, actually, come to think of it, let's get a drink of water first. We'll come back through. I think it's worth us finishing the fences around our apple orchard and then thinking about how we want it to look next. I would love to buy some more apple seedlings so that we can expand. You are parched, my friend, and we will take care of that. There we go. Always good to get a start on the fishing for the day. We'll catch a couple fish while we're here. I do want to take a walk to wherever the pike are. See if we can fish some pike out. Those are a lot bigger fish, and we can definitely get more meat out of that deal. Oh, they're just a wild and swimming quick. There we go. We're doing better today. Now, that spear is probably going to last for only one more. Let's get one more. I think we're hungry. We've had a long day. A lot of hard work. It'd be important for us to get a good meal today before the end of this day. Nice. Alright. Let's get a couple of these reeds. We are going to, here at the end here, let's have ourselves a nice little fire. Now, it would be really nice. Let's see here. I wonder if we can make ourselves a campfire, proper one. We have to buy the technology. Oh, and I don't actually have the tech yet. Okay, we'll get there. We can do a simple fire for now. And then in the future, we'll make ourselves a nice little sitting area. This will be our spot. Our spot where we come together at the end of the day and just relax after working hard, taking care of what we need to do around our area. We're curious to see how this village expands over time. And this is the spot I love the most. Let's have ourselves a fire right here. And a shore lunch, right? Let's cook up some fish. And thanks for joining me for this quick meal here. Right by the lake. Beautiful spot to be. And as we wind down for the end of this video, I hope that as you go into your day, that you have a wonderful day, or if it's the end of your day and it's time to relax for the next day, then I hope the rest of your day is great, and I hope that tomorrow is good as well, and is as best as it can be. Such a nice area. And sometimes it's nice to just relax and allow ourselves to be separate from the day and just settle in and be in a different space and let ourselves unwind. I hope you have a wonderful day. Take care until next time. Thanks for joining me. Greetings and welcome back. That's a beautiful view from the lake. And it's the start of another day in summer, day 2 in summertime. And it looks like we're kind of in a good spot.
We've got all of our farmland tilled up. We've got our barn. We've been able to process things, but we haven't processed flax yet. We don't really have the technology yet, though, so that's going to be a trick. We'll need to take on people to help out with that, and that's in due time. But for now, it's just the start of a day. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for joining me again on this playthrough, and let's take a moment and let's just be here. I hope everything's going okay in your day, and in all of your days. Let's take a moment just to breathe in. Take a breath in, hold in our bellies. And then let it out. Remember to fill in your belly all the way, deep into your abdomen. Those kind of breaths really kind of bring you back and relax you. Breathe in again. And breathe out through the nose. And our last one. And breathe out. I hope that you are going to have a wonderful day today, and I thank you for joining me here. We got to get some fish to start the day out. Just kind of get ourselves ready. And since one of those ways we can make money, we kind of have that trouble. We need to make some more cash to get some more unlocks for things, but we're also just going to make it as well, however we choose to make it. Farming will be the route, but all the technology we have to unlock is going to take us a little time. I think maybe today we should walk until we find a good fishing spot. The perch here are good, and it's fine. We can definitely do well here, but pike will give us more money and get us a little better off. We could use some more cash since we need to get our summer crop in, so we can get ready for autumn, and we really need to be ready to plant then. So we'll grab ourselves a quick snack. Feed ourselves a bit here before we go. That roasted fish we'll take and we'll sell. Now today we can walk at a normal pace and we can run. Since we're not injured anymore, that's a win. It'll be nice to get ourselves across the land. Maybe we'll check some of our things. That trap is not sprung yet. And let's go check on our rabbit trap. That one's been sprung. Perfect. Well, we'll get ourselves this rabbit. We'll set the trap back up. Leave our stuff here so we can take care of it later. Fur is going to do us okay. We'll probably need some of that fur going into wintertime. We'll see though. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge going that way. We'll have to find a way to store our stuff a little better. Food storage would be good, just so we can keep things fresh. A little more fresh than we have right now. And we can kind of envision it like we're building one of those stone storehouses that you see built into the ground. They do a much better job keeping things fresh. And in order to make our actual fertilizer, we do actually have to use the compost bin in order to do that. So we'll still have to buy fertilizer. As soon as we get a pig, that'll be better, but that's going to be a little while. Definitely need some cash for that. So let's take ourselves a walk, and we'll see what we can see. For us, it's we should probably go check in and see how things are going for Unigast, and maybe even see how things are going for Silverguinea, and maybe help out some of our neighbors in the local village. They are our neighbors. We are building around here. We should make sure that we're a good presence here, and that they enjoy having us for company. That'll help us out. It'll help them out. Oh yeah, unfresh apples. I can use those. How about I can use those for compost? I'll come back and get those and we'll compost them. Just we put them to use. Shouldn't just leave them sitting there. On the way over, let's find out if there's a good spot for pike. Pike fishing will get us a good amount of fresh fish meat to cook up. We're gonna roast that, make a little bit of money, start ourselves out. And it doesn't look like a lot of people around here need a lot of help, but we can wander on and see if there's more we can do elsewhere. Let's see if any of these people are still around. Oh, we lost one of our persons. Diplomacy and whatnot. Okay, well, we can at least stay high. Get to know people a bit. Let's see, do you have brothers and sisters? You seem interesting. Oh, alright. Just a couple lines then. How are you doing? You have beautiful eyes. Oh, good. She likes that. Let's see here. Some people live their whole lives to understand what they want to do. Okay. You only accept love when they deserve it. Okay. You have a great athletic figure? No, she's not into that. Okay. She loves her eyes complimented, but we are going a step too far. Let's go check around. Oh, okay. It looks like there's a seamstress in town, which is good. We'll have to see. Oh, I totally ran into a kid. That was totally accidental.
It's nice to meet
you. Alright, let's see what she has for us. At some point, we're going to need to... get some clothes for this winter time. $100, 150. Ooh, a winter coat. Alright, 300 coins. Okay. It's going to cost us quite a bit to get through that. We'll see what we can do. Alright, that means we better start going. Fabric will get us some good money, but we don't have the cash to do it. We don't want to sell our flax the way it is. That's not going to get us the coin we need. Linen thread would be okay. Sell some of our fish meat to her. Maybe the bark. Maybe she can use it for dyeing. And the bags, we did make a few of those, so that's okay.
so long.
Alright, thank you. Now, oof. Thinking about getting all those coins, thinking about getting ourselves through the season, we are going to need to find a way to get through a lot of the challenges this winter. It is going to be the toughest part. I think we'll take the stream to the shoreline. Let's see what we can do that way. We'll go for a brisk jog. Keep ourselves alert and awake in the morning. And it is a beautiful area. Nice sunny day in the summertime. So far we're not too hot. Definitely getting thirsty. Some berries could help with that. Might as well have them. Here they are. We should always stop and have what we can have. And if they're here, why not enjoy some berries on the journey? We do have skills to take. For diplomacy, let's see here. Let's get Dynasty rep. We'll take Dynasty rep. It'll help us out overall. Long-term thinking. We do need something that'll help us out over time. Maybe we'll say we're starting to get used to not... Uh-oh. That's not the best. Okay, and let's try to dodge in. Alright, this one, we'll try to take you down. Must have got just a little too close and agitated it while we were traveling. Okay, alright, buddy. We'll get it now. Not too bad. That'll do. Okay, now we better find those spears before we get too far. They're both over by the actual boar. Alright. Well, there, how's that for an uninvited guest as we're traveling? Alright. That'll help though, since we do actually need some more things to craft up. That'll help us a bit. Makes for an entertaining start to the day. And we did a good job of keeping ourselves moving, so we did not get gored, which is really handy. Since that'll allow us to keep running, that could have slowed us down for this day. Alright, finding rocks is a little trickier when you won't let yourself use the inspect mode. That's for sure. Alright, we'll get ourselves a knife, and then we might as well skin the thing. We can make a little cash off the boar encounter. We'll turn this around to something that can help us out. Making some leather bags will get us a little bit of coin. And cooking up that meat will give us a little coin as well, so that'll be nice. Well, around us, it's the holiday season. I hope that you have a good holiday season. And hope it's peaceful, joyful, as best as it can be. And not too long ago, I got a chance to meet a person who I haven't seen in a long while. It was nice to see him again. A former student from years ago who's going on in school and doing a great job at it. Looking forward to see what he does with his future. Been a lot of fun seeing that. Let's see what we can find here. Waterfall is gorgeous. And let's wander down the stream.
Nice place to take a break and take a drink. We'll travel down and see if we can find pike. That'll give us a great thing to take a break with. Maybe catch some pike on the way through. And bring that in and sell it when we get to the first town that we ever ventured into in the first place. Uh-oh, and now we're gonna roast up on the way. Perfect. That's good news. Now we just have to be able to see it. Bloop. There we go. Could just barely make it out. Gotcha. That's good. And we got one of the pike. Let's see if there's any more around. Would be good. Get ourselves a little more while we're here. Oop. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get this one. Yeah, we've had some pretty miserable luck trying to get these, and it was also interesting hitting that one hawk and having it run off. Oh my. Well, that's going to be a little helpful for us. These apples we'll have to, of course, throw in the composter, but that is a really good find. Now we have a little bit more cash. I can't imagine anybody's going to come back to here. Hopefully not. Otherwise, we just totally took from somebody who's going to be making some more spears here in the water. Well, looks like maybe there was only a little bit of pike in the area, so maybe we're not going to find more. See the ripples in the water, but I don't see any actual fish. Let's see. I know it, right? Roasting hot summer day. Well, looks like there was just the one. We'll have to keep going down the way and see if we can find anything else. Really limited fishing in this area, unfortunately. More perch. I mean, we could go for perch, but perch isn't going to get us too much. I still want to see if we can get to pike. Let's head on down the shoreline. Well, I hope you have a nice either warm beverage if you're here at the time of day for a warm beverage, or perhaps something cool to drink at the end of the day or just at the time of day. And I hope you're enjoying your time. We're going to wander through, and for us, this summertime will mark us getting through our second season, then getting on to autumn, where we have to really seriously consider what we have for resources, and at some point decide, are we going to let ourselves have villagers before the end of the year? Do we have to survive one full year on our own and then expand? We'll have to make choices on that one. And let me know your thoughts. My initial thought is that I should go a full year for this character not having any villagers, and then after that be allowed to expand. That's what I'm kind of thinking. It'll make it so we take everything at a slow pace and not kind of rush through it. This will have to be composted as well. Hey, that's a handy find. A lot of roach. Roach is not really going to be worth our time, but at least we're looking. See what we can find. More roach. There's going to be a lot of that going on. Okay, so this area, the shallows, gets lots of roach. By us, we don't have roach. We have, what do we have in this area that's kind of like a whitefish, a simple whitefish? We do have whitefish. Sheephead, and a lot of other entertaining things. And of course, panfish. By our area, we have a lot of panfish, like bluegill and pumpkin seed. We never got out fishing this year, but next year I'll have to aim to actually get out and about and actually get us fishing. We did not do that so much. Ducks are a thing. Let's see if we can get a duck. Nope, we're not gonna get ourselves a duck. It would be so hard to actually find a spear if you threw it in the water that far. It would be so hard to find that. Well, let's check if there's anything good down this way. They have a dock out here, so that might be showing us that there's good fishing over this way. And if they do have good fishing over here, then this could be a really handy spot for us to just take a little time, fish, and cook it up.
hot, hot summer day. I do love that they added these spots. So before there weren't really, you didn't have these kind of places around. It was just kind of, there was the shoreline the whole way through. No random docks that actually look like you can fish here. Oh my. This is a big win. That's a real big win. Alright, let's see what we can do here. 2 pike is going to be great. That's going to be a good chunk of change for us. There we go. Let's see what we can do to get that 3rd pike and then call ourselves an expert fisherman for just a day. Gotcha. And that's the end of the spear as well. Oh, obviously these barrels are right by the village, so probably shouldn't take them. We'll leave them be. Somebody's drying fish out here anyway. We'll leave them go. Alright, well, let's take a moment. Let's cook these up. We do want to make sure we can make some cash off this, so we'll take some time and cook it up. Make a fire. Ooh, that's right. So we're too close to the village. Let's head a little ways away. And then we'll make ourselves our fire and chill by the beach here a little bit. By the riverside. Don't necessarily call it a beach. Well, we have to go a ways away. There we go. There's a duck just hanging out over there. Alright. Now this will be good because we have so many pike that we can craft up. So this ought to help us out. Here we go. We'll cook our meal here, have a little bit of it since it's part of the day. We might as well enjoy a part of this. Part of this is for us, part of this is for selling. We'll go into town to see what we can do to help out, see what's going on. See if there's any news, and maybe hear some more of our backstory. Alright. Shan't leave a fire behind. We don't want to get in trouble for that, or leave a fire unattended and then cause any trouble. Could use some more logs. We're low on spears. Oh, no, we're too close to town still. We'll want to do that. I think before we leave, we better get set on that. Too close. We'll head out of town to get it on the way out. I'll hope not to regret that on the way out. Shouldn't be ambushed by anything too bad. Back to not Pistovia. I wanted to call this Pistovia. It's so funny. I'm so used to the Oxbow. Gastovia. Been way too long since I played this. Gastovia. First playthrough, I built really close to here initially. It was really handy to be close because you can get so much of your quest lines done.
Good to see you.
Alright, you got it, buddy. Looks like you're not interested in much to tell, so we'll check in with Dalberginia. See what she needs done. How are you doing? Nice to meet you. Told you can fix me up with some food in a proper way. Oh, that's right, we have to finish up our storyline from this. So, not much to say, I arrived from far away. A war was tearing an area down. Yeah, she's an Unigus friend. I remember now hearing he had eyes like yours. Sorry for your loss. That's okay, I don't even remember him, really. That's most that I know about him is from my mother's stories. She always looked up to her big brother, loved him furiously, even when he stopped visiting. Lots of people did, from what I hear. There's something special about him. Yeah, tough shoes to fill, huh? The only shoes that you need to fill are your own. Every man is the architect of their own fortune. Wow, nice. Thank you for saying that. That's what I need to hear. But let's not talk about me anymore. What's your story? There you go. That's nice. One of a traveling band of troubadours. Never managed to learn how to... Oh, I never managed to learn how to play an instrument, but it's pretty decent with my singing. Travels brought her to the valley not long after the death of your uncle. I still remember Unigus for the first time. He had so much sadness in his eyes, and Lorgen wasn't just a friend of his, it was part of him. Okay. The band left a few days. I stayed. There was something in Unigus' presence. He knew my place was by his side. You probably noticed the age difference. Oh, yeah. Why are you implying I look old? Nothing of the sort. Anyway, so you look like you were anchored here by love. That's pretty amazing. You could call it that, or blindness, or stupidity, poor judgment, whatever sounds best to you. Pretend all you like. You fell hard for Grandpa with the sad eyes, and you know it. It did, and he annoys me sometimes like nobody else. Yet I can't imagine breathing without him now. Oh, that's nice. Surely I have some place to go. It's a pleasure talking to you. Thank you. Here. It's not much, but it'll come in handy starting a new life. Everything costs coins. I appreciate it. Not looking for charity. I'll try to be a hero. Men. Alright, do something for me then. It won't be a handout, just your first pay. That I can agree on. What do you need done?
As a farmer in the village, a Jaroningwa. She used to supply the tavern with rye. I haven't got anything from her in a while. My stock is almost gone. And you don't want to imagine what could have happened to these people when we run out of beer. Consider it done. And we're speaking of beer, Gus asked me to grab a couple for him. Of course, here you go. Thank you. And he promised me to tell me some stories about Lordran. Rodden's good. Well, in that case, she gives us 2 more. She gives us 4 more. Well, thank you. Nice. Okay, so we got to start on that. Let's go talk to Unigas. Let's see what's going on. It's getting to be the end of the day. We're going to have to travel home a little bit in the dark, which will be maybe a problem. We've got a torch with us, though, so we can make this happen. Oh, he snuck in on me. Alright, let's sit. We can sit and talk to him. Oh, too bad. I was hoping we could talk to him while sitting. That's too bad. Alrighty, let's go. Hey, Gus, proud owner. You're looking at the proud house owner in the valley, back with beers. Well done indeed. Alright, let me wet my throat with this amber goodness and start reminiscing. I knew Lordran for 22 years before he died. He's my best friend and truest friend, a brother actually. I remember the day we first met as if it was yesterday. He was 25 at the time, or I was 25 at the time, he's saying, living in the city of Jellenberg, where I was born. You could say I hated that place, but it was still the only home I ever knew. Someday I have to tell more about it. Anyway, I was forced to take care of my own, and so I did, doing the only thing that I could, which is stealing. Wait, you're a thief and now you're a Castilian? I was, and a bloody good one, I might say. Picking pockets was bread and butter for me. I could steal a piece of steak right off your fork and you wouldn't even notice. We's got like rolling 20s every time. It wasn't greed that motivated, just survival. I'd be lying if I didn't enjoy the process. Stealing is a crime no matter the motivation. I'd say you wait to hear more before you get high and mighty on me. Sorry. Go on. We had an annual feast in Jellenberg. Always brought a whole bunch of outsiders to town. You can imagine what that felt like for a man in my profession. I could do a day's worth of work in minutes. So I grabbed a few coins here and there, jewelry, a pair of boots, and I saw a nobleman with a money bag strapped to his belt. He was basically begging to set free. Think that behind him in the crowd, like I did 1,000 times before, child's play, and gently grabbed the pouch and did a little shimmy magic, and there it was. Sitting in my palm. Just needed to turn on and disappear like I always did, and then wham. Wait, what happened? I was punched in the face. I felt like a bull. I was so shocked I didn't realize what happened until I hit the ground. My head was pounding. I could barely see straight. Well, the first thing... Oh, wait, and do you know what was the first thing I saw next? Another one coming? I know, a smile. A big, radiant smile on the face of a man with 2 different eyes. It was your Uncle Lordran. The one I took for a nobleman. He stuck out his hand, helped me up, and offered me a beer. Wow. He did just realize you robbed him, right? Of course he did. Wait, what's going on? That's just how Lordran was, you see. Your uncle was deadly clever. The smartest man I've ever known, hands down. He could see the world like no one else could. Predict things. He's always at least a dozen steps ahead of everyone. So, on a rare occasion that someone surprised him, he was intrigued. And he wasn't expecting you. Indeed, apparently, even despite my failure, I was still the one that came the closest to robbing him, and he liked that. So I'm guessing you accepted the invitation, yeah? I didn't have a choice, did I? I was terrified of the guy in the moment, so we went. He took me to the most expensive and most crowded tavern in the whole town. Remember it was the day of the festival. Even entering that place was next to impossible, but he didn't seem to care. In a matter of seconds, we were sitting at a table being served by 2 barmaids at the time. It was surreal, and my mind was left with only one explanation. He owned the place. And did he? Not at all. It was his first time in Jellenberg. It felt like a dream, to be honest, especially with me still being dazed after that punch. I was still sure he was a nobleman. His manners, his clothes, the way he talked and moved. And they chugged a beer like it was a race, wiped the face of his sleeves, and burped like a drum. He went from a lord to a savage just like that. I relived that moment a dozen times until I realized why he did it. It wasn't a mistake. Oh no, his laziness, no moment of weakness. He wanted me to see it, to understand it. Understand what? That he was full of crap. You see, Rasmir, your uncle was one of a kind. He was a true master of arms. His weapon of choice was confidence. What do you mean? Imagine being a closed door with 2 guards at the sides, and you one inside. What are your options? You can force yourself in, bribe the guards, try to pick the lock, but Lordran just holds his head high, walks right in, and demands the door be opened. That all sounds surreal. I never knew anything about my uncle, and his stories were my mother's stories were quite different. Because I'm afraid she knew a quite different Lordran than me, than everybody in the pack. Wait, pack? Oh, Rasmir, there's too much more you still don't know. Our story hasn't really even begun, but it's getting late. Oh, come on. We can hear more. Alright. I'll tell you a bit more, and after the beer we had a couple more, and then some mead, if I remember right. We were talking about our past, our dreams, our convictions, starting to make some drunken, absurd plans. I thought we were joking, to be honest. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in silk sheets. And they weren't yours, of course. Are you kidding? It was the first time I even noticed fabric like that. The ceiling of the chamber was high. I could fit a giant. I thought I was dreaming, and then the servants walked in. I was ready to flee, but instead of fighting me, they presented me with breakfast. Really? How come? It was all Lorden's doing. I never found out how he managed to pull it off. Whenever I ask, he just burst out in laughter. Even years after, needless to say, I left Yellenberg with him on that day. The first time I went outside of the town's walls, and I never came back. That was the day the pack was born. 3 years later, there were 5 of us. A real team, a family. We called ourselves the Reminders. Oh, I wish I could have been there. Sounds incredible. Never had adventures like that, and I probably never will. Easy, my boy. It wasn't always fun and lovely. But it's a tale for another time. It really did get late, and I'm sure you still have work to do for tomorrow. Come and find me tomorrow. We'll talk more. Alright, thanks, Unigos. Thanks for everything. And it is late, indeed.
How do you do?
Here, we need to get you some of these things. I have to recycle that one. Let's get you some of that fish that we roasted up. That'll be good for dinner time for people here. Can't sell her a porridge back. That would be rude. We will sell a couple of the beers back just because we need the coin, and she knows she's got coin on hand, so she knows that this will be a worthwhile thing. We'll sell them back. Linen thread that we found, I'm tempted to keep. We could really use it, but we also really could use
Have a good day.
a lot of the resources that we don't have. Well, so Lorden was quite the character. Let's see here.
Hail to the king!
Oh dear. The king, huh? You're a good farmer. We really need to find somebody who can be an extractor. We are going to be in a spot where we could definitely benefit from having somebody who can,
How is life
somebody who can
treating you?
actually do some of the woodworking for us. What's your favorite food? Nice weather. After hearing that story now, I'm inspired to try to be like Lorden, see if I can be that convincing person. Let's see here. I'm perpetually in love with the land. What do you find interesting? Alright. Come back and talk to you again.
How do you
And
do?
Agnes. Oh, no, we're not going to be able to
See you
flirt with
around.
Agnes. Well, does anybody around here need help? We have one person who's looking for a little bit of assistance. Oh, it's Alwyn. What's new? Nothing new. Got your hands full, not to mention water skin is leaking. Oh, jeez. Alright, well, can you buy a new one? It's your favorite. Alright, friend. I'll pretend it's not disturbing or disgusting at all. How can I help you? The west of the village, to the west there's a village where they have a sewing hut. Can you go there and talk to her and repair it? Yeah, sure. I actually live near there. I believe that's where we live near. Oh, perfect, it is. Well, we better get rolling too. We better get out of here. It is late in the day. We'll help Alwyn out with this and let's get ourselves set. We'll have to take ourselves a nice long walk. How you doing, sir?
How do you do?
Oh yeah. It's gonna cost us a bit. Nah.
Take her.
Thanks, buddy. We better just get out of here. Let's start traveling back. It's still early in the evening, so we can get ourselves on the road and walk back in the night. It's winter time here for us, so this is... Summertime is a great time for late walks. Wintertime is too. I know by us, when it snows, when you get that nice heavy snow and you're walking, you can hear the crunch of the snow under your feet, just that crunch, crunch, crunch as you're walking. It's a wonderful sound, and it's a beautiful time of the year for a late walk. We gotta get ourselves a few spears in case things don't go according to plan on the way home. Well, we better dodge this maple tree in case things don't go according to plan either. And with our spears, we'll be able to make it back. We won't be able to fish at this point. We shouldn't be able to see much anything. But those walks in the wintertime I know are gorgeous. When I was going to school so many years ago, I know late night after studying for quite a while, I'll walk at night in the snow. It was a great way to clear the head before wrapping up the day. And just that nice quietness you get when it snow falls. That snowfall is gorgeous. We had snow here, had really big flakes on and off, sometimes big flakes, sometimes the smaller ones, and then sometimes a little bit of rain. It was a bizarre day. One of those days where you go outside in the winter and it's you want to wear your snow gear, but it's too hot. You know, my kiddos were getting super hot during our snowball fight, so we had a good time with it, but definitely was a warm day for snow. It's still a gorgeous snowfall. Alright, well, we made it back. Let's get ourselves some rest before tomorrow. See you then. Alright, start of the day. Looks like our bird trap is sprung. Let's get that set back up. Take some of those darn crows out that keep getting at our crops. And we better check the rabbit cage, or rabbit trap as well. So far so good. This is helping us make sure we get some more food and fur as we go. Alright. Well, with this, start of a new day, we're supposed to finish helping some people out. We have Alwyn's bag, and we're supposed to look for that person who got lost along the way. That could be a lot of trouble, so we better get ourselves going out there. I think we might need something to store our things in. A basket full of fertilizer. We'll have to find a way to build some better stuff. Craft up some of that leather, since we definitely need to do that. And now we've maxed out our supply here. Okay, so we better start taking some of this meat and roasting it. We'll sell. Since that is our best route to go. So let's get ourselves a small fire by the shoreline of the lake here. And then let's go ahead and make ourselves some things. We'll get Alwyn's water skin repaired. That's gotta be just the... I hope he keeps that thing clean. It'll be a nasty thing. Oh, we need some sticks. We'll gather up some sticks and get ourselves a fire going. Maybe even see if we can get away with a quick fish. Quick catch of the fish. See what we can get. Start of our day. Shore lunch is wonderful. Shore breakfast in this case. Let's see. Can we get one? Let's try. There's no sense not trying. There we go. Now the trick will be, can we get another one? A few more fillets. Could be nice for the pocketbook as well. Not just the belly. We'll fill our belly and we'll fill our pocketbook. Let's see where they jetted off to. Where did they dart off to? There they are. This will be a little trickier. Hard to see them in the muck. No good. Let's see if we can find that spear now. We got very fortunate on that boar hunt that we didn't get injured more so than we could have. I'm glad for that. We need to make a torch in case we have to walk back at night, and we also have a person to look for on the way back. She said that they were walking down the roadway between these villages, so let's see what we can find. And since we still have our torch going, we'll craft up some food. We'll eat it real quick. I'll get a drink. Maybe we'll get a drink out of the nice stream on the way through. It is beautiful over there, so that could be good. Alright, so eat our fish. Okay, let's cook these up for a little while. Could be a little while. So let's relax here. Let this cook up. This will help us out too. Obviously in the game, some of the things that we are going to have a little trouble doing since we're choosing to do the farming background is that we don't have an easy way to get production tech without having a person hired on in our village, but I'm trying to do the whole, let's get through a full year on our own, and then it's okay to start taking on more people. And what we can do too is say, maybe it's only one new building per season to start off. So that means also that we have to think about building that extra house for them to live in. And we also have to think about what particular structures we need. It's going to be really helpful to have somebody working on extraction so we can get a supply of logs. Right now I've been gathering most of the logs, and that's doable. We can keep that up, but it's tiring work. It would be good to have somebody else in charge of that to help us get more focused on the rest of our particular work. It would also be nice to get somebody out here making arrows, because we know, since there's war in different areas, we know that we can make some cash off of selling arrows. They're going to want good ones, but there are still hunters in the area, and those hunters won't mind having stone arrows here and there. It would also be great for us to get to a point where we can have a bow. That would be amazing. Take care of a lot of our troubles. Would also make it so that we can survive these encounters with boars to a much higher level. And who knows, maybe we even can start getting better at hunting our fish using our bow and arrow. Those stone arrows can go a long way to getting a fish in the middle of the water, and a lot easier than using these wooden spears, which are absolutely not that great of a thing. Just a pointed stick, really. A sharp, pointed stick. It's good to slow down. I know, for me in my daily, I'm a kind of person who doesn't slow down. I am a person who doesn't quit moving fast. It is hard for me to want to slow down. So honestly, doing this kind of stuff and playing this particular playthrough is really good for me in the sense that I know that I definitely am not the kind of person who would normally slow down and would normally take my time with things. So it is good to do this. I think maybe we can get some more meat from other sources. We'll take this roasted meat in there and we'll sell it to the village. I think they could use it. Why not? Nobody says no to a little more food, right? We'll see if we can find this person. Oh yeah, we talked to the seamstress earlier. We were eyeing up some of that gear for wintertime. Let's go talk to her. We'll see if she's the one who can help fix up Alwyn's water skin. He mentioned to the west of here, and this is a village to the west from Gostovia, so it should work out well. We also could use a miner in the future. Oh, this could be good. I hope that's not a sign of what's to come. Let's hope it's not. We don't need to get gored again today. A bow and arrow would be nice, though. We could then hunt some deer, which would help us get more leather, which would allow us to make more of these simple bags before we get ourselves a seamster's table. We can start making more. Speaking of which, probably should make these bags up before we head in. We'll go to the cook and we'll sell the cook the roasted meat. They can make something really good out of it. And then we gotta get to that stream and get a drink. It's gonna be the freshest of water. It's gonna be worth the time. It's gonna definitely be worth it. So, get ourselves in here. Let's find the cook. Where is our cook? There we are. Alright, let's try to get a little bit of coin. We could definitely use it. I'll say we sell it all.
You do.
Oh yeah.
Take
Well, thank
care.
you. We will. I'll have to eat that porridge today on our journey. I know it keeps a lot better than my other stuff, so it's okay to wait a little bit. Oh, morning.
How is life
Again, me.
treating
Here's me trying to be Lorden. You're so caring. I'm sure you'll make a great Oh, see, I'm not Lorden. Envy the birds and freedom. Okay, now we're on to something. Let's say you're very sophisticated. I like that. Oh, yeah, she likes to be higher society, thinking about being free. Okay.
you? How can I help?
How are you doing? You seem interesting. What's your favorite season? That should help us out. Winter. Okay. No farming. Okay, so she likes to be... Let's see here. Nice weather we're having. Okay, good, good. What's your biggest dream? You probably want to share your dreams. Oh.
Take care.
A lord and I am not. But to a start we will have. Oh, I went to the wrong side. Alright. Let's get to the seamstress and see what she can do. Oh dear, I got turned around. There we are. Let's get in here. It's a nicely organized village. I love how they put this together. Hey, my friend's water skin broke and yeah, you can repair it. It won't be difficult. You just need materials. Okay, what do you need? A few
leathers were due. Oh dear. Sure. Sure. Why not? I'll definitely get you some leathers that I didn't just definitely have. Oh dear. Okay, fair enough. Let's get out there. Let's go get that drink from the stream. There's no reason why we should keep our throat this dry this long. We'll get that drink, and then we'll find ourselves some boars. We already had an encounter with one a moment ago, so we should be able to get through another encounter, I sure hope. Let's make sure that we make our moves carefully. And we'll try to keep them as best we can at bay and away from our tender meaty bits. We don't need to get gored in the belly and have some trouble here. But first, that drink from the stream, obviously. We'll head this way. I wonder. I hope there's nothing too crazy up over here. Let's see what we can see from above. I bet you the view is gorgeous. Alright, there it is. Gorgeous waterfall. This is going to be the freshest of water. Let's get up there. Nice. There we go. Take a quick shower in here. Alright. Perfect. Let's walk on out of here and see what we can find. A rabbit in the middle of the stream. What are you doing here? Alright. Now, we need to figure out where the boars could be hiding. Lots of rabbits. And our last boar took us on from over this way. Now that mother moose would be something we could try to take on. A little tougher in the sense that it'll take a while to take her down, but chances are she's not going to come after us, so that's an advantage we have. Give it a shot. Oh my, this is definitely going to be a hard fight. And with only 2 wooden spears, I don't know. We did just hit the darn thing in the head, which is going to make it hard for that thing to travel. It is going to be a little challenging to take it down, though. I'm seeing that I am just not doing enough damage to this thing to make this worth the time. We're basically going to be doing what I joke about in the other game, which is inconveniencing these things to death. And there's no way we're going to chase down a moose in real life. Although a fine spear throw right to the head should have definitely knocked this thing down a bit. I think boars are probably the way we should have gone. Feel bad for inconveniencing you to death there, moose. See if we can get a good shot on you. There we go. Only 1 spear to go is the problem. We're gonna spend more time making spears to take this thing out than we will to actually take out the moose itself. I mean, the axe, I definitely could use the axe to take the moose down, but I don't know. And it's also telling us that we're supposed to take down boars for this, so I probably should have done that. Alright, well, sorry moose, we'll inconvenience you as much as we can until you're done, and then we'll go find those boars, since it's clear that we're supposed to do the boar quest. We're supposed to get boars. So we'll do what we're do what we're supposed to do. You there. Have you been inconvenienced enough yet? I mean, I can inconvenience you more if you'd like. I'd prefer if you just inconvenienced over at this point. Oh, hi buddy. That is dangerous. A bull moose will take you the heck out. They do not kid around. Incredibly territorial too, so honestly, right now I should be a dead man. Okay, that's a boar. Now we gotta figure out where we're going with this guy. There we go. Alright. Boar hunting with a simple spear. Now let's get you. There we go. That ought to throw it off. Alright, you don't get to get away. Yes, there we are. Okay. Check our surroundings, make sure we're not about to get ambushed by another boar. I'd say we did okay with that one. Now, we also... Okay, does that count? I still have to get one more boar, though. I'm going to use this to find our spears, just because we keep losing them. Ideally, I'd be able to find these again. Okay, where is that moose we're inconveniencing? Is that the moose we're inconveniencing? Oh yes, definitely. Oop, it's limping. We've let it bleed a lot. It looks like that was a really fortunate hit for us.
Oops. Oh, hi, tree. That's it. Oof. Yeah. Too bad we can't count that as one of our takedowns. Alright, well that was a major, major kill, honestly, for us. It's going to get us a lot of meat, which we'll be able to sell. And it's also going to get us quite a bit of leather, I hope. 15 leather, that is fantastic. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Good place to be. Now our problem is we still have to find more boars before we can wrap up this quest. Boars are deer, and I'm going to tell you right now, I am not fast enough on my feet to catch up with the deer. We just had our fun time with that moose. I don't think there's much of a way that we're going to keep up with a deer. They're a lot more fleet-footed than we are, and a lot more fleet-footed than a boar is. So, guess we can try. Oh boy. Okay, we're trying to be subtle here. Oh jeez, a stag. We are not going to take a stag out. Getting into the deep woods is not a good move for us. There are more dangerous things out here than deer, that's for sure. Alright, let's see what we can do about being subtle. Oh, interesting. Ugh, no good. We left a shovel. Again. I tell you, I really want to take this. But I also really don't want to get in trouble with whoever is digging these things up. Because if I end up getting encountered by them... but who leaves it here, right? Now I'm just getting wild with my throws. I mean, who leaves the treasure chest sitting there, right? Certainly they're not coming back for it, right? And what I'm thinking here is that we can kind of get ourselves in a little bit of an RP setup here where I'm saying, what if we do take that and then in the future we'll encounter some bandits and that can give us a good reason why we're encountering bandits, right? So I'm kind of thinking about that as kind of like a backstory thing. Does it mean that we'll take those 150 coins? Hey, then that does mean we get something that'll help us survive the wintertime. But it also gives us a good reason why bandits might be coming after us. A convenient win on both sides. Well, as always, I appreciate you taking the time joining me here. And joining me on this RP playthrough. It is a lot of fun to do this. And it's a lot of fun just to bring you a more relaxing environment to go slow in the game and hopefully enjoy this. Oh man, hopefully just enjoy our time. Potion of night vision, interesting. We won't take the shovel. Alright. Got it. Spear stick? No, it did not. That's no good. Alright, let's see if we can corral in here at all. Oh, I barely did any damage to that thing. Oh, there's no way. Okay, let's see if we can find a boar. We're not going to be able to get this done with dough. We just are not fast enough, that's for sure. Okay, we'll look down the roadway here. We'll see if we can find anything good. I do think before the end of these seasons, we've really got to get ourselves a bow and arrow. Especially when we think about the foreboding feeling of perhaps having bandits on our tail at some point. We better get some protection to see what we can buy that'll help us out with that. Now, as I recall, we were supposed to help out. Find out what happened with the rye delivery. Wait a minute. Now this is far away, isn't it? Oh, I didn't talk to her first. Okay, well, let's head over this way. See what we can find for our quest line for our boars. Although we do need to get all the way back there. It's going to be quite a journey back, I'd say. And there is a lot of ground to cover between here and there. Let's see if we can find boars up in the hills here.
and we'll get back. We are in a tough spot though too. I never actually got any fertilizer for our farmland, and we did not plant enough before the end of this season. So I tell you what, let's get through here. Let's get our boar. Oh, boo. Right over its head too. Let's get our boar, and then let's head back by some fertilizer. And then we should be good to go. More moose. We're not chasing any moose down anymore. Getting later in the day, harder to see where we're going, harder to see where the boars are as well. Let's see, rabbits. No boars as of yet. Oh, what's that I see? Oh. Go. See 2 of them? I did. That's going to be a little more of a challenge than we really need. There we go. Dodge around you. Oop. Okay, where's your buddy at? Ooh, not good. We're gonna have to get on you. Oh no. Take it out with our fists. Okay, that's not good. We just took a really heavy hit. Oh gosh, we gotta run. We're deeply injured now. Don't know if we're gonna make it. Gotta run. Adrenaline's kicking in. Full speed. I don't know if we're gonna live through this one. We got hit pretty hard there. There's the boar there. We've got to get ourselves out of here. We've got to get ourselves free. Oh man. Oh, that's a heavy hit we took. Oh, down a ways. We'll say that that injury was pretty deep. Adrenaline running high. We don't want to leave that downed boar behind. But we also know that we could be even more injured if we go back. Let's see what we can do. We do need these spears to be able to finish this boar off. And what we'll do is we'll bandage ourselves up here, tie ourselves up, adrenaline's still pumping. Let's see what we can do against this boar. Alright, buddy. We can't leave this area without what we need. And that's our livelihood on the line. Every season that goes by that we don't have the money to do the farming is a tricky thing. I don't know if this will be a good move. Let's see if we can get in there. Maybe we can find that boar and skin it and go. I don't see it. We'll keep walking up our way here. Now the trick will be trying to remember, where did we take that thing down? There's a lot of running. Things happen rather quickly. We'll have to figure out if we can find that boar. So far, having trouble. We knocked it out inside the bushes. I recall. And as I recall, his friend came at us from this way. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this one. Oop, we're carrying too much. Eat some of that. Drop some sticks. I don't know. I'm not sure we're going to find that dead boar. It's somewhere in here. His friend seems to have run, which is good. Maybe the lynx did us a favor and got it running. Alright, well, we tried to come back to find it. We tried to find back to fight that other boar, take it down, and make sure we don't leave here with nothing. But I think we're unfortunately going to leave here. There it is. We'll have to dodge a bit. We can't do much running other than quick bursts. Oh, ouch. That's not good. That's not going to be worth it. We can't run the risk.
And we're going to have to see what we can do to dodge it through. Let's see what we can do to get out of here. Alright, well, there's a fool's errand to try to go back. Now we're hurt pretty bad. We'll have to walk back, and from that walking back, we'll just get ourselves there, and we'll do our best to finish up this quest line. And we'll have to recover ourselves through this end of the season. That means we're going to have a little bit of a rough start next season. And for this, we'll say there's no more hunting for the rest of this season as a fair rule, since obviously I just got hurt pretty bad. Now let's get ourselves back. Was it worth going back to try? I mean, I didn't want that boar to leave without me at least trying to get it back. This does tell us that we really need a better way to hunt. Not good enough just to run around with these spears. Dangerous? Not that strong. We need something better. Well, we'll wander back in. And then from here, I'd like to have finished up our farmland. I'd like to have actually gotten those crops planted, but there's no way our character is going to be able to do the work to finish that up. It may have been a mistake to take on that little bit extra. And who knows, maybe it turned out to be a mistake to take that 150 coin. We'll see what happens in the next seasons as we encounter some dangerous people over time. Probably should prioritize getting that bow so that we're ready. Right, I'm also going to say we can't just go in and turn in the quest. I mean, we're in no shape to go in there. We have a bloody bandaged wound that we need to heal. We could say that she helps out with that because this is a significant injury, and to just recover from this one on our own seems a little absurd. Let's go in there and let's say that what happens is we go in and we say that we got the boars, and she sees what happens and feels bad for us, bandages us up, and then can teach us. There you go. And we'll say that she finds us injured here and says, I should teach you some ways to actually patch yourself up, some proper ways. And so we're going to learn from her how to make bandages and things like that so we can survive across the seasons. So we'll say the day ends and it's late and we head back, and with that we'll wrap up this particular set of days in this season. Deeply injured, gravely wounded, but still alive. Was it a fool's errand to try to catch those boar? I'd say going back the second time was definitely not necessary, but makes for a good, intense, and fun storyline, and gives us a reason why we can't do certain things. So, we unfortunately are going to miss out on all of the cabbages we could have planted this particular next season, because we were a little too greedy and trying to get our piggy. We'll take these apples. There's no reason for us to let them sit here and rot. We'll let them sit in our compost bin and rot. It's a long journey home, it turns out, into a beautiful valley. Let's see what we can do with our next season, and what we can do to help ourselves recover. Now I feel like seeing that broadleaf plantain on the road was a sign. This is going to be a time when you need this. And sure enough, it was definitely a time where we needed this. We'll stumble home. We'll get ourselves our compost bin. And from here, really, there's not much more we can do. We'll drop a good collection of meat in here. Perhaps all of it. There's nothing we can do with it. We aren't going to cook it now. We'll drop those berries in there. And of course, the apples. Now, we gotta get in and rest. It may be early, but we've gotten hurt too much. This is the end of the season for us. We need to take some time to recover. Thanks to our local lady who helped patch us up and make sure that we were okay. It's always important to have a helping hand from neighbors. Can't do these things on our own. It's always okay to ask for a little help. Take care, y'all. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, a wonderful holiday season. I look forward to seeing you next time around. Take care. Oh man, everything hurts. What was I thinking? It feels like I'm a rag doll and I've got all my stuffing pulled out and shoved back in with a hammer. And was it worth it? What do I have to show for it? A barren field with only a small collection of crops done, and crows that I can't even throw a spear at. What was I thinking? Trying to go back and get the boars after I was already injured. Maybe it's because when I saw them and when I ran, I felt like I was running from home again. Fields burning, parents screaming. I felt like I was there again. I felt like I was stuck in that nightmare again. I couldn't run again. I'd already run once before. I couldn't live with myself running again. And then I go back and get gored by a boar. I'm not ready. I'm clearly not ready. I couldn't face those soldiers if I tried. I could hardly face 2 boars in the woods with spears. Something that I'd already done out here. They got the best of me, that's for sure. There's no way I'm gonna get the best of 2 soldiers, 1 soldier, let alone a whole battalion if they come through. No, I need to be more, and I need to stop making silly mistakes. I need to start thinking about what I'm doing. I need to be more patient. I need to think about how I'm doing this. I need to understand I can't do this alone. Our farm wasn't run by me, even if I was the big brother who tried to do everything, to be there for everything, to take care of everything Mom needed done, take care of everything Dad asked for, be the big brother that took care of everything. I can't do that now. One big brother can't stand up to an army. One big brother can't stand up to a small collection of soldiers well armed. And I can hardly stand up to a boar. Well, then that's what I have to do. I have to understand I can't do this myself. I have to understand that I'm gonna need help. It's gonna take a village. It's gonna take more than just me. This can be a start, but it's not enough. Well, now here we are. Barren field, a little bit of wheat, a little bit of oats. It's something. I should be able to work myself up to taking care of this. We'll just need some stones. We'll just need some things to harvest this up. But I need to be ready for this. If I'm gonna hope to stand up to these soldiers, there's no way I can do it if I can't stand up to a small collection of boars in the woods. And I'm gonna need a proper bow. None of these pointed sticks that I keep throwing at them like I'm hoping that they'll stick and like I'm hoping that they'll do the damage that they'll do. It's gonna take more. The soldiers are armored and they're clever. They're certainly not some dumb boar that'll come storming straight at me. No, I need to be more. And I need to show the people around me how grateful I am for their help. I wouldn't be here without their assistance. They patched me up like the rag doll that I am. They put me back together. And that's something I need to be grateful for, and I need to make sure I show them that I'm grateful for. I can't believe that I made it there. I can't believe I even made it that far. Well, trap's clear. Some food will be good, seeing as I wasn't able to get the food ready for me from the fields. This will be a big deal. We'll have to get some more. I'll have to set some more traps. This is going to help us make it through this season. Winter is on its way, and I don't want to be caught ill-prepared. It's going to be cold, it always is. And I don't have an expert seamstress in my house ready to make things for me. Make sure I'm prepared, even if I foolishly run outside and forget my coat and it's time to hunt with Dad. No, I won't have her looking over me here, although I hope she's watching me now. And I hope she was watching me then too, I'm sure she was. I can do this, I can get through this. We can get through this wintertime. It's just gonna take more patience, it's gonna take more awareness. It's gonna take some time to recover too. Oh man. It feels like that thing cut me straight in half and cut straight through me.
If I could lift a spear, you wouldn't be here now. Well, let's harvest some of our things. We'll have to go into town, see how things are going there. And I'll have to speak with that girl who helped me out so much. The seamstress surely had a good ability to stitch me together. That was probably no different than the water skin she repaired. Although maybe a little more squirmy. I'm sure the alcohol helped, but oh, I can still remember the pain. Nothing compared to that entire run back. But I'm here. I can't complain. I'm here now, and they helped me out. I may not have much to show for it, but I'm here, and that's what's important, and I can keep going, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Oh, what was her name? Gee, who am I that I can't even remember the name of the girl who helped get me into the seamstress to help get me patched up? How can I not even remember what her name is? Well, we'll have to make right on that, that's for sure. Oh, turns out flour doesn't rot so fast. I better leave that in there. There's no sense holding on to it. Matter of fact, turns out rot doesn't rot at all. Or sorry, turns out flour doesn't rot at all. Alright, we'll make some of this fertilizer up. Oh man, I need to figure out where I can get a proper bow and some proper arrows. I can't walk around with these sticks anymore. It's not good enough, and I know I'm not going to be able to survive anybody else who comes after me. I'm not going to be able to survive any raiders walking through the area if they decide that I'm easy pickings. I'm really easy pickings today, that's for sure. So, I need to be ready. Today we have to get a bow. I need some arrows. I need to start thinking about how I'm going to survive this. And I can't do it alone. That keeps coming back to me, is that I can't do this alone. The farm, I was never alone at the farm. Even if I felt like I was doing all the work, and even if I felt like I was being asked to do so much. It wasn't always me. I wasn't the only one doing the work. But was making sure that I was there for everyone else who was a part. So I can do that. Alright. Yeah, you mock me. That's fine. Just wait a day. I'll be back for you. I'm sure the crops taste tasty, or are tasty. Enjoy. Alright. Let's get our things in here. I probably should have processed those through. I don't think I want to store a lot of this stuff in home. We got bags to sell. That's something worth considering. We'll head up there and we'll sell those off. Well, I think Father would be proud. I didn't stand here. I wasn't a stone, as he would say. What are you doing? Standing around? Are you a stone? No, I've gotten myself up. I'm moving. It may hurt, but we're going to make it through this. It's going to be worth it. We'll take time with our threshing. No need to go vigorously. We can go slow with this. And this is a fair start. I have seeds now. I can plant. Next spring will be a lot bigger than it was this season. We'll be able to do a lot with what we have here. We're going to make it through this. But we're going to make it through it by being wise. I'm going to make it through this by being smart and not by making foolish mistakes. That's for sure. I may not have an expert seamstress in my home, but I do have an expert seamstress not too far away, so winter's coming, it's not far. I need some money to give her though. I can't just ask for handouts, that's not fair. She's done way too much for me to ask for a handout from her. Alright. That roasted rabbit's gonna be a good way to start this day. Let's make sure we do. And from there we'll get ourselves walking to town. I think that's the least we can do is go find our two saviors and thank them. I can at least know her name. That would be the least I can do. I think I was in no condition to know much at the time, though. Well, with winter on the way, we've got some time, and it's... What was I thinking about? Something Father would have told me. Oh, that's right. This is the time to... You mock me. This is the time where we would plant rye. I'm not ready for it. Rye? Wait a minute. Didn't Albergina tell me there was a rye delivery going through? And there was trouble with it. Okay, well I better get there to help her with that one, because I'm going to need some rye for myself. we better make some cash on that too, because this is going to be a challenging season. I need to make sure that I'm ready. Winter's coming quick. I need some gear to survive it. I'm not going to be able to just stand around huddled by a fire scared the whole time. I need to be ready. We better start heading to town. And we'll have to give our thank yous and thank our many blessings that we have for still being here today. And I need to think. I need to clear my mind of this. I can't go back. I can't go back to that farm. I can't save them. It already happened. And it's as hard as it is to let it go. And I won't let it go. I can't forgive them for what they did. But I need to move on with it. I need to learn from it. I can't just let it guide me. I can't let it make me make poor choices. Those boars aren't soldiers. I wasn't going to save anybody by running back and facing down the boar. That was just my pride, my bruised pride, asking for one more thing, just to feel like I was there, feel like I never ran. But I know I did. It's what she would have wanted me to do, and it's what she told me to do. And it's why I'm still alive. She would have wanted me to carry on. Well, I am. Here I am, and I will carry on for you. This is going to have to be our new beginning. Well, everything looks pretty normal in town. Good that everything is normal here. Oh, I can't thank you enough, Matilda. Thank you for everything. I have some simple bags I hope you'll buy. I just need cash to get ready for winter. Thank you. And thank you for your handiwork stitching together all of my innards back into me.
See you around.
Okay, well, now we have someone to thank here.
I only travel when nobody's watching.
Well, I have a debt of gratitude for you. Thank you for, yes, carrying me. That's one way to put it, is to say you were carrying me. Yeah, I thank you for saving me from myself and from bleeding out here. Yeah, dancing with boars would indeed not be the best choice. Oh, not like the king.
Good luck.
So here I am doing my storylining, and then I make the absolute wrong choice in flirting with her. Oh man. Well, it's gonna be a while to get her compassion up to key. Maybe she thinks we're a fool, and that's the point. And that should be the way it is. Well, anyway, Toslaw, thank you for carrying me back here, and you're the reason I'm here, and I'm grateful for you. Maybe sometime, I can repay a favor. Well, speaking of favors, I think we need to figure out if there's anybody we can help in town. We need to figure out what we can do to assist in the area, and I can't run today. We are far too injured for us to be able to do anything like that. Well, we made it back to here. I guess it's not too bad. Shoot. I should probably check and see how much it'll cost to get this fool equipped for wintertime. Let's see how much it'll take for us to be ready to survive the winter.
Help.
Alright, Matilda. We don't really have all the cash we need, but I do need to think about how close we can get to surviving. Let's start getting ready. Yeah, we'll get a winter coat. We'll need that. The shoes are probably going to be the biggest deal. Nobody wants cold feet. One thing that tends to happen to you is, once your feet are cold, the rest of you tends to freeze. And it's no good. Oh, do I just buy myself up to all these things? I mean, who am I kidding? If I don't have all of this, I'm not surviving. Thanks. It's definitely going to get us through. Well, I may not be able to lift a spear, and I may not be able to run, but at least we got some of the stuff ready for next season. Oh. Well, it's a good day when you're still here, and it's always nice to still be here. Thanks for joining me again in another episode in our series, Speaking of Being Here. It's always great to have you here, And in these episodes, I'm trying to add in some more of that RP aspect and get some more storylining going. I want a lot of the events that happen in the storyline, kind of like what you just heard here. I want events in the storyline to actually play out and connect with the character in the real setting that we can have and make them kind of play out. I'm hoping that you enjoyed the Boar story and that adds something to the fact that sticking around and fighting through that foolish fight had a reason, and hopefully that adds to some story that's enjoyable to hear. As for now, since we're all here together, and who knows, maybe it's been a busy day. I don't know what's going on in your life, and I know sometimes things are busy, and I hope that this is a time that you can relax. I'm grateful to have you here. Let's take a moment and just relax. Relax your shoulders, let them sink. Relax your body, get in a good posture. And let's take a breath in. Let's take in 3 breaths. Deep breath in, filling our stomach all the way down to our depths of our bellies. 1. And then breathe out. And 2. And out. And 3. And out. Always good to recenter ourselves and relax and kind of gently get ourselves into things. Alright, well, where we're at in the storyline so far, winter's on the way, and I think these coats are going to help a lot. This should help make it so that we don't shiver through the entire winter. Now, as far as restrictions are concerned right now, I'm saying that because I missed my opportunity here, obviously our fields were missed because we kind of foolishly decided to go back at the poor. But again, I think that fits the storyline rather well. We're going to have to be stuck in this setup. Now, hops are going. Oh, wow. Hops are fast. I didn't realize hops grew that quick. It does make sense, though. I mean, honestly, hops are a very quick growing crop. That's going to be good. I can use those for a little quick cash. We can definitely use those as a way to make a little money here quick. And we can't make our stone tools, obviously. What we could do... Oh, there's no way I'm lifting a hammer today. I mean, and that's the other one of the rules is that I wanted to talk about, is that since we were so significantly injured, I mean, vastly, then I'm saying that in the next day I don't get to run and I don't get to do any exercises that are considered strenuous. So lifting a spear and throwing it is not simple. It takes all of your body, it takes your core. We're not going to be able to make any of that happen, so we are unfortunately stuck. We are not going to be able to do much with that. Now, what we can do is we can start planning and we can lay out things. So what I'll say is that a lot of our rules and regulations work around doing activities that are simple. Now, obviously, our character doesn't have deep knowledge about how to build structures, so we're going to run into a little bit of a challenge there with this one, where we have to start thinking about where are we going to get somebody who's skilled enough to help us build. We'll need an extractor who's going to be a woodworker, which will gain us access to planks. And I know people have mentioned this in the comments, and I love your thoughts on this too. I think that's perfect. That I believe that that's exactly where we want to be with that. Is we want to be able to say, yeah, we need people who have skills in order to make it make sense, right? So with Racemir having skills in, we're saying hunting and farming, obviously farming, right? We're going to make sure that we can do all of those skills and survive as the village lead, but also bring our skills to bear. We will be able to lay down basics, but as soon as we get to planks, it's going to turn into a nope. There is no way that we can build with planks because we simply are not skilled in making planks, and we'll need other people to help us craft potions and things like that. Now, our character back there, our love interest, maybe I shouldn't talk so much about this. I guess I should ask y'all, what are your thoughts in the comments? Do you want me to tell the story as if I was a narrator in the background, or does it seem more enjoyable to have the story play out as the character and we'll just watch it unfold as we go? Let me know your thoughts on that one, and I'll stop talking about it for now, just because I don't want to pull too many things out. And there we go. There's no way I'm lifting logs. I mean, who am I kidding? I'm broken and battered person who just got gored by a boar. I'm lucky to be walking around right now. So, this will be a fairly casual day. Day of gathering things and maybe making some basic setups work. And then tomorrow we've got to go at this. We've got to go at this full speed. We have a rye delivery to save. And I know that we need rye as well. So, we better get on that. We're going to need some cash. We're going to need to be able to survive this whole thing. That means we're going to need money. It also means we're going to need crops planted. I think we can say it's fair that our character can plant some fertilizer. Probably not get anything too close to his wounds, but let's get ourselves planting. Ooh, sorry about that. That was me pressing the run button by instinct. Not fair. Alright, well, we have enough to supply a field and then some. At least we came out of this seasonal change with the ability to continue our crops now. And as I remember Father saying, I know overwintering rye is a big deal. That should help restore and replenish the soil if we were to churn it in. And since we aren't going to plan to churn it back into the soil, I got to make sure that I make the nutrients get back into the ground. I got to make sure that I feed the soil. This fertilizer should work well. Now, a lot of those cabbages that are getting close to rotting at home, I'll have to put those in the compost bin too. They aren't looking right. Unfortunately, it's been a little longer than I think I would have liked them to have been stored for. And without a proper storage bin, without a proper storage facility, well, I really do need a storehouse. We should start thinking about where that's going to go. I set the groundwork for where we should put a kitchen. I mean, I know that I can use that wheat. I know we can make flour. And with that flour, I know that we can do something. I can sell some of the recipes I learned from Mother. I can help to, maybe I can help feed some people. Say thank you to our local village. Speaking of village, I need to start thinking about how I'm going to have a village. I can't believe that. That's a funny thing to think. You know, Unigos was telling me the stories about Lord, and he sounds larger than life. He just sounds like so much. And he sounds like he did all of it himself, but he said that he formed a group with them, so it's been standing out to me as even Lorden, even this character who I've been told about when I was a kid, and I'm being told by Unigos, I'm being told by him about the stories. He just seems like such a huge character, but he also formed a group with his friends here, and it sounds like they were the reason that things happened. And it's not just me. I'm not gonna... Oh, wow. Well, it's good to see that there's a lot of fish. I'll be back for you. Once I can throw a spear again, you'll meet me again. Let's find a nice clean patch and wash our hands. No sense having fertilizer dirtied hands. Get a drink. And we'll appreciate the woods that we live in. That's a very beautiful sunset through the trees. Maple trees are always the best to look at through the sunset in the autumn. Or just reds, like fire in the sky. Well, it is a pretty area, and it's worth defending. Now, I did buy a lot of things, and I don't have enough to buy bow. I might regret that decision in a bit. It's possible that that's a little foolish. We'll see, though. I need a storehouse for the food. Our kitchen's here. Maybe we can think about having our storehouse next to it. Shouldn't be too far away. I don't want to have to walk too far to the kitchen to get the resources, and I certainly don't want us to... It would be a wise idea to have it near the farmland, too, and there's no sense walking even further. So let's lay down the foundation work and plan it out, and then we can move on from there. It'll be good to have things ready for when we do actually have a village. Oh, it's crazy to think. Here I come from a farm in the middle of the countryside, nothing to anybody. Certainly nothing worth taking out by soldiers, but apparently that day they found something worth having. And I'll have my revenge, even though I know, and I've been told, revenge serves no one. It's not, I can't just let them have gotten away with it. But it's going to take a lot to be ready for that. Can't walk into it with a pointed stick. I'm going to throw spears at them. I'll be the man who stood up to all the soldiers with wooden spears. Well, I'll be the fool that died in front of them if that's the case. We'll get ourselves ready. I'm sure somebody around here knows how to knows how to make a bow. I'm sure someone around here knows how to make arrows. Actually, thinking about that, there's going to be a lot of need for arrow in this area. There's no hunters in this local area here. There's a cook. And I didn't see... anybody who was actively hunting here. Well, then that's something I can do for this local area. That's who I can be for them. I can get them resources for that. Maybe in due time I can also show them my skills at baking and at beer brewing. That's something that I remember picking up from Father as well. A worthwhile skill, right? Well, there's no sense walking through a place without having a roadway. Everything you do in life requires thinking and planning. And I need to start thinking, and I need to start planning. Time to have a pathway to walk. And it's time to start thinking about how we walk down our path. Time to start thinking about how we're walking through this area and how we're carrying ourselves. And I don't need to storm into things foolishly. That's not who I am. Alright. Tomorrow's going to be a better day. I think for today, need the rest. Ooh, well, there's something to be said about resting and taking the time, that's for sure. Alright, well, I may not be 100%, but I certainly feel better than I was. I can still move, I don't feel like I feel like my stuffing is back inside of me again, which is certainly a win. I also feel just good enough to test out my throwing arm. Well, I can throw. That's at least I can say I can throw without utter agony. That's a win. Should be able to pick up a hoe again and use it too. Okay, but I think today our key, we have to get going here. Let's plan ourselves out a little adventure. Now, we have a lot of flax seeds. I can sell these in the market, and I certainly don't need all of these. I do want to keep a lot of them though. We're gonna need to get some things. That's for sure. Maybe I should be able to turn the churn again. I should be able to make use of the churn again. Now, of course I need to buy the schematic. Oh, it ought to be worth it. Alright. Flour is good. It's a good thing to have on hand. I can sell this. It should be worthwhile. We'll sell some more seeds. 26 will do us. 64 flax seeds is perfect. And sell 4 oak grain. No, we aren't going to sell that. Okay. Let's get back to the village. I need to help them with that quest line, and I certainly need to figure out what's wrong with that rye delivery, and I certainly need rye. Oh. Can't forget. It's morning time, and I need to get me some food. Alright. Well, I'm certainly not going to survive a long time without any spears on hand, and it's going to be hard to spearfish without a spear. I saw that bird go over my shoulder. I tell you what. Good thing it's a good thing I can't throw well yet. For you, anyway. Ha! Too bad for you, friend. We're getting our arm back. That's just fine. I guess we'll eat crow today. Alright, well, let's get to the shore. Let's get ourselves a quick meal. Let's travel inwards. I wouldn't mind having a little cash on hand to sell. I think people happen to know how to roast a good fish. And perch is wonderful. Whoop. Wonderful when you get it. There we are. There we are. Alright, well, let's find out if I can get my spear back. Might as well get a drink, huh? We're out here in the depths. That spear's somewhere out here. Oh, I need to find somebody who knows how to craft a proper fishing spear. I mean, this is working for us, but oh my goodness. From what I remember, my friend, he used to throw a spear with points on the tip of it, multiple points, and it seemed to work way better for him. Because at least then you could gouge it with a few different connections, and if you didn't throw very well, you could still catch it. Still get lucky with it. These things, I gotta be dead on. Or off, as the case may be. Alrighty, you. Let's try a couple more and then we'll head on in. I don't want to waste the day. It is a beautiful morning, as always here. I think we chose the right place to live. That's for sure. I think in time people will want to move here. I'm excited for that prospect. I'm excited for what can be here. And I think they'd be proud of me if they saw what I'm trying to accomplish. I wonder what Lorden would think. I never really got to meet him properly. We'll have to hear more. I may not have gotten to meet him, but maybe I'll get to know enough about him so I can feel like I've met him at a distance. There we are. There we go. I feel like I'm getting my arm back. I feel like I'm getting that throw back and it doesn't hurt as bad in the stomach to throw. Alright. Let's get ourselves a little lunch here. To the victor go the spoils. Little shore lunch. We'll take the rest of our catch in. We'll sell that off. We'll sell off our extra seeds. We did the right thing in spring. We got our extra seeds and we're ready. We should be good for the sale. This should help us out quite a bit. This will launch us up a bit. Then we'll have to find somebody who can sell me a bow before the end of this season is done. Before the end of the season comes. Alright. Well, we don't want to ruin our area here. Oh, what am I doing? No sense walking away this fast. Time to eat. Beautiful area. Someday I'm going to climb that mountain there. I want to see what I've accomplished down here. Someday when I climb that mountain, I want to see an entire village sprawling out this way. Fields across, houses dotting the area, children running and screaming like wild animals. I look forward to seeing that. And walls. I'll look forward to there being walls. I don't want to be caught without something. I don't want to be caught without something to stand up against them. It seems peaceful here for now, and I'll be grateful for that. I don't know how long it'll last, but it's worth it now. Let's enjoy what we have for now. Alright, well, I have a bit of a trek in front of us. We'll see how far we can get before we get tired. It's time to build ourselves back up again. If I'm going to be stronger, and if I'm going to be able to take these boars down, I need to build up my strength again. We need to recover. We need to push ourselves a bit, but not too far. Just enough so we can build strength, build muscle, without tearing it again. And we'll say those boars got to teach us a lesson. And that's just it. We learned our lesson.
How are you?
Well, doing great. It's good to see you again. It's good to see anybody. But, how's everything going today for you? Dear you, I bet you're a hard worker.
Goodbye. How is
My
it
lady and my savior, how are you today? Oh, you don't like me complimenting you, do you? Of course. Jeez. Let's see here. You like hunting. That's good to know. You like jokes? You ever hear about the bare arms joke? Oh, she likes some humor. I think she'll need to be a humorist to be with us.
Hello, traveler.
Oh, you're a youngster.
Life treating you?
How are you doing? Oh, that's my bad. Stung by a bee. Oh no, you don't want to be stung by a bee. Who does?
See you around.
Alright, well, let's get going. We don't have a lot of time. And the clock is always ticking in the day. Hours pass by. We need to get ourselves on this roadway and figure out what happened. It'd be nice if I was the kind of person who can afford to have somebody else cart them around. I am certainly not the person who can afford to just get carted around. Maybe someday I will be. Wearing those noble clothes and having people who can help me with things and having a village that is ready for everything. Oh. Huh. I wonder how this wagon broke down here. Isn't this rather close to where I found that chest? And there's still water in here? Wow, salted meat. Why would... I mean, I know this... Oh. No? Looks like they were a hunter or a poacher trying to bring their goods in. Doesn't look like anybody attacked them. I wonder what happened there. Well, hopefully not... Hopefully not those people who are digging up that treasure chest near me. There seem to be an awful lot of things broken down on the side of the road in these areas. I haven't seen any cause for it. And people have mentioned bandits in the area, but I haven't seen anything as of yet. There's that wonderful waterfall. We'll have to stop by there on the way back through. Why not? The freshest of water, and it's not far away from where we live, I think. It's kind of getting my bearings here. It feels like it's not too far away from where we're living. Well, onward we'll go. Might not be a bad idea to fish, but judging by the sun, we're nearly at midday. I shouldn't spend too much time here. I don't want to tarry here too long when we have much to do. We have a lot of a day to cover yet. And we have a lot of things to help out with. Hopefully, anyway. I'm hoping that people need help. One of the surest things is that a person who needs help will be a person who's willing to help back. Oh, if I can accomplish some tasks for them, I should be able to afford that bow. That would be very helpful. Now, if we look onward here, the fall is pretty here, and I look forward to seeing next spring. Let's speak optimistically here. It'll be nice to see next spring. I suppose for now, I gotta stop pulling myself out of the moment and remember I'm here now. And I have a lot. Beautiful area. Fall leaves to walk through and hear under my feet. Another wagon broken down by the side of the road. Planks, huh? This one. That's a nice torch. I wonder... Oh, jeez. That's quite a lucky find. I don't know. Why would they run away from their wine so fast? Maybe there's more trouble in this area than I realized. Something I'll have to ask Unigast to see if he's heard a lot of people complaining of bandits in the area. It seems strange to see so many wagons broken down by the side of roads so often. It is a pretty area. Well, and for y'all in the real world, Happy New Year if you celebrate New Year this time of year. And I hope you've had a good celebration, and I hope your headache wasn't that bad, if you did happen to have a very good celebration. I am, of course, a dad and much older, so the thought of having to deal with a hangover anymore is not really a priority on my mind anymore. It's no good. I tend to avoid it at all costs. Alright, let's see here. I believe we have a few things that we can accomplish here. I'm pretty sure Alwyn needs his water skin back. Where are you, buddy? Oh, and you. Friend. Here. I got some seeds. I raised some seeds. And I hope that someone can use those. I bet you would love some pear wine or some hops here as well. I've been gathering these up. My crop is small, but still something. I hope that works for you. And I'm sure bags would help out with your work as well. And let's see here. I happened to find a few things on the road. But I don't know. Hopefully that's useful for you. Alright, well, thank you, friend. I'll be back. I need to buy a ride before the end of the season. But we'll take care of that in a bit. For now, I gotta find Alwyn. He's probably busy planting rye. Oh, what are you doing, slacker? Shouldn't you be in the fields? Job's done? Well, thank you. Here's your... Oh, and onion seeds. Well, sower didn't have leather to repair the water skin, so I'd hunt wild animals. Yeah, you didn't get into a lot of trouble. No, and it's alright. No worries. You craft tools and hunt? Yeah, I can also dance with boars, it turns out. Yep, I was pretty handy with a bow and spear. Mother always said that. Mother was always handy with a bow and spear. She used to teach me hunting at an early age. Oh, I got it wrong. I envy you that my father only taught me how to work fields. That's what my father taught me as well. Remember, that one's the one that shapes you. Hey, until next time, all one. Alright, now. Let's check in on this quest here. We gotta find that rye delivery. Hey there. Yeah, I've been sent by Dobrgina. I heard that you're the one who supplies the tavern. I'm sorry, so this is not a good time. Personal issues. Is everything alright? Don't want to bother. It's not bothering. What's going on? Ooh, wait, what kind of mistake did you make? You married an idiot. That makes sense. Oh, I don't. It's that bad. He was supposed to sell one of the cows in the market, and he was gonna... I told him the price to sell it for. We need coins now more than ever. Yes. And comes back with nothing? A handful of seeds. Oh, magic seeds. Oh. Is there anything special about them? They weren't seeds, it was rabbit crap. Oh, man. I'd like to be uplifting, but that does sound really dumb. I mean, it sounds like the kind of thing, like going back and chasing down boars. That's what I need to hear. Nothing for you to do. We appreciate the offer. In any event, well, it's a pleasure. Is there anything else I can do? We won't be able to provide the rye. The crops are diseased and pretty much unusable. Oh no. As if it wasn't enough problems, but don't worry. I've ordered delivery from Roleplay. Should be here yesterday. I kind of figured they would have delivered within the day. Don't know what happened. Nara is usually very prompt. Maybe you could go check on him? Yeah, you got it. Of course. Oh man, that's unfortunate. I wish I would have... Shoot, well, if I would have been in better condition, I might have been able to meet them on the roadway on the way in. That's too bad. Hey buddy, excuse me, kiddo. Hey you, what do you need? Yeah. Competition? What do you got? Oh no. 5 hours. Uh-oh. 5 hours to do what? Hunt wolf or deer? Oh boy. Well, I don't think I'm gonna win this. We need a bow to do that. I have 5 hours to accomplish that? That's gonna be rough. Well, we can wander on. Let's see here. We can wander on to our destination. She said Rollica? She told me... Somebody gave me a map. Oh, the roadway. That goes past the road I walked partly on that road. It can't have been on the roadway I just walked on. I was just there. So we won't walk back on that pathway. Let's see if we can find anything up here. Deer or wolves. That guy's crazy. What does he think that my sticks are gonna... I'll throw insults at him. That's what I'll do. I'll throw hard words at him. Let's see how the deer can stand up to my insults. I was told there are deer up here, though. Oh, there we go. Alright. Boy, I tell you what. I'm hoping my pointed sticks are good enough. Not good enough if you don't sneak up on your prey. Right. Oof. Mom always said I had a good throwing arm. That's for sure. Hopefully that stag will recognize that too. Now, he's moving at a good clip though. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get too many good throws at him. Oh boy. You know, I tell you what, it's really hard to throw a spear against the deer when they're in full motion. I honestly don't think I'm going to be able to make this quest happen. Who am I kidding? This isn't worth the time. I'll go back and tell him that I'm ashamed and I lost. There's no way I'm going to hunt down deer with spears. It's just going to be way too time consuming, and that delivery's not going to... That person's not going to deliver the ride themselves, and she seemed really worried about that. I don't want to let Dobrgina down anyway. She's been helping me out quite a bit, so let's make sure we get this done. I don't want to leave her waiting. Walking on this trail here. There's... Well, that can't have been it, right? And wow, I hope it wasn't that wagon. It wasn't that wagon I found dropped earlier. There was just wine, and there's just wine and rye bread. Well, these are oat grains. I wonder who left these. Ooh, plum tree seeds. Who? Somebody must have been paddling. Well, you can't have paddled down this river too well, considering there's bridges across everywhere. That seems strange that they would have gone this far and would have lost their seedlings there. I wonder if they were just traveling downriver to hopefully meet up with somebody who would continue the journey onwards. There needs to be some serious wagoneering trails made here, I gotta say. It's a long distance to travel. You know, once I have a bow, I think Mother would have been very proud of me for hitting a duck and right in the water before taking wing. I think that would be something she'd get a kick out of. Be smarter than the duck, I'm sure. And think ahead and make sure I know what I'm doing. So, if we head back this way, now this roadway would be the fastest route, I believe, because I think if I'm getting my bearings right and looking at my map, I think there's an island, and then, yeah, this is that island I walked to. This has got to be the right road to Ralnica. This should be it, of course. Alright, well, if I'm going to run into him, I'm going to run into him on this roadway here, that's for sure. I guess I haven't really traveled down this road too much. Let's just see what's down here. And it's just a decent walkway. Not a lot of grooves for wagon wheels around here, though. I wonder how they get a lot of their goods across these areas. I mean, I see a number of wagons. Must not be heavily traveled, though. Hopefully not. No, this is wheat, so somebody ran into trouble on this pathway. They ran into trouble with their wheat delivery. Strange. There seem to be a lot of wagons that get knocked out on the way down these roadways, I tell you. Not a good sign. I wonder if they didn't even leave Ralnica in the first place. I guess I could head there and find out. It'll get pretty late in the day if I don't watch out. Ain't good to fish around here. Oh, just roach. Roach is not worth the time. Not even that tasty. We'll save our spears for pike and perch. Quite a distance. This would have been a nice area to build. The nice riverway here probably has made this land rather fertile. As long as it floods a decent amount here and there. And another downed wagon cart. Is this the delivery? Well, I sure hope not. Apples. Well, bunch of rotten apples. What's this, though? Huh. Fabric, though. Strange. A lot of things that have kind of fallen around out here. I wonder what's going on in this area. Well, let's get ourselves to Ralnica. Now, if I remember right, Alwyn said something. There's a pile of leaves here. I wonder if I can jump in it. Ah. Boom. Oh, dear. Somebody dropped some coins in the pile of leaves. Well, they're lost, I suppose. Oh, well. Oh, jeez. That's not good. We need to find out where this thing ran to. We need to get ourselves a good clear of it. Got a good nip on me. Not enough to take me down. And it's a fool who fights a foe that they're not ready for. I don't think I'm ready for this one yet. Although I'm sure that guy would love to have heard that I at least got into a fight with one of them. Oh man, just scratched the surface. That's gonna leave a bit of a mark for a bit. Should be okay though. Just a graze. I'm not ready for that one yet. I need that bow, that's for sure. Alrighty, well, let's find out what's going on here. And find out what happened with that delivery. Alrighty, I heard I need to talk to... There is an Adar. I'm supposed to check on the rye. Do you have the rye? Oh, they haven't gotten to Gusto. Yeah, great. Sent my workers with a parcel yesterday. Should be back there already. Any problems on the route? Okay. Alright, I've been involved in the situation. I can go find him. I can travel. I'm here from Gustovia. I'll head back that way and see what happened. Yeah, no worries. I'll help out. No problems. Let me see. Do you have rye though? I shouldn't go back empty-handed. No, I could probably buy a bit of rye from you, and I can take care of it myself. Rye grain will cost me extra, but this will take care of a lot of my needs. Let's see here. Only have 300 coin, but if I don't plant these things, I'm not going to have much of a season in front of me. Alright, well, I keep going back and forth on the money I have and the money I don't. Oh, I could sell you my fish. Here, take this stuff. Salted fish meat seems to be in good shape. I was going to let that rot, but if you think it'll be useful here, you go for it. And I found this wool fabric. You think you can make use of that? I kind of just need the seeds at this point, friend. I need to get myself up and going. Great. Now I should have enough fertilizer to get through, but I think I need about 20 more. Nope, that'll cut us off at the limit. We'll just buy 16. Alright, thank you. Thanks, friend. I'll be back around. Hey, friend. How are you doing? Tell me about where you're from. Oh wait, I tried romancing. What a fool. Oh, that's funny. What am I doing? Alright, here we go. You seem interesting. What brought you here? Pretty tiresome. Permanently in love with the land. Oh, there we go. We'll just flirt a bit with this lady. Oh, jeez, I'm standing on fire. That's hilarious. I forgot I was standing on that. Alrighty, now we've survived a full season. We need to hunt boars or foxes. We'll hunt boars, that's for sure. I need that bow. I absolutely need that bow, that's for sure.
I spend more time with this horse than with my family.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but if this is the way if this is your job, this is your work, then I can totally understand why. Oh, that wolf. I'm not ready for that fight just yet. You know what I would be ready for? I'd be ready for some pocketbooks lined with gold. I need a bow, that's for sure. I want to see what I can do about making some cash here. That bow is going to serve us well. Maybe, just maybe, we can be ready by next season. Although I need to put some of this money towards that winter clothing setup. I remember Mother always telling me hunting is easier in the winter. The animals are desperately looking for food. Wolves are a lot less clever about how they travel. And I should be able to find some of our rabbits in the early part of winter before they shed their coats and start taking on that whitish color. I should be able to get some of them. And the deer will certainly be easier to spot, that's for sure. Well, I better get myself going. Get that bow, and I better ask around. I'll ask in our little village near us, see what they know. We'll see if they know anything about somebody making, who makes high quality bows in this area. Maybe on the way I can find some more things on the side of the road. I can't believe how much of this area is just littered with dropped goods. There has to be something going on. We'll keep our eyes peeled, that's for sure. I think with the rest of this day, when we get back, we'll get a little bit of that land tilled before the end of the day here. And I wouldn't mind setting up a part of that kitchen. And the sooner I can start making things and baking things, the sooner I will be able to really help out and make some money in this area. And I think the people around will appreciate it. Good home-cooked meals. Mother was great at hunting, and she happened to be wonderful at cooking as well. Father knew his way around a field, that's for sure. And knew to fish. This valley is beautiful. And there seems to be a lot of options here. Oops. There we go. Let's turn that back on. Well, he said somewhere this route. I mean, we should have seen something by now. Is there I mean, if they're gonna walk on this pathway, I didn't see anything closer. Oh, it's getting late. I hate to leave them to their fate in the night, but if I don't get going home, I'll be caught with my own fate in the middle of the night. I don't think that's going to be worthwhile. I'm certainly not going to save anyone if people need to save me. Let's get going home. Now, I do wonder though. I think it's always wise to walk with one less crow in the world. We'll take ourselves. That's good to go. One less crow will be fine. Better find myself a rock though. Make ourselves a knife, and then we'll get home. Oof. Well, no. Oh, it's so dark I'm losing track of where I am. Yeah, the night is dark. This is the season for it. We're getting longer nights and shorter days. I better get myself going home. Oh my goodness. I wonder though. Wait. I don't remember seeing that before. Okay. No, we can't go there now. That's not worth it. I'm not quite ready for that. And we're not getting caught foolishly. We are going to make good choices, make good decisions. I hate to leave that person to their fate, but at this point, we'll have 2 victims and not just one. Beautiful, oh, beautiful moonlit area. If I had my bow, I would take that stag out. A stag in the moonlight. A symbol of prosperity for us. We'll take that as a good omen. And I'll leave it. It should live then. Good omen should be allowed to survive. Been a lot of running today. Well, moon, guide us home. And let's find our way. We'll get home and take care of a little nighttime work here. I feel incredibly good after that last day. The day of being idle and recovering has helped out quite a bit. I think we're recovered now. We not have any scars to show for it, or at least just good enough scars to show off. So maybe she'll think that we're just entertaining enough to keep around. How will that be? Well, as night falls on us here, I can see this roadway has traveled well. I can see eventually us putting gates here. Gates that open up into an entire city. Getting too dark to walk without the torch. Although, that's enough moonlight for us to see where we're going. And I don't want to draw attention to myself. Here we are. Home, sweet home. A future that we can build. And a lot of potential. I certainly need some more light around here. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to work it all during the night. Whew. Been a long journey. Been a worthwhile journey. Oh, I should probably put that out there. Shouldn't be carrying fertilizer into my home. Certainly shouldn't be doing that. Certainly shouldn't be walking myself in, not cleaning myself off. Let's put our seeds in here. It's too bad it's the wrong season for that. I don't know what he was thinking. He could have given me some rye. That would have been a much more handy thing to do. Alwyn. Well, that'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Alright, 28 grain. That should do us well. I could have bought just a little bit more. Could have bought one more. I forgot it's multiples of 7s. That's a mistake on the real world side of things. Alright, always check your traps. Man, crows. Constant crows. Ugh, never an end to them. I'm sure that someday I'll appreciate that. Who knows? We can use their feathers in the future. Who knows, maybe we can find somebody who's good enough at crafting them and we can make a name for ourselves. Crow Feather. And then maybe people will appreciate them. Alright, well, no sense not taking a jump. And cleaning ourselves off. Alright, sorry for the darkness on the screen, y'all. But if we're going to get immersed in this, we should certainly keep it dark. Alright, it's getting quite late, and I don't want to be exhausted tomorrow. I don't want to put myself out in a position where I can't be
full speed running. So let's just set up our traps. Put our trap near the field there for sure. Oh, jeez. Make up another torch here. Alright. Alrighty. I think our trap... I thought our rabbit trap was already together. There we are. Just gotta remember where I placed it. This birch tree. Always a nice spot. Alright, y'all. With that, you have a good rest of your day. And I'll see you next time. Oh, well, we better get ourselves moving here. It's time to go find our person on the roadway. Now, I remember, checked our traps last night. Should get that meat cooked up. Have a little breakfast of rabbit haunch. Make a little side of bird, side of crow, and get ourselves on the road. We gotta start thinking about what our village is gonna look like too. I don't know if anybody's gonna want to live here eating just roasted rabbit and roasted bird. I'm not sure that's really gonna sustain us. I'm gonna need to get that kitchen set, and we need to find a way to make some real food, that's for sure. Oh, let's eat some of these things. Maybe I'll take a couple things with on the go. Maybe we'll be fortunate enough to take time when we're done here and go to Dobrgina, and we can sell some things to her. Alright, oh, the fields. You know, that gets me thinking, that rye. So this rye delivery was a problem, right? Like, you know that the person who was trying to deliver this rye just isn't making it. And we know that the people in Gostovia haven't been able to make their crops work for rye this year because of a disease. Now, I'm thinking my land should be safe out here. We're far enough away, and unless it's somehow, well, there's no reason why it would travel this far, or how it would be carried in unless somebody was coming by to cause that trouble. I would like to think the soil here isn't diseased. We'll have to see. I certainly hope not. That could really ruin all of my chances at starting off this village, and I've worked so hard to this point. We have to move on as if we know that that's not going to happen. Let's assume our rye is going to be alright, and if this works out, if I'm able to grow my crops of rye while everyone else is having trouble with diseases in their area, this will put us in the right spot. They'll need the rye that we're growing. We're going to be we'll be a useful neighbor, we'll be a helpful neighbor. People will want to be a part of our village, help us out, and we'll be able to really make an impact here. And that'll help a lot, because that should bring people to my cause. If I'm going to do this, if I'm going to start something, if I'm going to find a way to keep us safe from these soldiers, I certainly don't want them to end up coming back to this region, but I can't keep running. If they're going to come back here, I need to be ready. And that means strong walls, and that means some people who know how to defend themselves and who are ready. We'll give them a run for their money. Welcome back, y'all. We're on the road to go find our courier, but before we get there, let's take a brief moment and let's center ourselves and start a day out right, or continue on with your day, or wrap up your day, wherever you're at with it. Let's find a way to center ourselves here real quick. Just do our 3 breaths and bring ourselves into our space and relax. So remember, taking these deep breaths, you want to breathe in deeply and allow your belly to expand and allow it to fill in your abdomen. That's going to be the kind of breaths that really allow you to calm down. It tells your body to relax and tells your brain to calm down. So let's do those 3 breaths now. Breathing in 1 and breathe out. Breathe in, filling in all the way to your abdomen. And breathe out. Breathe in. And out. And welcome back. I'm glad you're here. And I hope you're feeling more relaxed. And I hope you're in a space where you can take the time just to relax and unwind. Now, I don't remember seeing that last night in the torchlight, but maybe I was moving too fast. Let's see here. It seems this is a lot of blood.
heading towards the waterfall. I mean, if somebody wanted to clean themselves, they would certainly be by the waterfall, and here they are. What is going on? Are you alright, sir? Damn, you're bleeding a lot. You've been attacked. Attacked by who? Are you Nadar's worker? One who's supposed to deliver a rye? That's right, take the parcel. Just please get me some help. Alright, take this. This should help with the pain. Or with the pain. It's broadleaf plantain. They make a bandage out of it. You can take that, and if you have any linen, take some of your shirt and we'll wrap it. And we'll put the broadleaf in it, we'll crush it up, and then wrap it in there. Alright, I'm on the way. Keep pressure on that. Oh man, that's no good. What? I wonder what attacked him. He didn't say. This is not looking good. Now it's obviously, we're not gonna have to worry about soldiers. They wouldn't just show up in these isolated spots, and they wouldn't overturn a couple of wagons here and there and without going into the main villages and causing a ruckus. I wonder how bad the bandit problem is here. I haven't heard yet. Unigost hasn't talked about that yet, and I haven't heard Dobragina talk about that either. Maybe Nadar will tell me more. I'm curious. I wonder what he's gonna tell me. I wonder how bad the problem is here. Oh, shoot. Well, close. Let's see if I catch me a bird on the way in. A little bit of a snack and some more feathers. And I think those feathers are gonna be a cause for celebration at some point in the future. With all the challenges in the area and knowing that that there's war in the area, I think that this plan, I need to find a bowyer. I need to find a bowyer. I need to find somebody who's a fletcher. I need someone who can make me bows and arrows. Make us bows and arrows. Arrows are gonna be on high demand for quite a while, as they're being flung across battlefields recklessly. I think we can make a little bit off of that. Speaking of bows, though, of course, I do need to figure out where I can buy a decent bow in this area. I also need the money to do so, so... Quite a crossroads here. I wonder if Nader will know exactly where to get a bow from. I'll have to ask him. I'll have to let him know about his courier, though. That's the problem. I hope he'll be alright. That bandage trick, breaking up the plantain and wrapping it into his shirt. I hope that helps. I hope that at least allows him to survive this. We'll have to get him better we'll have to get him better help. Maybe he needs to be stitched back up. He can end up like I was, ragdoll with stuffing reattached to him. I seem to be doing okay now. I mean, I still have my scar, of course, but that's gonna be what it is. It doesn't hurt to move anymore, and I definitely remember. I definitely remember it. So hopefully it can remain just as scars and a memory, and nothing more. And that bow is going to help a lot with that. I can keep myself at a distance. If I remember right, my mother told me that the recurve is the best of the bows to get. It's fast, it's got great strength, and it will be there with me for the long haul. The longbow would be wonderful for the field. If I wanted to do some damage against our soldier friends, that could be a great resource. It fires a greater distance, and with the right arm, it's true. And a regular bow, I'm sure our standard bow can work a short bow. Hey, your courier, I found him wounded on the road. He was attacked and he needs help. Oh, I was sending somebody promptly. Let's see here. I wonder. I gave him some medicine. You should be able to pull through. I hope that's true. But you should hurry. Well, I gave him some medicine. You should be able to pull through. Thank you for your help. Will you make the delivery? I will gladly do so. Here's the coins for trouble. No, you keep it. Get it to your worker. I would like those coins. I would very much like those coins, Nader. But why don't you keep it for him? He was gravely wounded. I was wounded by boars not too far from that same area. I have a question for you though. What can you tell me about where there's a bowyer in the area? Lesnica. Okay.
It was nice seeing you.
And she... Okay, Lesnica it is. We're off. Alright, let's get this rye delivery in. And then let's pick up some rye from town. I think this is going to be it. This is how we're going to really break into things here. I need a way to connect in here. I need a way to connect to how things are going here. This valley, there's a lot of villages here. And I'm guessing by now they have their trade systems, they have their plans down, they have what they barter, and they have what they trade between each other. Probably well established at this point. This issue with this rye delivery, this happened at the perfect timing. I hope not on the backs of that poor man, but this could be perfect for us. This could be perfect for my village. If I can be the supplier of rye, if I can find ways to supply the grains that they need to malt for their beverages, I'm set. Then we'll be a necessary part of this area. We'll become the malt and bread basket of this area, and we will fit in. We'll have a purpose, and that'll drive people to want to connect with us and to keep us as a very useful part of this. I don't want to say as the head of this place. I certainly don't want to step too far this soon. Unigost is obviously in charge around here, and he's doing a good job, I'm sure. Although, he's a pickpocket. How does a pickpocket become a Castellan without there being something funny going on here? I'm curious about how that all played out. I'm sure Lorden had something to do with it. I should like to have met him. It's too bad too. I get to hear a number of stories, but I never get to actually meet the man. He did appoint a pickpocket to the village lead here. Or perhaps the pickpocket simply took charge. I guess I don't really know Unigost fully yet. Albergina seems great. I very much love talking with her. She's been charmed by him. Maybe that's a big part of it. Maybe he's got that charm. Maybe that's why he's the guy in charge. Well, as long as he sees good visions and keeping the people safe, then that's really all you can ask for, isn't it? And he is just the tax man. We don't need to elevate him any higher than that. But he is one of my uncle's friends. Maybe there's something to that. Now, let's take a drink here. Certainly don't want to think about whether there's blood running down the stream, but be safe out to this distance. Would like to get a bit of pike before we head in. Might be nice to do that before the seasons change. I'm certainly not going to be dipping myself in the water later when it gets to be wintertime. It's going to be plenty cold. I would very much love to have some fishing spears too. So what we need to find somebody skilled in making bows and making spears, fishing spears anyway. There we are. A few pike will do us some good. This ought to work out nicely for us. We can roast this up for the people in the village, make a little bit of coin on that, and we can get that bow. Although, we do need to consider, let's see here, a limited amount of time. Seasons are coming to an end here. If I don't get that rye in the ground soon, there won't be any rye for me to harvest, and it'll be just as bad as our ill-fated delivery, and just as bad as the diseased crops in Gustovia. Need to make sure I do this right, and I also need to make sure I remember what my father taught me about my crops and making sure that I keep things rotating properly and discourage disease formation. I wonder if they just had one devoted field and they've done nothing but growing rye there and haven't given a chance for things to grow through and to rotate through the right nutrients and to keep things healthy. We'll see. Maybe these farmers are a little less seasoned than him. I do come from a long line of farmers and hunters, so my skill set will be an asset to these people. I need to find my way to bring myself into this. I really gotta start reminding myself I can do these things. I don't need the scars of my memories of running to slow me down. There was nothing I was going to be able to do. I was not going to be able to go back. There's no way I was going to face down a group of soldiers as one young man with, what, a scythe? I am not the Grim Reaper. No, I will find a way to get them. I will find a way to figure out whose military that was. No, I'm not going to be the victim here anymore. We'll bide our time. We'll find our way. We'll figure out which battalion that was. We'll figure out exactly who issued that order. We'll find out exactly what happened there. And if I'm presented with the opportunity, then I'll have my revenge. Although I do need to remember the words. Revenge only serves, well, revenge serves no one. Won't bring anyone back. Oh, but it just can't stop thinking about it. As with all things, we'll give time. We'll allow time to help out with that. I should check in with these people. See what happened with them. Alright, Dabrigina, I have your eye, so you should be able to continue on. Alright. Alright, let's see here. Oh, yeah. Here you go. Well, I don't know. Here you are, my lady. Did I find any problems on the way? A few, but a big-time adventure. None, was I supposed to? Well, you do look like someone who attracts trouble. Oh, you call me ugly? Yes, I did. Well, I accept your apology. And here's payment. Ooh, my goodness. Conquering a simple errand. My lady, let me have you know. Simple indeed. I saved a man from bleeding to death. Alright, I bid you farewell as a wealthy man. Take care. Ay, ay, ay. Alwyn, nope. Your helmet. Alright, well, we're in a little bit of a dicey spot with this wolf and deer situation. We're not going to be able to finish that challenge, are we? Let's see here. Well, let's get ourselves a little fire out here. Let's cook up some of that meat, and then let's get our rye before we leave town. And then I've got to... Then we really need to find a way to get our rye planted before the end of the season. I think we're going to end up losing that challenge, but that's what it is. You win some, you lose some. And that's okay. Alright, let's make a quick fire by the area here. Cook up those fish. Should make a good little bit of coin here. Now, we're pretty close to the end of the season. I've got a good amount of gear for wintertime. I'm happy with that. I am a little concerned that we will have some trouble taking care of our, getting our crops finished here, so I better get home in time to do so. I feel like we have a good deal of time in the day, but I still have to travel. One of these days, she tells me, rich man indeed, great conqueror. Yeah, you know it. We'll see about that. In time. I absolutely will be. Well, let's get our big cash here to this guy. Alright, friend. I've got some roasted fish meat for you. I would also like... Hey, well, that torch isn't going to give you too much. You probably don't care much about that. Well, let's see here. We'll sell a couple bags. And, alright, you. I'm going to need a little more rye. Let's see here. Now, if we buy the rye... Now, as I recall, if I buy these rye, I can get 7 grain for 42. If I buy 7 of these for 60, I think we end up with a little more. And I believe I was 1 off on my last little bit. So let's get up to double. We'll get to that 200 coin. We'll spend our 200 coin. Ooh, 600. We need to get there, and we need to get that bow.
Take care.
Yeah, you take it easy, man. Alright, now, for us, on our background here, let's see where we're at. I can talk to Alwyn. Let's see if I can get that going. We're here. We might as well talk with him. And then it's time for us to get to our part of our village. Get our fields up and running. Alwyn. Hey, long time no see. You look sad. Wait, what happened? Your hoe's broken. Oh, man. That's just... Oh. What are you going to do without a hoe? It's important to you. You fell in love with this thing. You've already ordered a new one. The village on the other side of the river north of here. Huh. Father's old friend told Papa that fell or eventually gave up blacksmithing. But pain issues. Oh. Still fixes old tools. Oh, that's great. I haven't picked up a hoe yet because I had a lot of work. Yeah. Sure. I'll be up here. Here's some coins to pay him for the hoe. It should be enough. I know. I can trust you. Don't worry. I'll be back with your hoe. 120 coins, and then that. Well, we'll come back and we'll get him that one. We need to take care of our fields, though. Oh, I mean, you talking to me? I mean, I am a dashing, my roguish good looks, I'm sure, are attracting you. I'm sure that you must have been, where did you come from here? Did you actually travel away from, yeah, jeez, sorry. Let's see, oh, yeah, great combo. She's like, huh, interesting. What? So now tell me about where you're from. What's your favorite season? Autumn? Well, that's good to hear. You're in the perfect season. I would love to tell you that autumn is my favorite, but I'm looking forward to spring after the winter time. And I envy the birds. You don't. Alright, well, we'll talk with you later. I told Alwyn I'd help him out with this. Oh, don't want to lose all of my time here, though. And he's at the end of the period here. I think he'll be okay till next season. He doesn't need that. He's not going to be working with that thing in the wintertime. What does he think he's going to do? Grow ice? I'm sure he could grow some snow. He'll do a good job at that. Alright, let's get ourselves back home. Speaking of hoes, I need something better than wooden tools. Really need somebody who knows how to build things properly. Now, some of those people back in that village, she was telling me about her time in her village, and she's done just about everything. She could be a great person to have around our village. Speaking of that, my goodness, I need to build a house for somebody to live in. That could be a great wintertime project. It's not like the fields are going to need to do anything. So, sure, in the wintertime I can finish up that house. We'll make a simple one like mine. See what we can do with that. Now, let's get ourselves... Let's see what we can do about making that happen. Oh, and with wintertime, it would be the perfect time to hunt. Who knows, maybe we'll be lucky during this winter, and this will be a great harvest moon season, or not harvest moon season, but a full moon season early on, and we can use the moonlight to help us with a night hunt. And then, we can take down some of these wolves in the area. Maybe the guy got attacked by wolves. Those wounds did not look like wolf bites, though. It did not even look like a boar tusk. He didn't say anything about who attacked him, though. And Albergino was all jokes and laughter. He didn't even ask what happened. Seems a little interesting. I wonder why they didn't even want to... She didn't even ask what happened on the journey. Why was the shipment delayed? Just was immediately on the jokes. She is quite the charmer, that's for sure. I'll have to work on my charm. I gotta go back to the, I gotta go back and find my glorious savior and, great lady of the area. Let's see if she, oh, shoot. You know, I saw this last time at a distance. Hail. Good day? Anyone here? Hello? Oh. What? Well, I mean, this has all been broken down. These people have left this camp. The bronze arrows. What happened here? Oh my goodness. Well, I certainly don't want these resources to go to loss. I mean... Huh. Oh, I see. I see. Poachers. Well, luckily I don't have any... Luckily I don't have any connections with the king, nor do I care what his thoughts are of me. Huh. Well... I guess we'll be okay with our bow for a while, won't we? Huh. Interesting. What were they doing here? Only 2 arrows, though. Have to make those shots count. See how good I am with this thing. See if I still remember how to do this. Oh, friend. Well, thanks for being dinner. Oh my goodness. Well, this may change everything for us. Now, I still need more arrows, though. But that's at least a start. What cleared out that camp? This is just too much. There's clearly something going on.
I mean, why would they have left? I mean, I didn't see soldiers running around the area, and they tend to advertise themselves very loudly. So there's no way that this is the king's patrol coming through here to check his forests and the poachers ran. Those poachers ran for another reason. And there's no animals in the area around there. Of course, my friend there, who was injured by the waterfall, he clearly... Oh, look at that. Always fun. Some birds have been playing in there. Oh. Well, we'll hope they just left feathers. Oh, shoot, no, I need to talk to her real quick. I can't go past my village here and not talk to the, my strong lady who carried me here. Uh-oh, where'd she go? Greetings, milady. And how are you? How are you doing this day? You ever heard of a pig who runs into a bush? Call it hedgehog. Okay. Proud of yourself. I'm glad you've done good work. Thank you again for your assistance. You must be strong as, must be stronger than a bear. Oh, let's see here. Suppose he's a hunter who stuffs carcasses. Yeah, much like me. Do you think that I would look any good? Admire your honesty. Well, good talking with you, and I hope things are well with you. You take care. Well, someday. I'll need a strong enough woman to help carry me through situations if I run headlong into things. Nobody calls you a chicken. Well, I balk at that, little one. Alright, well, we're nearing the end of the day. There's no way I'm going to take the trip to Lesnica at this point. We'll take that the first day of winter. And that'll give us a chance to get a feel for how cold it is in this area, in this part of the region. Sure, it's no different than by me. It'll be freezing cold, and I'm sure that I'll be wishing I could just sit by the fire. Well, and here's our mountain range. Ah, and there we are, home. I really need some way to mark our way in. It'd be nice to be able to see beautiful torchlight, street lamps running down this corridor in busy streets here. Soon enough. Soon enough. Well, for now, I'm sure that I need to check our traps, as we always do, and I need to be sure that I get my fields taken care of. Well, let's get that late night work in. Ah, good, caught another crow. The perpetual issue here is the crows. Alright, let's bring our things in. We'll wrap this up. This bow, this is going to change everything. The knife will help out too. Need some firewood as well. I can craft the leather up, that'll be perfect. And we'll roast this up for dinner here in a bit. Alright, well, we have a lot of work ahead of us. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Let's get ourselves set here. Alright, late night snack here. Well, evening snack here. Dinner. That iron axe. Oh my goodness, they left some very good equipment behind. I am surprised. Alright, let's make this happen. 28 grains later. Let's get our rye out of here. And we should be able to make one more. Oh, I misjudged the number. Perfect. Now, the problem we have here is I don't think I have enough fertilizer to make this whole thing happen. We do have those plums that we can plant as well. Probably should get those in the ground as soon as possible. Alrighty, well, with this, I may want to make another hoe, though. Let's get ourselves one more tree. Get some more logs. We'll make another hoe. We'll wrap this up here. Then we gotta think about that kitchen. I think this winter is going to be a lot of building, a lot of expanding, and preparing ourselves for the new year. And in our new year, there is no reason... Oop, can't walk. There's no reason why in this new year that we can't make things even better than we already have it. Now, unfortunately, I'm carrying too much stuff, so drop this here. I'll have to put the axe down for a moment. Alright, it's time
to make this field work happen. Now, for us all here in the background, watching the story here, I did find that potion of night vision. Let's use that. This will make it a little easier to see for those who are watching. So, there we are. Alright, let's go. We'll get our fertilizer down. Let's get a good crop of this. This is my opportunity. We need to get this. We need to get these fields set, because this is how we break into this area. This is how we become a part of this. We become a part of this local economy. We supply the rye, and in time, maybe even more. Now, at some point, we'll need to think about getting ourselves some hogs. Hogs, some swine, that'll allow us to produce a regular stream of manure to help us keep these fields in good shape. And it'd be wonderful for us to be able to take and constantly produce everything these people need in this area. A lot of work here at the end of the day, the end of the season. Winter? I don't think I fear the winter at this point. I'm ready for it. I've seen enough, I've gone through enough. I'm full of stuffing, I'm ready to go. I've already dealt with a boar, I've got a bow in my hand. I can get a better one if I need, but this might just do it for now. Let's at least go there and see what she's got for arrows. Maybe she has an apprentice that I can take on. You know, could be pretty smart. If I can get a house ready here, and I could take on, maybe I could take on somebody who's got some skill with lumber working, somebody who's seen a saw pit before, and then I could take on somebody with some skill in crafting those arrows, a bowyer, a fletcher. Maybe I can get ourselves in a spot where we can not only expand this village and have more room for our people, but maybe we can even dig into this economy in another way. It's going to start being expensive having people. It's going to start being very expensive. I need to pay for the taxes too, got to think about that. And I have a number of things that I want to buy just so that we can have it on hand. And at some point, a smithy. We won't be caught. We won't be caught by any soldiers wandering the area without something to defend ourselves with. It can start with bows, it can start with arrows, it can start with that. But it certainly doesn't need to end there. I may not have handled a sword in my life, but I've been plenty skilled with an axe. And if I remember what I was told, most soldiers end up using axes and hammers anyway. Swords are reserved for the nobles who don't need to sully themselves with combat unless they're in their full suit of tin. No, we can... I think I've handled an axe well enough that I could be dangerous. And who knows, maybe we can make this area a destination. Maybe we can become a trade hub in the area. And there won't be so much desire for us to be taken down. Maybe the king himself will supply us with guards. Right. Right. Who is our king? Nodamir the First, the Builder. Wonder if he'll take a kind eye to me, watching me build up this entire area. I wonder. You know, I'm starting to think. I have enough rye. I wonder if it's time for us to expand a bit. Oh, winter is definitely showing its face. Winter is on its way. I wonder if we could have expanded these fields a bit, but I don't think there was time. It's getting late anyway. I'll need some rest, otherwise I'm going to have a rough start to my next winter. 2 fields later, 2 full fields of rye. Now this will help out the fields as well. This will help them pull some nitrogen back in. Although I'm not going to be tilling this back into the fields, so that nitrogen is going to be spent on the rye. You need to get out of here, you. Okay, before we wrap this up, let's put some plum trees around. There's no reason why we can't put a couple fields out here, a couple orchards of plums. Let's make sure we get some orchards in this area. Let's put them by the barn. I think that would look rather nice. And there should be plenty of sun over here during the day. There we are. Then we'll put the plums here. Oh dear. We better move fast. I'm getting tired.
I'm freezing.
Yeah, need that warm bed, that's for sure. Alright, so let's get those plums in the ground. Now, the plum trees, they should be okay. Although I do have deer in the area. Ah, gee, deer. I don't need them eating the saplings. It is getting late, though. Well, we'll just hope the deer don't munch them. They've seen me walk around this area enough. I'm guessing they're scared of me in this area. Let's get some rest after we shower. There's no way I'm going to get into that bed as filled with filth as I am now.
It's biting cold.
We'll get ourselves in the water, take a quick cold jump in, and go dry ourselves off with a fire. And take a quick drink before the end of this night. What a beautiful night it is, too. Oh, jeez, I'm freezing. Let's get out of here. Oh, man. Alright, back to the fire. Maybe that wasn't the best of ideas. I'll just have to remember not to do that in the wintertime. It's a great way to revitalize the spirit, but oh my goodness, it is cold. Oh, and my feet are freezing. Ooh. Alright, let's get the fire going. Oh my goodness. Alright. Oh dear. Alright, well. Time for a good night. And on to this. Oh no, a rat sneaks into your house and steals coins from your sacks. One by one? Oh darn, follow the sneaky thing. Oh, if only I could follow that dang thing. Catch that. Ah, that was the last heist of the living rodent. The coins with marks of blood come back to your sack. Bam! Yes. Alright. Darn rats. Of course it'd be rats. There's rats everywhere. Oh, that's right. We did not... Well, we'll have to tell him that he won. Good to go. Not too worried about it. He definitely won that there. He definitely won the challenge. There's no way I was going to get those in. Okay, good. It's good to see a little bit of growth out there. Okay, let's get these things in here. Certainly can't do much with this now. Leave our bags in here too. I don't need to carry this stuff around. Alright, I should double check the plum. Okay, good. They made it. I don't need... I better put some sticks around there this season. I don't want the, I don't want animals coming by to chomp them. Come to think of it, I know they won't go after the hops, but I do know that they'll go after some of my other crops. That's for sure. We don't need them causing trouble.
Better warm myself up.
Oh man, well, let's get a feel for how cold it is, huh? I better put on my coat. Who am I kidding? It is freezing out here. Alright. Let's try out our new gear here. Worth the coin, that's for sure. Absolutely worth the coin. There we are. Now, without a hat on, I'm going to freeze my little tuchus off. Sure. Alright, and we have not much of a breakfast here. That was a really small rabbit, it turns out. Oh well, it's something. Alright, now... we've gotten our start here. I think it might be worth making the journey to Lesnica. See what we can do. Here's our hammer, here's our shovel. I think also building. Building's the key here. I think maybe the journey to Lesnica is a good start. Let's see how this cold weather gear will keep us. And then I'll come back and we'll build those fences around there. Certainly don't want to lose my crops to these. To the deer in the area. I've definitely seen deer in the area. Oh, wait. An ill-prepared hunter is that one that forgets their bow at home. I may only have 2 arrows, but those 2 arrows could mean the difference between me living and dying. There we are. Alright, there we are. Now we're ready for the journey. Check our bin. Perfect. Let's make ourselves some fertilizer for our next season. That'll take care of a pinch of our crop. Not bad. It certainly would do better if I had a pigsty and was able to get that up and running. Let's see what we can do about that. That may take a little while though. I'm sure swine are not cheap on the market, so we may need to wait a little while before we're ready for that. There we are. Okay. Crows. Perpetually, this area is filled with crows. Now, if I remember right, they said Lesnica was to the west. Let's see what we can do. Maybe we can get up on this hill and see some different sights. See what we can get out of this area. More crow. Oh, I happen to move into the region where all the crows are. Oh my. Clay pit? Well, this is a perfect find. And some stone. I could quarry this area and have a clay pit. Oh, this village is in a perfect location. I wonder if there's a mine nearby. I wonder if there's any ore that runs in these mountain areas, in these hills. We'll have to see. Alrighty, well, we'll find ourselves a good lookout and see what we can see. Nice. That has to be it. Okay. Not a bad place. Not a bad view. We'll just go down the trail slowly. No need to get a broken leg on the way to my first purchase from someone. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward. I'm going to be looking forward to having more arrows. Then we can start catching our own deer. And then with the leather, I can easily make some money. Let's see here. Alwyn gave me those coins to fix his hoe. 120 gold. What kind of hoe is this guy working with? Oh, okay. Every single road I travel down, mead too, my goodness. Oh, a fishing spear. Gonna have some fun fishing with that, weren't you, buddy? Well, apparently somebody was going for a nice little fishing trip. They must have careened off the road. I'll hope that that's the reason. There's been an awful lot of mishaps on the roadways. You know, the most common reason for a mishap on a roadway is a highwayman. Lesnica is in a nice little area. Ah, cute. They made their own snowman. That's fun. Well, I'm glad they're having a good time here. 120 coins. This guy must be... I wonder what kind of hoe he has. It certainly has to be something worth talking about if he's been dating it for so long. Crazy. Oh my. Oh, they built this right into the hillside area. Very cool. Nicely organized. Greetings, friend.
Be welcome.
Theobald, can I help you with something? What's your problem, friend? Oh, we have a problem with animals. Well, of course, this is the winter. It's a perfect time. This is the perfect time for us to hunt these things down. I'll be able to see them at a good distance and no fields to tend. Oh, woodworking. That's what I'm going to need. Here we are. Hey, Zella, you come highly rated. Please, tell me what you have for sale. Oh, a longbow. Oh, it's going to be a while before I'm ready to buy one of these. Mother would be very excited for me here. Well, you don't have... Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see. You leave the arrow making to your smith. Thank you. I'll be back for your finest bow. Oh my goodness. Someday. Thank you. Someday I'll be back for that. She looks like she's an expert tanner as well. I could use some tips from her. Hey, friend. So tell me, tell me more about the area here. Where are you pulling ore from? Is it in the hills in the area behind us? Are they here? Well, I want to find more. Bronze arrows. Oh my goodness. Well, so she said he's the one that she gets most of her arrows from. I would love to have some of these bronze arrows, but I don't know. That's going to be awful expensive for us. Copper should do. Iron arrows. Oh, someday those will bite deep on a foe. Alrighty, well, for now, I think I'm going to be just a simple person using a quiver full of stone arrows. Oops, and then I buy a couple extra. Oh, I wonder, while I'm here, is there anything that's worth you, or that you think I could leave here with better? It'd be nice to have a legitimate hoe, or maybe some fishing spears. I have that one, it's not bad. Would be nice to be out of here with a better spear, that's for sure. I certainly don't want to be running around with that simple spear I've been using for so long. But maybe we can wait on that a bit. I do think for now we'll have to save our cash. We don't want to waste a lot of money on buying these early bits. I think I can get by on these arrows. Wonder if we're out arrows though. Let's get 5 more. I don't want to be stuck without an arrow. Wouldn't be bad to defend myself with something, but I do have the right equipment for me for now. Pickaxe. Not sure I know anything about mining. We'll have to find someone else who does. It's not exactly an area of expertise I have. Still have 600 coin left. I do want to buy that. I do want to buy that winter hat. I don't need to freeze. But I wonder if it'd be worth pulling out of here with a couple more arrows. Some decent ones, just in case we get into real trouble. Alright, we'll have 4 bronze arrows. We'll keep these for biting into foes that we know need it. For now, this simple bow. I sure hope this will carry us through. Speaking of carrying us through, some skills we should really get going on this. Better your aim or less noise while speaking. I'm going to take Prowler because we're going to start working into our hunter aspect. And let's see here, less stamina during these. We'll definitely do this. Someday we'll need a mount, so we'll go for that. Skilled Rider would be nice, but I think Skilled Orchardman, we're going to focus on the skills that we know Racemir has. So we're more linking into him being an expert farmer, an expert orchardman. Alright, with that, we need to hunt boars and we need to hunt fox. Boars, then it is. Let's go find us some boar. I know where where they like to hang out. There must be some mushrooms in the area that they're a big fan of. Or some other thing they're rooting around for. You know what? I don't want to get my feet cold. Who am I kidding? We'll wander down the road. Perhaps we'll find some boar on the way in. We need to fight boar and fox. And what did they tell us? Our friend told us that we need to get rid of more rabbits and deer. That should be fine. We can easily get them. I've already shown that I'm a decent shot. And I'm sure there are plenty of rabbits in the area down. I certainly hope these arrows will be enough. It may take us a little longer to take down a foe, but at least I can keep them at a distance. Oh look, another overturned wagon. Wonder why. Doesn't look to be too many rocks around here that they could have fallen off the trail from. Huh. Interesting. Here I am speaking about mining, and what happens right in front of me? I find a cart overturned. Somebody was traveling and somebody was going to sell their goods. Looks like they made it off in a hurry. I will be certainly interested to see why they lost their shipment. Well, we'll have to make our way back to the town. And we need to find... Oh, you know what I really... Interesting. This is a little less encouraging. Oh, a cudgel. Somebody was planning on doing some damage here. And they left a tunic. And fine wool fabric. My goodness. What happened here? Huh. I don't think I should continue on down this trail. Although going into the woods, I wonder if this will be any better. Okay, there's the village. Let's head there. We'll talk to our friend. See how she's doing. I'd love to find out how she's doing now. We'll just have to keep an eye out. Certainly don't need any prying eyes watching me run here. The bell is going. You there. Hey,
How can I
Alfred.
help you?
What do you need help with? You lost your bow. Oh, a new bow. You kidding me? You gotta be kidding me, man. You have to be kidding me. You lost your bow. Okay, you need a new one. Alright, fine. I bet you this is his bow. Easy. Alrighty, well, hey, look, I need this bow for a while. Let's not tell him about it, but I'm gonna need to use this for at least a little while longer.
The right man in the wrong place.
My lady.
How can I help?
Good to meet you, my lady. And how are you faring in this cold, cold winter?
A hat? What are you talking about? Of course I have a hat. I just chose not to wear it. Oh, uh-huh, mm-hmm. Yep. That, the blacksmith from Hornica, always a good one. You are so hilarious. And how are you doing now? Never felt love like this. Ooh, okay, how you doing? You sing? Of course you do. Alright, well thank you. Good to see you again, and yeah, of course my stuffing is staying in. What do you think? Look at me. Yeah, scars look really great, I'm guessing. Oh yeah, oh, so she's been talking about me. Well, you do look like you care more about the finer refinements. I did find this nice tunic. What do you think about this thing? Oh yeah? So, this was made by whom? The lady across the river.
Have a good day.
And they were probably traveling to Lesnica then. Interesting. That is very interesting, it turns out. Milady, I part you in peace. Yes, not in pieces. Good one. Yes, thank you. Oh man, I look forward to having her, or seeing her. Maybe I look forward to seeing her in my village is what I'm about to say. I'd love to spend more time with her. Oh, geez. Distracted by thoughts of her. I was gonna get that hat. Alrighty. Ragdoll indeed. Greetings, Matilda. Yes, Ragdoll is back, and Ragdoll needs a hat, it turns out. So I would. I see that you're selling these now. I love it. And someday, perhaps I can buy one for a young one of mine. And yes, you could definitely tell them all about my grand experiment. Yes, my grand experience here. You deserve some mead, and I hope that you can find somebody who wants it. I also found a few other things on the road. Do you know anything? Have you heard anything about bandits on the trails?
Take care.
And silence again. Okay. I'm striking a nerve when I ask about this. Seems like she's not the only one who... I get a lot of silence out of people when I ask about that. She did say to mind my purse as I'm traveling, though. Interesting. Okay, well, let's get ourselves set here. Bronze arrows are only meant for serious fight. Let's find ourselves some boar. I remember they love this area. That's for sure. Maybe we can get a couple boars taken down. I'll have to go back home and put my stuff away before I do this too closely. But I've seen them around here before, and I know they love this area. Wonder if somebody came for that treasure chest yet. I should certainly love it if they came for that treasure chest and did nothing around me and left me be. There we are. Uh-oh. And I did not get the drop on it. I was certainly hoping I would. Ugh. Take a sidestep. Oh, you run, friend. There we are. Ah, it's amazing what one can do when they finally have the right tool for the job. Perfect. I think this is the start of a much better season, and perhaps a new year. I am looking forward to this. Oh dear, well, I'll have to come back. Let's drop this thing here. Certainly don't need to be carrying a bunch of rocks around. You know, oh. We can come back for that cudgel. It's just a stick, really. I don't know who made it, but they didn't know what they were doing. Hey, whose spear would that be? Thought I saw a spear in the tree, too. It would have been a wild shot. Okay. Now let's get ourselves back home. I think it's time to think about the placement of that house, you know? I think I can do a good job here getting things ready. Now, I saw in Lesnica, that gentleman, he talked about somebody in the area who's a good woodworker he'd heard about. I may have to go, and I'll have to come back for that. I need to get him in my village so that we can build some more, so we can do something useful. I don't know if we have the right area for a saw pit. There is that little stream nearby, which is wonderful. Oops, I did a little bit of a number here, making that not the right size. We'll trim that down later. Let's make ourselves some fencing around here. I have been watching those deer. I don't need those deer to be coming in here and causing me any trouble. Oh, alright, we'll give a nice wide setting to this. Maybe we can expand this later. But for now, I am not letting deer munch my apple trees. Hey, a fence is a fence, right? Boom, there we go. Plum trees, not too worried about them, but then again, it would be a lot of effort and a lot of wasted time if I just simply said, I don't care about these plum trees, and then let them fall. Who would I be? Some expert farmer indeed. And I do have a number of bags I can make now that I have that leather. I would very much like to get ourselves hunting. I'd very much like to catch some of the deer that have been wandering around my area here. But I know we have ourselves a lot to do. It's good to not have to work on... It's very good to not have to worry about fields right now. Winter is a great time building, great time for taking care of the things that the other seasons don't allow us to do. Did get a lot of boar meat out of this deal, and I am ravagingly hungry. Let's make sure feed ourselves a bit here. Feed ourselves. That kitchen. We definitely finish the kitchen. That'd be a good idea. Between the kitchen and the new house, that's where we need to be. That's exactly where we need to be. We'll build those up. Get ourselves set for our winter. I think we're going to do okay. We made it. And I do feel a little bit like we made it off the backs of some victims losing things. No Dabrikina giving us our coins. She's been very generous. Leads me to wonder just how much coin Unigost has and what he's doing with that coin. Seems to me that the life of the rogue has not exactly left him yet. I'll have to watch him carefully. I'm curious about that pickaxe. I'm very curious about that pickaxe, and there's got to be there has to be ore in the mountains in the area here. I'll have to figure out where that is. Alright. Time to build. Alright, well, we have ourselves a start. Food storage would be wonderful. It's the perfect time to do it, because anything I get this season will carry through a little better into the next. We'll tear down these trees in the area and think about where we want to expand our village. And that house would be wonderful too. Very much like to think about where we want to place our villages. I did love the idea of expanding our housing this way, but I need a lot of room for fields, and if I take up all the space where the good fields can grow, I might be a bit in trouble. We could grow in this forested area, but all of these spruce trees, that's going to make the soil very acidic. There is no way a good field is going to grow here. This might be the right place to put a number of our homes. And why not? It's right by the lake. Who doesn't want to live near the lake? Oops, I'm overloaded again. Alright, back we go. And construction it will be. We'll do some fast forwarding here for y'all, as I do a lot of back and forth, wandering and going and chopping. Oh, that was a close one. You see that bison was coming right after me. Holy cow. Speaking of giant cows, it managed to hit me a good bit in the back, but it seems like everything's okay. Oh my goodness. What? There's... Okay, so I have to be mindful. Those are in the area. That's clearly feeling territorial. I wonder if it has... I wonder if there are others in the area? There must be a number of them in the area if that's getting that agitated about me. Oh my goodness. Oh, I tell you, that'll wake you up in the evening. Well, we have a good start here. Kitchen is done. Our food storage is nearly done, ready for wintertime. I can start actually putting things into our cold storage. And obviously we'll kind of envision that this was built slightly into the ground. It would have taken a lot of excavation work, of course. But imagine we have a good storehouse ready to go. And with this, we'll wrap up making our fences here. And then that's the end of the day here. I am grateful for you joining me today. I hope you've enjoyed, and I'll look forward to seeing you as we wrap up winter and continue our hunting. And we'll see what happens with our bandits and our things on the roadway. Take care until next time, y'all. Greetings, welcome back. It is winter, only 2 days left. And we'll have to see what we can finish up for this winter time. We've got a good progress on our food storage. Thinking about these fence work that we need to do. I'd like to have those saplings protected from the deer. I mean, I know there were deer in this area before, and we know that they were probably be hungry, especially in the wintertime. Up and another hammer down. Well, we'll finish up the fencing in a little bit. I'd like to have that protected though, because a hungry deer will definitely eat a sapling. Looks like traps are set. We'll get some good breakfast in us, and then we'll start thinking about our day, and it'd be great to have that food storage finished. We'll start to be able to carry our food over from season to season, rather than just having to eat on the fly every single time and catching our food and having to cook it fresh and not being able to store it. Probably shouldn't be leaving all my tools everywhere. This is starting to look a little rough. I've gotten so used to just doing all the work, I left a shovel just sitting somewhere, at least not be in the pathway. Well, it is a beautiful winter morning. I hope you're doing well. It happens to be a beautiful winter morning here too, although beautiful is questionable at this point here. It's starting to become very cold in my area. So we're getting through winter with no snow and a lot of cold. I hope it's nicer by you. Get some tree work done here and finish up building the food storage. It's going to be really important for us to be able to store food over different seasons and not having it spoil so much. I hope you're doing well wherever you're at. And if you're able to, I hope you can relax where you are and we can have just this space together and just have a moment where things can be relaxed and we can find some peace in where we are. And with that, let's do some breathing. We'll do our big breath in. Remember, always filling all the way to the bottom of our abdomen, and then exhaling and letting all the tension out. Breathing in. Really filling in that abdomen and letting out. Breathing in and out. Breathing in one more time and out. We'll just let all those things fall away from us and just be here in this moment. Alright, we'll get all these extra sticks. Looks like we have plenty of sticks and definitely overloaded. Having the rule of not being able to move when overloaded, I'm trying to make sure I always catch those details, but every once in a while I'll miss it until I'm going like, oh wait, I see that, I'm overloaded. I've enjoyed having that part of this aspect in there. It's really slowed me down because otherwise I'll just overload my character and I'll make him walk at that slow pace, moving from one spot to another. And it has definitely been helpful having it not be so much of a like overload and hoard thing. Rather it's a, oh, hi Decent. Yeah, I get that this is your territory. Yep, we had a little bit of fun with that on the end of the last episode, where it definitely gave me a little bit of a, let's call it a love tap.
and made sure I understood that this is their home. But we'll be talking about that in a bit. I'm looking forward to expanding into this area, adding some houses, nice little area in here, having them nestled within the forest. And you and I may need to talk about where we can build here and where we can share our space. We'll see how that debate goes. But I'm looking forward to putting some houses into here, making this look like a livable village, and gaining some of our villagers who start helping us to really make a difference here and make a better place for all of us, for whatever reasons we happen to have ended up here. So, thinking back to that, the rule, it is nice to have to slow down, and I do appreciate the fact that it is only going to be the end of year 1, and this is not how far I would normally have pushed to go. I would have tried to get as much done as possible in as short a time as possible and like really rushed through things. And that can be fun, and it can be rewarding, right? It can definitely be rewarding. Ooh, that beast is getting closer. I tell you, I think he's curious. Yeah, that or he or she has something to protect, and they want to make sure I understand where I should stand. Well, but I'm looking forward to it. I like the fact that we've slowed down, and I'm looking forward to seeing the village grow at a nice and slow pace. We live in a great area. We'll have a beautiful view, good room for fishing, decent fishing with perch in the area. I can always go off to the river and catch pike for sale, but we can have the perch here for the villagers. Something that'll be worthwhile is figuring out how we can preserve our food across seasons, because right now we get all this raw meat, and that's fine, but that stuff doesn't keep over seasonal changes. In the wintertime, sure, there are some things we could do to preserve it, but it's not the best food to preserve over seasonal changes, and we're going to need a way. 3 logs later. Oh, getting close. And I know somebody in the comments said, please don't fast forward these parts where you're just chopping, and so thanks for letting me know that. You got it. We're going to keep these sections here. I'll find things to talk about, and we'll keep it at a slow pace, right? That is the purpose, right? Is to have this at a nice, relaxed pace. And with today, our goal, we have to get to Lesnika's area and hunt the deer. They were talking about how the population of animals is overrunning the area. Too many deer, too many rabbits. I know when we settled here initially, when we first started here, there were a lot of deer in the area. And I should love to take care of some of them around here, but they did ask me to take care of the deer around the Lesnica area, so I should really consider doing that there and not just take deer out wherever I am. Oh yeah, the rotten apples and these cabbages, I haven't stored them properly, and we're going to rule that they haven't kept. The dried meat, we can argue, stays a little bit. That oat roll's been here forever. That meat, I don't remember. I think that was from yesterday, but that's kind of questionable anyway. We should probably get rid of that. And I gotta stop storing so much darn much stuff in here. Oop, and again, overloaded. We'll just do a quick step and drop it outside. No reason why we can't just drop this right out here. Oh, there is a lot of stuff. It'll be very nice to have a place to actually store all these things. And to actually, oh, that's quite the stack of sticks. Now in a normal game, if I was trying to min-max things, I would need those sticks and get out of here, bird. And I would definitely need to, well, I would want to have a ton of sticks in our village inventory just because we need to make stone knives to level up skill fast. Okay, we gotta toss the meat in here too. I don't love the idea of doing that because I know putting meat in a compost bin can sometimes attract things you don't want. And I haven't seen wolves in our village's area before. But I'd also like not to see wolves in this area, so I don't want to get them attracted to it. We'll do it for now, and we'll have to keep our eye out. But I'm not a huge fan of putting that stuff out there in that bin. We may have to make a compost bin we put somewhere further away, and we'll check on it from a distance. Alright, with this, we'll finish up the fence here. We can't have these saplings get nibbled by deer while we're out and away. So, I'll finish up this fencing, and then let's head into the Lesnica area, and let's hunt. Should be the perfect season for hunting. The snow is going to make it so nothing can really hide, and the deer are going to stand out so well. Got enough arrows that we should be able to take a few down. The stone arrows will certainly inconvenience them, and we should be able to at least get
I would like to think that we can take out a few of them. It's going to all be about patience. I remember what Mother taught me. It's not the shot that counts. The first shot is the most important, but it's the patience that leads up to that first shot. You can't take the first shot if you're in a hurry. You can't take that first shot if you're busy thinking about how bad it's going to go or how great it's going to go. You just have to be in the moment, and you have to be there for that first shot. If I get it right, I could land an arrow in the deer's head and I can completely disorient it, or I can get one right in the shoulder blade and it won't be able to move as well. And we'll see what we can do. See how well I can remember her teachings. I never did pick up how to string a bow properly and how to make a bow properly from her. That is unfortunate. I would love to have paid a little more attention there now, hindsight. But I'm sure we can get out of here. Jeez, now they're crowding around my home. Birds are a problem. Maybe I should put out more bird traps. Aye. Well, we've got a good amount of fur. We'll have to figure out something to make with that. I would very much like to do that, but I think right now what we need to do, it's time to take a dip. It's time to take a dip. We're way too dirty. Let's get in there. We're gonna run out here. Oh God, it's cold. We're gonna run out of the river, or the lake. Run out of the lake. We're gonna jump in. It's gonna be great. So wake me up. This will be great before the hunt. We'll get ourselves revitalized. Oh, get a drink of this nice freezing cold water and get out of here as fast as possible.
There's a real
Oh.
nip in the air.
There's definitely a nip in the air. There's a nip in the water too. Ooh, maybe this wasn't the best idea. I'm freezing myself off. I'm freezing parts off here. Okay, get a fire going, and then we'll get our stuff on, and then let's warm ourselves up. I would like to have kept that wool fabric that I found. I probably should have kept that as a nice towel. Oh, fire is nice. That's definitely woke me up. I'll tell you what, that definitely woke me up. Okay. So, get ourselves ready to go, get a little breakfast, we'll head out for a hunt. Now, in my world, I did the polar bear plunge, and for those from the stateside, you probably know what the polar bear plunge is. It's where you decide to jump into freezing cold water in the wintertime. In some places, that's just kind of a thing that people do, and it's not out of the realm of things that people would do. But I ran into the water in Lake Michigan, which is quite cold. It was, I think, over 40, right? It was over 40 degrees, which is great. Air temperature was 38, and it was absolutely freezing cold. I loved it, though, because it does feel really good to jump into the water, and it does wake you up. I definitely fell in. I let myself turn around and falling backwards, because I figure if I'm going to have any issues, I want my body to just naturally jerk forward and into that whole, like, rolled up in a ball position out of the water, so that it wasn't like an over your head jump in. It was just a fall into the water and then get back out. And oh man, when I hit the water, it took my breath away. It was something else. But it was a really fun experience, and my wife and I have done that before. It was fun to do it again. It is an experience, that's for sure. And here is Racemir doing that. And one piece of meat, huh? Well, I guess we'll just have our little bit of rabbit haunch and our little bit of eaten crow. Eaten crow, not in the other sense. And for our skills, or say that Master of Destruction is a skill we're going to take. We'll learn that from someone, so we're taking it now, but we can't access it and won't use it until we get our extractor. And since we've been doing so much chopping of trees and so much work, I think naturally he's been getting stronger. Racemir's getting stronger, so we can take Mule as he's getting stronger, and therefore we have that. We'll take Handyman because this is something that honestly he should know how to do because of working on a farm, working with Daub. But we'll say that the better technologies come only when I have a person with high skill in extraction. And we'll take Sewing Expert because this is fitting our storyline rather well with all of the things that have happened to him. And we'll say that his mother, not only a huntress, but also a skilled seamstress, at least in some senses. Not to the same level as obviously the person in the village would be, because her skill in hunting is the higher of the ones, and the skill in production would have been less, but not to say low. Alright, and then we'll do a little management here because it's going to be nice to have a lot of these things just kind of in the right places here.
Now, as you might be noticing, the audio might seem a little different. I'm hoping that it's not too far off. I know it is different. As right now I'm recording this over watching when I played, and I've got the video playing while I talk through it, and I'm trying to remember all of the things I said during the episode, and that's of course hard to do because I try to do these things on the fly and just go with it. Go with the flow. Dude, you are a problem. You are out. There's enough with the crows. We have so many crows around here. Should build a scarecrow. You know, I never did ask Father how to make one. I kind of just assumed you figured it out. Probably just have to build one. I'm sure we can figure that one out. But I hope the audio is okay. And please do let me know in the comments what your thoughts are. I do appreciate that. And here we get to go eating crow. But I do want to know if it sounds alright. I'm hoping that it works well. And obviously this was all stemmed from I needed to use some of my recording equipment at my school for an event, and when I unplugged everything, I of course plugged it back in and just assumed that the software would just go back to the default settings I had put it at. Unfortunately, for some reason, the mic was not on, and that I didn't notice because I just always assumed it was running because I haven't had to do that before. Anyway, my mistake, and I appreciate you tolerating my learning through this, and obviously I was frustrated, and I know I was definitely mad at the time, a little more frustrated than I thought I would be, and it was a good moment for me because I got to take and just be like, wait, there's no reason to be frustrated about this. This is a great opportunity for me to learn another skill as a streamer, to figure out, okay, well, let's say I did make a video, and let's say I tried to make a video where, like I've seen others make, where there's a lot of things going on and there's no way they're talking through it because it's just seamless, right? I need to figure out how to do those kind of recordings, and it's worth it. Alright, hunting this season has turned out to be perfect, because you can see these deer clear as day in that first shot. There we are. Like she taught me, that first shot is always important. I probably should slow myself down a little bit on that one. No need to rush. But maybe we can get a couple of these. Nice. The shots these had, these deer should be disoriented. It may just be a stone arrow, but that ought to disorient them. They'll probably start running in strange circles and not leaving the area where they initially got hit. That's a little interesting. There's a wagon out here. Let's come back for that. Okay. Ooh, I see. Oh, that's moose. We are not going to try to hunt a moose now. There we are. There it is. Okay. Now we just need to keep ourselves around it. Try to keep track of where it went. And hopefully disoriented enough that, yes. Perfect. And that is that key thing. Now, let's see if I can get another shot on one of these. You have to get a number of these deer. It's going to be tricky. It's not worth it. It's always important. Take your time with the shot. Always that first shot that counts here. Because if I can get a good first shot, ooh, that looked like it was going to be right in the shoulder. And that was wide. That was not a good shot. Okay, we'll let that one go. I'll be able to track that one down. We'll check for blood in the area. I think I had a good shot in his shoulder, so it should be, I should be able to figure out where that one went. And now the tricky part too, of course, there we are. I saw a blood stain there. Do see some blood in the snow. Another good thing for the winter time. Obviously seeing that there it is. Yeah. Now let's get ourselves in a good spot. It seems disoriented and confused. That ought to do it. Well, I thought that ought to do it. It's gonna be tricky. It's moving rather fast. I don't think this shot's worth it, but definitely disoriented and confused. I should have taken a little more. Maybe I was hesitating too much. Alright. Well, we should be able to just follow this one. I think that one's bleeding pretty heavily. I don't think that one can go much further. And a stag. Oh, I saw you, buddy. There we are. That was a good hit. That was not a good hit. That wasn't even close to a hit. Now I'm getting impatient with myself and I need to slow down. There it is. That was not exactly the one I was actually aiming for, but it's good. Now, that stag. I'll be coming back for you. That would be a fine trophy to have. I think Mother would be proud of that one. Would look great on the wall. I wonder... I mean, that's... cart's a long ways away from the roadway. That almost seems like that one was an accident. I mean, if it was by the side of the road still, I can see that it would be maybe somebody was causing trouble here, but that looks like that cart went over the edge and fell. But then again, why? Some more rotten apples. That's a nice hat. Huh. That's, I mean, what's it? Oh, a sickle? Somebody was coming here to do farming in the mountain areas? Oh, there's a nice arrow. We'll say that when I found the arrow that it was just barely embedded in the bark and just at the tip, not all the way through like that, because there's just no way we were going to pull that arrow out of a tree stump like that. Tree trunk, sorry, like that. Okay, now I do know I still had that other deer that I had hit that was disoriented, and I hear something, but I don't see where they went. There's that stag. I will be coming back for you. Oh, you will be mine. Not the time right now, though, that's for sure. Oh, some eagles in the area. That'll probably put down your rabbit population, depending. If they're nice and young, they should be taking down some of the younger rabbits. We'll have to make sure we let the eagles continue to fly in this area. Now, there's that stag again. He is going to be always present in my view, isn't he? Foxes in the area too. I'm not gonna hunt the foxes though. They're lucky from our parts, and I know Mother said that they can be convenient because they take down varmints that we don't want in the area. Now they can be a problem if I ever get chickens in my region. If I ever decide to have a farm with animals, then we can be in a little more trouble and we might have to be a little more mindful of them. But for now, they're a distance away. I don't have any chickens to worry about. And there should probably be attacking a number of those rabbits. Maybe that'll help out with the people of Lesnica as well. Now, unfortunately, not being able to turn on inspect mode, because that's another one of the rule sets that I wanted to have here, makes it so I am not going to be able to just pick up... Oh, there's bunnies. I'm not going to be able to pick up my arrows quite as easily. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, they did mention that bunnies were a problem, so let's go for that. Oh. Okay. That, I thought, had it, but I was... Oh. Alright. I think Mother would be laughing at me now, and probably rightly so. That was way too impatient. If I think I'm going to catch any of these with an arrow, then I need to be way more patient and I need to be cautious. I need to take my steps, get myself in a good place. It's a small animal, so I really need to make sure I can get that shot lined up. Oh, I thought I had it that time. I thought I had him. This clay pit's going to be a big deal. I'm looking forward to this. I'm also feeling that I'm very lucky in the sense that I heard something. Huh. I thought I heard a rabbit scream. Okay, well, nothing. Gotcha. No, apparently not. Just keep getting our... Okay, I will get you yet, little bunster. You will be an appetizer. Ah, what the... Oh. Okay. Oh, that... Oh, you, sir. Alright, bunny. That's it. Chase it down and throw my axe at it. Okay. Alright, I need to calm down. I mean, at this point, I'm just shooting wildly. I think she'd be... That's it. Okay, well, let's just hope she's not watching right now. How about that? Still got it, though. A lot of arrows to go with. That was definitely not my finest work. Oh well, the rabbit's down. And I thought I heard that... Okay, that is definitely the sound of a wolf. Somewhere behind me. I thought I heard it back there. Okay. We should just be able to Okay. If it's over there, probably saw my rabbit that I took down. You know, if it's busy with those rabbits, though, this could be my opportunity. I don't need wolves in this area, and I certainly... There they are. There's a couple. Okay. 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 This is my chance. There it is. And it is going for the rabbits. Well, it's distracted by the bunnies. Yeah, this is why I got those bronze arrows. Well, it's distracted by those bunnies. See if I can line up a good shot. I can get a good shot on it. We can take this wolf out. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. No, that's too close. That's too close. We gotta dance around this. We gotta move. There. Take that. Oh. Oh. Well, that's another good way to get the heart racing. You know, jumping in the lake in the morning and then getting chased down by a wolf. I think that's a great way to get the heart going in the day. And there, sure enough, it was definitely attacking the bunnies. Now, I need to listen a bit here. I haven't heard any other calls, and I haven't seen any other wolves come in the area. See if I can skin this rabbit real quick. There's another bunny over there. If there was another wolf around here, I would have expected it to be going for that. Okay, well, just take this bunny, and we'll head on our way out. Now, you know, got a wolf with an axe here. It's not going to sound quite as impressive when I start thinking about the fact that that wolf was clearly a lone wolf, and probably separated from his pack, and probably desperate and disoriented, and after that shot with the arrow, it was definitely put in a rough spot. So, well, you know, hey, it's still a wolf. And you know what? Whew. It was intense. Okay, well, we've taken down one wolf, darn it. Hey, and that's that deer. Is it the one? No matter. And that was a decent shot. A little close to the gut. Looks like it's stuck and it dug deep, so that's good. These stone arrows aren't much to speak of, but they are still something. I mean, if I can take down that wolf, I should surely be able to take down this doe. Now, this little ravine here, this little washed away area here, they must get a lot of runoff during the spring. It's formed a nice little channel there, a little waterway route. There we go, another eagle. Good. We could use more in this area. You know, I don't see that doe. I also don't want to go too far over here. I don't want to end up finding the pack that wolf was separated from, and then end up in a rough spot. One wolf alone is something to deal with, but a pack of wolves is certainly going to eat me alive. I don't see that deer, and I don't see any hint of it. I don't see any blood on the snow. I don't hear anything. Wait, was it that it? Yes. That's got to be it. Okay. The first shot that counts. Yeah, this is going to be the first shot, and it's going to count. Oh, okay. It's okay. Moving in a spot, I'll have to just get myself a better vantage point on this, a better angle. Huh, using the trees. Although the trees are my blessing too, because it can't see me now. We'll see. About... Okay. Looks like it's taking a stop. There's another deer back there further, but this is what I'm focused on. Gotta focus where I am. First shot count. There we are. Perfect. Right in the back of the head. That ought to keep it thinking. Well, or not thinking, as the case may be. There are a lot of deer here. I'm not sure if that shot did well. I kind of just fired it. It was impatience. Impatience as always. Oh, I don't need to get a stag to gore me on this trip. Oh, I'm just getting too excited and trying to get these wild shots off. I have to be careful. I'm not going to have a lot of arrows left at this rate. These hunting excursions are going to turn into me making an expense for myself. I really do need someone to help supply.
Oh, I didn't put the arrows in the quiver, and it helps to put the arrow in your hand. Helps to be ready. Down by the river, that's a good place for you to be. Nice, easy to see, clear for me to get. That was a satisfying shot. I'm not sure what lives across this river, so let's take care of this quick. Need to invite disaster on ourselves, do we? This is a pretty area, though. Oh, perfect. It just didn't seem to notice me. Another one right to the side of the head. I tell you what, I'm getting really good at these shots. Get a quick drink of water. I'm guessing with the headache that thing has, that it's not going to be getting too far away from me. Oh, bad timing. Man, there we are, right there. That's got it. Now, if only I had better arrows. I think I could make a lot of these deers fall in one shot. Probably a better bow as well. Someday I'll be able to afford a bow like Mother's. She always loved the recurve. She told me that she could pull a shot. She could have an arrow in her hand and fired by the time that deer put its head up. Oh, badgers in the area. Well, I'm just glad this isn't our farmland. Certainly don't need those entirely way too angry footrests to be coming near me. Okay, another deer down. Alright, well, let's get this one harvested. It's getting late. We'll have to be mindful as well. I don't need the wolves to be coming out and to be taking advantage of the conditions as well, because these lighting conditions and these winter days are great for them. Easy for them to find prey, and they're good at what they do. And I certainly wouldn't stand a chance. I did against one of them, but against two of them, I don't think so. There's my last deer. Starting to get a little hard to see. I would thank the full moon for giving me a good light source here today. This forest is going to definitely make it harder. And there's my stag. I'll be back for you. I'll be back for you. That's for sure. Where did it go? There we are. Thought I saw something in the distance. Oh, man, that was a close call. Alright, it's calling. They're definitely scared. Oh, right in the foot. I swear I got it right in the foot. Well, hoof anyway. Alright. It can't run too much farther, can it? It's taken so many hits. There is no way this thing is going to get too much farther. Alright. Somewhere in here. Somewhere in here anyway. Somewhere. Did it get down the riverway? I hear something. There it is. Yep. Okay. Now. Thought it was going to keep going that way. Getting harder and harder to see here. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to take too many more shots. Now, I thought that was a good one, but we'll have to see. And did I hear one over here? I thought I did. I saw something back there, but that I thought was the stag. It's been bleeding for a while. If I just walk a bit, I might be able to actually find it. But with this light, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to... There it is. I think I see something. Sure enough. There it is. Oh, well thank you, kind fox. Thanks for marking the area. More like looking into my kill and seeing if it's available. Well, with all this leather and with all this meat, all this venison is going to be great. I'll bring this to the village, I'll cook it up, and I'll bring it back with me. Should be able to make a little bit of money. This should be a good bag, too. I can't just pass up this opportunity. One arrow left. Huh, 2 arrows left. I have to do it. This is my chance. It's the first shot that counts. Get ourselves a better vantage. See what we can do. Right. Line it up. Perfect. Right in head. That's going to make it disoriented, confused, and should give us the opportunity to take it down. Now, I would like to have had some more power on this bow. these arrows just hitting it and bouncing off of its skull are not doing me any favors. Oh, and there's my other doe. Interesting. Well, thank you for leading me here, my stag. Someone is watching over me on this hunt. I wonder. Oh, now we have too much stuff. I'll have to craft a couple of these. Now, it's not going to be... I'm going to say it's not fair to just craft these things. Lower my weight capacity, because, I mean, who's making leather bags while they're sitting out in the middle of a cold winter's night while hunting? I'll stop here, and what we're going to do is we'll craft those at home. And so for now, I don't need to keep these sticks, and this hammer is kind of junk at this point. Let's go for that. And we still do have... we could use a couple broadleaf to patch up the... We didn't actually get hit by the wolf, and these apples are rotten anyway, so we'll leave them. So that should be... That'll keep us at our capacity. Now, to figure out where our stag went. Mother... of course. He is watching over me. Probably laughing about a few things, but she wouldn't want me to miss this opportunity. And the stag is weak. You know what? This is the chance. Alright, the stag is weak. It can't run. There we go. You are going to be my trophy. Now, there's no way I can carry this back. He's a heavy one. A big one. We'll come back for that tomorrow morning. Or we'll come back tomorrow morning to find out that the wolves were in this area. I should hope that we come back tomorrow morning to find my trophy unspoiled. I think that that lone wolf was disoriented, passed out, or who knows, maybe diseased. But I don't think that that wolf was healthy. There's no way there's no way that I, as a mere mortal and as a mere learning hunter, was going to take out that wolf so easily without it being injured or having something wrong with it. Not to say that I didn't take out a wolf, I'll surely tell that I did. And this beautiful night, I'm lucky with this beautiful night. What a gorgeous evening. Full moon to guide us on our way. And I'm looking forward to seeing these nice starlit skies with a village, a walkway that I would be running down and seeing the businesses of our town. And this, the farming area, where it all started, the town center and the farms. I can't wait to see that here. And I can't wait to see perhaps someone with me here. I would really love to see our close friend who helped carry us home and stitch us up. I would love to see her here in this village with us. She is a joy to talk to, that's for sure. Of course there's a crow in the trap. There's always crow here. Maybe I can call this Crow's Nest, Crow's Peak, Crow's Valley. We'll have to name our village at some point. Well, for now, I'd like to wash my gear, but it's time to rest. Good night. Oh, and another day. And another day upright. It's a day to get moving and get things done. Should check the trap. Might as well clear our crow out. Put another one up because we will have more crow. That's for sure. Might as well check the other trap too while I'm at it. See, the eagles are in the distance. Good. There's plenty of rabbits here. They can have them. And I'm sure the bunnies are... I'm sure we'll still see plenty of bunnies in our next season. I'm not worried about them. They're doing just fine. Get some stones and we can build that bird trap. And today, you know, we gotta go tell the people of Lesnica. I gotta go check in with them. Get out of here. I gotta go tell the people of Lesnica that I finished up the quest for them. I have gotten their, definitely taken care of the extra deer. We had a nice long hunt and I have a lot of leather, so I should probably craft up those things. And you know what'll be even better? Venison breakfast. The only thing that could be better is venison and eggs. Oh, can't wait. See, now I do have to figure out a way to get some chickens here. And we will have to start thinking about how to... I'll have to get a solid fence up. I don't need the foxes to come into the area and take my chickens out. Oh my goodness, venison and eggs. Oh, I can taste it now. Alright, well, we need a home for these things. I think for now we'll store our trophies here. There's nothing decorating this area right now. And obviously it does look like a stag, so for now we'll come back after harvesting the stag, and then we'll say that that deer skull is from that. And of course I do have 2 of them, so in the future when we catch another stag, we'll put the other one up, but it's kind of funny. Time for the morning dip. I mean, come on. We can't not hit ourselves in the water in the wintertime. We have to celebrate. It's worth it. It's just, I mean, this is a great way to feel alive, revitalize. Probably not the smartest choice in the world. Oh, so cold. Oh. You know, and it's like everything in your body just freezes and the air just flies out of you and goes into the winter air and just, it won't come back. Oh, time to get to the house. It just takes the wind right out of you. We'll get back inside of our stick home, which is already drafty enough, but hey, there's a fire. All good. Ooh. Alright, and then obviously, we dry it off and go. Alright, now it's time to enjoy the venison. You know, that copper sickle, I'll tell you what, I'll go to the village and I'll ask them. Let's ask them. I'll ask them if somebody was coming to the area to farm. Did they know of somebody who was traveling, and do they still need it back? I mean, needing it back. Speaking of which, my friend from Danica who needs his bow back, I'll be sure to get him his bow back. After it's had a great opportunity to bite into some quarry, then I can return it to him. The bow's probably got a better workout with me anyway. Who forgets to tear down their camp, or decides to leave their camp in a hurry, forgets their bow, and then makes their new guy go find it? Yeah. Thanks, buddy. I'll be sure he gets his bow back. That's just fine. Now, these bags should sell pretty well. I'll make sure to, oh, I need to check with, oh, gee, what's her name? She's the miner. I'll have to ask her. She mentioned that there was a gentleman who was traveling in the area who she thought was from a village, and she said he talked about, him working in a saw pit and being a carpenter. I'm gonna need to find him. He would be a great addition to this village. Of course, I'll need to add some houses, of course, and can't just ask him to live here with me. I certainly don't know him, and I don't want to invite somebody into my home I barely even know, even if he has the skills that can add to our village. It's nice to have that winter hat. I tell you what, that was a very important purchase. My ears are grateful. And here it is for me, in my world, and a nice time for coffee, so I needed to take a quick drink of coffee and just relax into it. These times in the morning for me, it is nice comfy robe time and warm coffee time. That's the way to start a day for me. Robe life, y'all. I'm definitely about the robe life. Ever since finding this thing, this is like it's definitely the comfort. Feels great, and it's nice to have. And I hope you have something that gives you comfort that you're sitting with right now, and it's worth just taking a moment and appreciating that thing and just, you know, being grateful that we have that simple thing. Like for me, I'm just grateful that I found this robe, and it's so comfortable, and I love it. And it's nice, right? It's something I can look forward to every day. Now, let's check on our stag. Still here, and I see no tracks in the area from anything else. I couldn't have asked for better. Well, then maybe what we can do for these people is I'll go roast up some of this venison. I remember Mom telling me a trick of making a very kind of improvised spit that can roast up venison out on the field rather well. I remember her taking me onto the trips in the woods and just listening to the sounds. I don't remember I would want to talk, and I would be asking her so many questions, and she'd just hold up a hand, and then she'd motion to something nearby, and it would instantly stop me from talking, and it was like she opened my ears every time she did that. And then she'd point to something, and sure enough, I didn't notice. There's an owl in a tree nearby that I'd never even known was there. And here it is, the day, and it's resting and keeping an eye on us and knowing what we're up to. I would never have known it was there. And just the sounds that you hear all around you is beautiful. And it's a calming place. Of course, then we'd watch and we'd be mindful of the other sounds we're waiting on, and as soon as we heard something coming in the area that we knew we needed to be aware of, well, then we'd get ourselves ready to go. We'd get our bows pulled and ready, arrows in hands, and get ourselves set. Now, I happen to have ended up right-handed, but I know Mother was left-handed. And it was convenient for the two of us, since the two of us could stand on either side of a tree, and each of us had a convenient shot. And we weren't getting in each other's way, or having to move to a different tree, or having to have too much of our body standing out so that critters could have seen us. Alright, it does smell good. I think they'll appreciate it. Now, we'll say that we put out the fire with the water, or with just sand and dirt from the waterway. So we'll say we put that fire out, because I know I dropped my hammer back in the woods over there. Oh, goodness, I think I forgot that I left a doe in the woods. Oh no, you know, in my initial playthrough. Yeah, I think I did. Oops. I think I forgot that. Oh well, I think we did leave one in the woods, and y'all will know. You'll be keeping track too. Okay, let's get in here now. There she is. Hey, Najwa. Hey, so you were telling me that there was a gentleman. What was his name?
Have you been?
Okay.
Hope to see
And
you soon.
is he still here? You don't think so? You should. Yeah. Okay, I'll check. But thank you. I hope the leather bags do you good. Do you well. Theobald. All right, my friend. I've taken out a lot of the deer in the area, and I hope that works out well for everyone. It's been quite a bit of work. It turns out there are a lot of deer here. You are absolutely right. Have you seen anybody who was coming into the area and planning on starting a small farm? I know it's a weird question. Oh, sorry, I meant to say I was selling to. No? Of course. And, okay. Well, I ended up finding this hat and the copper sickle. I don't know. I'll hold on to it. If you find anybody who's asking for it, just let me know, okay? I live in the village up over the hill. You'll see me again. Racemir, of course. Yeah. And now we need to get a few more arrows. I think we'll try to save ourselves a little bit of money. And we'll get some more of the copper arrows. And I do think we need a number of stone arrows. We've done okay with them. And I do need to make sure that I can take out some of these prey with. I don't want to be caught without arrows. Alright, let's go check with a huntress here. I should like to ask her some questions. Maybe she's seen that gentleman. Hey, Gazela, could you... Now, there was a gentleman... I found this hat and the sickle. Have you heard of anybody traveling through who was talking about starting a farm in the area? Okay. Okay, you didn't either. Well, tell you what. Do you want this hat? Your husband would love it? Perfect. Then please, by all means, have it. It's not going to serve me well. I don't need to have it. And if you find somebody's asking for it, let me know and I'll gladly pay the coins for it and make sure they get on their way. So, I do have a question for you though. I remember my mother was a huntress as well. Now, she had taught me how to dry meat and she had taught me about salting. And I need to be honest with you, I was perhaps too young and brash at the time to listen. Would you show me? Okay. So Bill Minarak is key. Space between them, thin slices. Time and drying. Wintertime is good for that, of course. Okay, well, let me get in mind of this and a view of it. I'll look this over and then I'll make my own. Thank you. And I'll do my best to take your skills into practice. Thank you. It's good to have good people in the area. Alright. Let's see here. Well, we should head out. Wait. No. Wait. Now, I didn't find the farmer, but I should really think about asking about the gentleman. Let's see if he's here still. Ojwala didn't seem to think he was here. These gentlemen, no. She said he was a younger man. These guys, no. And you guys, not carpenters from. Okay, fair enough. Okay, well,
we'll head out. He must have traveled then. I wonder if he went to the village with my my savior. Huh. My wonderful lady who saved my life. You know, it is winter time, and I haven't really taken the time to throw a snowball yet, and that seems rather silly. Let's see if I can peg this thing. Yeah. Not the best shot. Tell you what, it's time to make some snowballs. Why not take some time in the winter time to make snowballs? Let's see if I can give those rabbits what for. Maybe I can peg one with a snowball, see what it does. I suppose that's not very fair. It's not like it can throw a snowball back. So, should probably find something larger to throw a snowball at. Something larger with 2 legs that can fight back. Man, then we can have a snowball fight. That would be fun. Do you remember having snowball fights with the family? See if I can take my fire down. There it is. Alright, one direct hit will knock over the fire that I set up and the sticks I set up. Well, we still need to check in with Unigast and see what things are at. You know, something stands out to me. Mother was a wild spirit in her own right. Her version of wildness was wanting to wander the woods and taking chances with hunting and with traveling into the field, into seeing new areas and exploring. Loredan was all about traveling and exploring in a different kind of wilderness, the urban wilderness, and it's something that I've never understood or seen. They both had that wild spirit about them. It makes me wonder about Grandma and Grandpa. I would love to know the stories that they've chosen not to share with us youngsters because they don't want to encourage us to get into trouble. I wonder just what tales they would tell if they knew what I was doing now and if they knew how much I've done so far. I'm sure they'd ask me to be cautious. I'm sure that they would be mindful of that. Alright, sure. Let's see if I can take out the pigeon. Okay, well, at least I scared him away. Pigeons. Alright, now I didn't hear any wolves in the area. I do very much think that that wolf was in trouble. I mean, how else was it that I was able to jump aside of the thing? I mean, obviously, I feel like I have some fast footwork. Yeah. But I don't want to get too full of myself. Otherwise, I'll end up with a few bites, and I'll be less full of myself, that's for sure. Last time I got too overconfident, Hey, buddy. Wait a minute. Now, hold on. I know who told me they'd like to make a snowman. And that's her making that. She made it without me. Probably was impatient waiting. I think she needs a good snowball. I'll throw a snowball. We'll see if I can get her with a snowball. She won't even see me coming. And then, whap! So, what I imagine here is that if you're willing to have in your own imagination there, we'll say that a snowball fight happened between me and the girl that we've been flirting with, and that she surprised me walking into the village, pegs me, and then we have a snowball fight back and forth. And then this is us walking over to the fire, and then relaxing here. Stoswala. Good to see you, beautiful, nice throw. I think my jaw's set back into place now. I appreciate you waking me up, although I would say the jump in the lake did a good job. And I appreciate it being the only thing that gives me the cold. And it's wonderful to be here with you. And oh, yeah, good to see me still whole. Yeah, of course, yeah. It's good to be whole. It's always good to see you. And then let's sit here together and just enjoy the time. I don't know how you feel so warm in just that dress. Well, and we'll sit here for a while, enjoy the fire. Well, there would be a fire if it was a little later. It's always good to see you, milady, who has the incredibly good arm and the strange ability to throw snowballs with wicked accuracy. Oh. Yeah, I'll work on it. We'll see if I can see straight next time. Alright, let's see here. Oh yeah, my friend needs his bow back, doesn't he? You know what? Hold on. No. I still have to get some boar before the end of the season. I think
if I'm gonna roast some meat, if I'm gonna dry some meat, I'd like to have some boar meat on hand, and I'd like to have some venison dried on hand too. Okay, let's go get a boar, then we can return this bow to him. It's in fine shape. I mean, it's in better shape than it would have been with him leaving it in his camp, that's for sure, so we can get this back to him as it is. Alright, let's see here. Where's our boar? And I think we can take him down with stone arrow. Oh, I think I've done a good job of lining these shots up. Let's see what we can do here. And without them getting the drop on me, I'll get the drop on them. And now we should be fine. Doesn't even know where I am. Perfect. Okay, that's the key with boar. Once they see you, they're relentless. But if they don't spot me, it'll take a little while for their beady eyes to figure out where I am. Perfect. This one has no clue. Cover. Gotcha, buddy. Oh, that one actually caught wind of me. Good. It was rooting around for something in there. Oh, you see that? There goes the arrow. I'm gonna get this one back, that's for sure. Aha! Nice. No. I'm not interested in hunting moose right now, but thank you. I'll come back for you later. We need to get ourselves set, and we need to get ourselves our boar back home. Oh, and also this bow back to our friend here. I bet he doesn't even remember what condition it was in. That also means I have to get myself a bow. You know, this one's worked pretty well, and it's not bad. Certainly don't enjoy it, and it doesn't pack the power of a longbow. And it certainly doesn't have the speed of the recurve, but that's going to be an expensive proposition. Now, my lady friend, she mentioned that she has some skill. Well, I told her about spearfishing the perch, and she laughed at me and said, what kind of, she asked how I like to make my spears, and when she saw that I didn't know what I was talking about, oh, did she laugh. Because I told her I was just taking these logs and I was filing them down and making a wooden spear. Oh, and she laughed even louder. Yeah, then I come to find that fishing spear when I was out walking, and I think I understand why she laughed at me. I think maybe she'll be able to help us out with a little bit of that. Oop, man, I don't want to step on their work. Also, I don't really want to step on the, they're fertilizing now, so I don't think I want to step on that. Hey, buddy. Hey, I happened to find a bow in a camp that was never torn down. Oh. Well, oh yeah, it helps to unequip it. It doesn't count as a bow you can give away until you unequip it. Hey, here's your new bow. It was a lot of hard work to craft that one, friend. Oh, it is your missing bow, actually? You can tell by the marks on. Oh, I see. You put a. I see. You etched your letter of your name in it. That's very clever. Did that help you remember where it was? That would be my question for you. Well, I gotta give him a hard time. I mean, come on. Ah, well, wintertime is a great time for hunting, and this has turned into a great set of days so far. Oh, a lot of excitement with the wolves. And, well, the wolf, and a lot of excitement with the stag. I'm happy and I'm proud to have gotten that. I think Mother would be proud as well. And that, right here, all of this area here, it's going to be filled in with a glorious village. And look at this. This is a nice little place. I think there's a lot of potential here. Now I'm going to need to build some houses. I'm not going to be able to take on any more people in this area if I don't have houses. And I gotta build that scarecrow. These things are a serious nuisance. They're all over the place. Now the traps look like they've been sprung, of course, but it's time to focus on getting the building done. And I think, you know, Gazela showed me the drying rack and reminded me, well, let's say taught, it's fair. Taught me some techniques on drying. I'm sure I'll remember some tips from Mother as well, but let's see here. Let's put a hunting shack here. It'd be nice to have all of these things in one location. Then I can knock it out. Yeah, that's right, Stump. I'm coming for you. And it'd be good to have everything, all the food producing things in one area so that we can keep things fresh. And as we do work on things, we can transfer it to where it keeps the best. And then I kind of envisioned that this would look more like a storehouse that was built a little into the ground, like with a root cellar, things like that. And we're going to chop down some more trees, and at the end of the day here, it'll be really necessary to clean out the clothes. I can only imagine the smell of the clothes that we've been wearing over the wintertime with all of the running and the hard work that's been going into things. It's going to be important to wash these things. Alright, and oop, overloaded again. Alrighty, let's get that hammer made. Nothing like putting a solid piece of wood on top of a stick and banging in nails into place. Alright, let's drop the snowballs and then we'll move on. That was a good snowball fight. I would really love to have her here with me. I wonder if she'd be willing to do that. I wonder if she'd be willing to live with a confused ragdoll like me. Uh-oh, carrying too much again. You know, I think I should probably get her something nice if I think that she should be ours. If we can be together. Maybe I can find something nice for her. It would be nice to spend the time with her. I think these winter days would feel warmer. I think the spring days would feel sunnier, and the summer days warmer, and the fall days more beautiful. We'll see what she says. But it's worth it. She will be the most important quarry that I can track. And I'll get this hunting lodge up. I think she'll appreciate the fact that I'm making things, I'm being self-sufficient, and we could have a good village together. Maybe she could be the queen of my lands. How's that? I think she'll rather appreciate that. I'll have to start thinking about where we're going to actually place homes here. Still feel very lucky finding this axe by the side of the road. I would love to know who left it. I would be very curious to find out who did too. Oh, I'm carrying too much again. Oh, and I'm carrying silly stuff too, as a matter of fact, so that needs to be done away with. So we should go put some stuff away. But getting focused on just building the building, and that's a thing that happens, is wanting to just focus on the task at hand. So that's one of those things I gotta work on in my playthroughs, or this playthrough anyway, is to remember to go put away the stuff as soon as you get back. My mind tends to get focused on just the one thing and ignores all the rest in the background. And carrying too much again. We'll come back for that. Plenty of logs out here. Now it's going to be handy to start thinking about how to use this natural beauty here to build up this village and to make it look rather nice and cozy, right? I want this to feel like a cozy village. A nice little place that feels homey, nice to live in, feels like you just walk around in and just be a part of. And we'll build up all of these walls. It's going to take a lot of stick, but why not? We have plenty of sticks and we have plenty of straw as well. It might be nice to store some things for a bit as I'm thinking about it. And that copper sickle, I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better find. I mean, it's going to be rye harvesting come spring, and I could use a better tool. Those stone sickles, they do not last. They are absolutely not that good at all. We'll get the straw here so we can finish up the roof, and we need a few more sticks to get the walls set. These wattle walls are something. I should really love to improve them over time. And when we get into next season, I think Unigast will be asking me for things. He did say that I am, as much as I want to build here, I am still responsible for the taxes. Ever the pickpocket still. But I suppose now it's in a more official sense. I wonder how that all came to be. I'll be curious to hear that particular story. I've never worried about the taxes. I mean, mother and father have always taken care of that. I remember watching the tax man come, and I remember how their faces would change when they mentioned that it was time. And I remember them talking and arguing at times. And we did have a fairly kind tax collector for a few years. I remember him being a decent man. He seemed to be fair about things just based on his word choice. He was never unkind in his words, and he was never overly demanding. He simply told us what we owed, and was on his way. And then, of course, we had our new one. What was his name? Well, it's not worth remembering, and he doesn't deserve to be remembered. But he would come by, and there would always be another thing that he would find. He'd say, "Oh, I noticed that you put up a hunting lodge in the forest not far from here. The King's Forest, if you will. And I believe perhaps you have something more you owe us for that." And before, our other person said, "No, it's fine. You had built that. That was built by your grandparents years ago. And it is your land. You had purchased that fairly and freely at the one point, and we were, at one point, I believe they talked about us being landowners at one point, and then things changed. And then the idea of our land ownership became a bit of a question as to who really owned it. Makes me wonder about why the soldiers were coming to us. A farm far from the inner part of the town. It does make me wonder. It didn't make sense at the time. I mean, we were so far out. I guess if you're desperate and you need food, but why would you burn the fields if you need food? And yeah, of course, I'm sure they tore into our stockpile before they left. But it doesn't really add up. Because they burned the fields. They made a point to burn those fields. They made it an absolute point to burn them. And they could have just let them go. It would be just as bad. Actually, it would have been worse. Then we would have had a greater risk of disease. But they burned it, so it would cure it away things. Almost like... almost like they were freshening it for someone else. Ooh, there's decent. Okay, so just quietly drag this log out of here. I'm sure it can't hear us. And then we'll continue harvesting here away from them. I certainly don't want to anger I don't want to anger the Vicent. It already gave me that nudge in the back, which is thanks for that, by the way. I think you actually corrected my back, so we'll hope for that to be a peaceful interaction between us and that Vicent over time. And with this, we can finish our hunting lodge. Now I do need to get myself starting on the drying. I need to start cutting the meat. And I need to start getting that little rack built here so I can... There we are. Okay, now. That's it. We'll start drying the meat. And then, boy, this is going to do a lot for us. Now, this will allow us to actually harvest meat and allow it to keep over a seasonal change. And that's going to be a big deal because keeping raw meat over seasonal change, I'm not going to allow in my rule set. Ooh, we need to get a drink of water for sure. And we're going to say that now this is us getting in the water and we're washing our clothes because it's been a long winter. And obviously we've been running around a lot and it probably needs a good cleaning. And then we'll say that we go back after that. Oop, I'm getting the sequence wrong. I should be going into there and then going into the buildings. But we'll go get the meat. And then, overloaded because that's a ridiculous amount of meat. And I'm also carrying extra stuff that I should probably put away. Okay, with that, we'll leave our logs outside here because we don't need to carry these anymore, obviously. And we're not building anything with the rest of the season here. Now with this, it's going to be us drying meat. And now this is going to take a while. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that we make this meat. I'm not going to let this go until the timer runs out and goes beyond. I'm not going to do any of those. It's kind of like an exploit you can do where you just craft a thing into the seasonal change and it won't change seasons and you can make as much stuff as you want. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to make a good collection of this and then I'll stop. And at this point in the video, I was at a point where I needed to stop before heading into my work. So we'll let this build a bit and I'll say I am grateful for you being a part of these videos, and I want to mention that when I get done with this video and I get it posted, we get it up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an extended full season, the entire season, all collected with just breaks between episodes so you can watch it all in one setting. Thank you for being a part of this. I'm grateful for you joining me, and I hope that you have a wonderful day. Take care. Until next time.